concept is a concept, right? Like that's like an edge case, right? So there are some edge cases like that, but it's not. In general, it's not true that the concept of X is an X. So like it's not to be clear, it's not a triangle. But what we're talking about is that we have similar mental states, right? Like we're tokening similar mental states, and then we want to say like what how do we interpret the similarity between them, right? And then it just goes back to the same explanation as before with like the red ball and red truck or whatever. It's the same explanation. It's that there's a concept that both of those mental states satisfy.
Well, under conceptualism, how we
or conceptualism. There is a conceptualism that's not realistic.
Well, how the concept of a triangle exists is by there being like all these particulars.
No. The concept of triangle exists only when minds have hold up. The concept of a triangle just is a mental particular.
This is what I was trying to get to. So Lenny thinks that like you have to start with these particulars if you're an anomalous.
Yes, they do. That's all that they think exists fundamentally, and everything else is constructed fictionally from them. Like,
no, but there need not be any particular to have a mental particular. That's the point.
That's right. We got particulars. We got concepts of unicorns. There are no fucking unicorns, but we still have that mental. The point is that particulars stand in relations with other particulars, right? So like they have I don't actually believe in like intrinsic properties, but most people do. So according to most people, they would have intrinsic and extrinsic properties, right? The point is just that it's extrinsically the case that like they stand in a relation with a certain concept, which is also a particular, and so does this other thing, right?
Because they're universals.
What do you say?
Well, properties are universals. They would have tropes, not properties.
I'm using property talk in its deflationary sense here, so I'm not talking about some reified notion of properties anyway. But I can just not say property. The point is that
the same with relations, resemblance. Like they would need to be clarified to be a class of tropes. So the resemblance between my concept of a triangle and Judd's concept of a triangle is like a totally different resemblance. The resemblance between one chair and another chair, like those are two different things, like a ball and a tree.
Resemblance between the two mental states that you're talking about.
Yeah, the resemblance also needs to be a trope.
I'm just saying that the two mental states, if you think about a triangle, you guys have these two mental states, each have a mental state, right? I don't want to say they have something in common, something like that. They're the same in a certain way, and how do we understand that? Right? And we need to understand that by saying there's this other thing, which is the concept of triangle, or just the concept of thinking about a triangle. Okay. Something like that. So it's a concept about a mental state, right? Certain type of mental state, right? And the two mental states in question stand in a satisfaction relation with that, concept.
And how to do those two meta concepts? How are they the same concepts? Because there's a third level.
Nobody's saying they're the same.
Connects them.
They're close. They don't have to be the same. Close enough. Which two are the same? There aren't two. I only have three things here so far, right? So we have your mental state and John's mental state, right?
Yeah, and you're saying I thing that connects them, but that thing exists also for other. There's a third particular, right?
If you were going to ask me about some other similarity, I am just going to say the same thing each time. You can say it's an infinite regress if you want to.
Yeah, we're just going to mention it seems that you're just going to go into infinite regress.
Yeah, I don't think it's a benign regress.
What's wrong with it?
In this case, it's a benign regress. regress because the question is answered at each step. It's not like it's not like an IOU. It's just that at each step you're just repeating it's technically a new question. But it's giving an answer every time. So like the fact that it's a regress, I don't see what the problem is. But there are vicious regresses where like the point is that the question can't be answered without moving to the next step, and then it's never answered.
But didn't Delaney say that, like, in order for Sully to have a particular mental state of a triangle, and not Jude to have a particular mental state of a triangle, there has to be triangles?
Yeah, he did say that, which doesn't make any sense, because, like, we both have concepts of unicorns. There are no fucking magical horned horses. Like, that doesn't mean we can't generate a concept of it, right? But, like, it's also going to be true that your concept of a unicorn isn't going to be identical to mine, but they're both going to satisfy, like, magical horned horses.
And they're both
Or be satisfied by, I'm sorry.
And they're both, under at least Sully's view, they're both mental particulars. Right?
Well,
Yeah, I agree.
What I'm saying is that there are, like, there is the abstract object of a unicorn that's instantiated both
No, there
in your
isn't.
mental state and in my mental state. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a basis for correctly calling them both a unicorn, but not calling other things.
I know you think that, but
see, like, our basis is always still going to come down to having a concept of that abstract object. It has nothing to do with there actually being an abstract object.
Yeah, again, but the question is, how do you know that you're applying general terms correctly to that higher order concept? And you're going to say, well, because there's a yet a higher order concept. Well, how do you know?
No, the point is that there being abstract objects doesn't give you an answer to like how you know about them or how you know you're applying terms correctly.
Well, the answer is there is a property of the object that accounts for why you call it red. Like there is actual property of redness in this ball and actual property of redness in this chair, and that's why we apply the term to both, because the redness has a universal exists in both.
Anyway, Nils, you can go. Fucking idiot. Go ahead, Nils.
I mean, so Lenny, it sounds like you're just saying, right? Like, I don't see. Yeah, it doesn't. It sounds like you're just.
We didn't make an argument there, so.
There are no unicorns. I do not believe there are unicorns. Dead in them.
Right, basically.
What are we talking about dead in them?
Maybe you
claim that you need a universal for blah blah blah.
Yeah. So like, maybe you don't agree that things like you could have a concept without like there being some abstract object like actually existing. But like you're not giving a reason to think it's impossible other than just saying it's impossible.
I'm literally like pointing out the fact is when you say this ball is red and this chair is red, there is nothing that's shared by these two chairs. Like there is no thing that they both have that accounts for why you're calling both of them red according to you. Like there is no.
They both satisfy the concept.
Present in both.
Yeah, they both satisfy like the concept.
The same thing applies to the concept. Why are we calling this concept in your brain like Harry Potter and this concept in my brain Harry Potter? Because, and according to your view, there's going to be nothing inherent in either of those two concepts that they both share that accounts for why we're calling them Harry Potter. You're just going to say, as Sally said, well, there's a higher order concept called the concept of having a concept of Harry Potter that accounts, which is why you're calling these two things Harry Potter, even though they don't share anything like inherent to themselves, like that makes them both Harry Potter.
Well, I don't know what you mean by inherent to themselves, right? Because the thing that is going to be the reason that we'll say that your concept is the same as mine, right? It's just going to be because like the relation between the concept and the referent, right? The thing that's being called, this as the name, right?
That's what was explained. That's not true.
Yeah, but what's the problem? I don't even understand. You didn't point out an issue. I explained why, like, even if it turns out to be a regress, it's a benign regress. you know.
But like, are you just upset because like it's the relation is the thing that's making us say that they're quote unquote the same and not like something in the concept itself? Is that your problem?
Yeah, that's the straightforward, common sense way that realism solves it. Like, why are we calling this object red and that object red? Because they both have the property of redness. That's it. But your answer is like, no. They don't have anything that they share in common. There's no like this common thing between them, this universal thing that they both have.
Yeah.
There's this third thing called that we made up that like we're gonna call both of them red. And this accounts for us calling them red, and that makes it true that they're both red. Okay?
This requires bringing in a lot more like metaphysical commitment than what I'm saying. Because look, if you want to say like red is a genuine object item that can be multiply instantiated, and it's like instantiated in red objects. All the other properties of said object are also like instantiated in that object, and then they can be taken apart. As in like you can say, here's this red property, and that's not identical with the red ball or something like that, right? So like for any object now, you just have this like enormous set of ontic items that are its property instances that somehow like inhere in it, and they can be like distinguished from the object itself, or you can say like it. So then you have this question of like, okay, do you have to go all the way down to like a substratum or like a very particular where you have like the object, which like because it's distinct from all of its properties as an object item, it's a very particular because taken apart from all its properties, like
that's a secondary issue. You could have a notion of very particular. You could have a notion of an object as a bundle of its properties. It doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, but okay. If you do a bundle, if you do a bundle theorist view, right? Now you have like questions about composition, right? It's basically like you're saying every object is like a bundle composite of properties, which are of themselves like distinct individual, existing objects, right? And I can talk about the properties of the properties and so on, And then I get some crazy like gunk thing going on. So like every object, it's like its own little gunk universe.
There's not like you just get a hierarchy. You just get a hierarchy of categories, which is like all of this is common sense. Like people will understand properties right away. People will understand higher categories. Like if you say like, oh, this is a dog. Dogs are mammals. Mammals are animals. Animals are physical objects. Physical objects are concrete. Everyone understands that you're doing a nested hierarchy, like of concepts, and you're going to get to some root concept of like a thing or whatever, like existent. Doesn't matter. Like, okay, why is that like weird? Like there are like these nested abstract objects.
Well, they're not themselves. I don't know. Well, you're saying that if you're a bundle theorist, you're saying properties are abstract objects? Yeah. Okay, so concrete objects are like made of abstract objects. Is that right?
Well, they would be instantiations of abstract objects.
Okay. So is an instantiated property an abstract object or no?
So if that happens to you and you want a second go at it, feel free to raise your hand. Time permitting, you will be invited back up onto the stage. Unlike many of the other rooms in Clubhouse, in the critical thinking forum, we speak one at a time, we don't interrupt one another, and we do our best to treat each other with a degree of decorum and respect, even when we vehemently disagree. And for that, I thank you in advance. And if I or a moderator asks you a question, it's not an attempt to start a verbal fisticuff. It's just a question, a dialogue. So please take it as intended. So welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We're waiting for our guest, Wally Ferris, to arrive. So while we are waiting for that and for the top of the hour, I want to welcome also to the room Mary L.S. Annette, the other Mary, Maher, Met, the other Larry, Anon, Dark, Les, Austin, Matt, L, Rico, David, Book. Welcome to the room. We'll get to those whose hands are up in a moment. Kowarski, Magi, Montset the Maestro, Olga, welcome to the room. Mirad, Sue, and Pearl, Danica, and Progressive Liberal, welcome to the room. Okay, if Wally is not here in the next 30 seconds, which will take us to the top of the hour, I will start as normal until he arrives, and then we will invite him up. I'll ask Scott to keep an eye out, help me keep an eye out for his arrival in the room to make sure we invite him up in a prompt fashion in case I miss it. Just seconds away from starting officially at the top of the hour, ladies and gentlemen. And we are now at the top of the hour. Welcome to the Critical Thinking Forum. We are here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. Today's guest is not yet in the room. Wally Ferris, he's maybe having difficulty. He's never been on Clubhouse before, but for those of you who don't know, he is a former foreign affairs advisor to the President of the United States. And I invited him here to discuss the situation in Iran, which all of us are very obviously not just interested in, but concerned about. And so he has agreed to do so. If we haven't seen him here yet, means he's having difficulty getting into Clubhouse, which we all understand the problems of trying to figure out a new application as he is doing right now. So while we're waiting for his arrival, let's talk about a little bit what's going on in Iran. And I used a term today that is seemingly contradictory. I used increasingly diminished options that the president has. That's how I view it anyway, that his options are increasingly diminished because everything he's trying seems not to be working so much. They're the administration is pretty transparent these days, which is not something that we've perhaps enjoyed so much in the past, about the current strategy, not the original strategy, not the various iterations, but the current strategy. It's pretty obvious that the current strategy is the carrot and the stick. They are offering the carrot, and when the carrot isn't accepted, they hit him with the stick. And the theory here is, and the press secretary just said so yesterday, the theory here is if you hit him with the stick, soon enough, you beat that horse into submission. To continue the analogy, here comes Wally. You beat that horse into submission. We invited you up, Wally. But I don't see you appearing on the stage. There he is.
Hello.
I knew we could make this happen. How you doing, buddy? So I was just giving a little introduction to what's going on, and I told folks who you are, former foreign policy advisor to the president, an expert on the situation in the Middle East, with a particular interest in the threat that jihad has on our society, and not just our society, but globally, of course. And I was suggesting that I've been using recently a contradictory term. I say increasingly diminished, or some variation thereof, that the president's options are increasingly diminished. And my observation, for what it's worth, which may not coincide with yours, of course, is that the president is trying both the carrot and the stick. And when the carrot doesn't work, he hits them with the stick. I think the press secretary suggested that yesterday. That's actually the current policy. Trying to get them to the negotiating table, trying to get Iran to agree to something. Most importantly, I guess, immediately for the president is the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. First of all, am I correct in my analysis? And secondly, is it really what you would advise him to do? Were you still in that position at the White House?
It's exactly what you're saying, but let me put it in perspective. Increasingly shrinking for the president is basically the time he has, if you consider the midterm elections, would be important for the future of the operation inside Iran. And most of us from all sides believe that certainly if one of the houses, one of the assemblies is gone, House or Senate, it's going to be extremely difficult for the president to carry on the war. It's not impossible, but it's going to be difficult. If he keeps even thin majorities, then the sky is the limit regarding what he wants to do with the scenery in Iran. Certainly, the regime knows that. The regime knows that very well. That's why the battle since January, since the first wave of strikes, then they offered negotiations. Not that we offered negotiations, the brokers offered negotiations, which means the regime. The goal has been basically to gain time. I've repeated on national TV maybe 60 times that the goal of the regime is to gain time, and that's what they're doing. I even put July as the benchmark, and July came, July gonna go, and that's why I feel, I presume, that the president now is going full steam. I'm not sure what is the plan. I know that they have to degrade more and more, but the missing link, ladies and gentlemen, the missing link is the Iranian people. I am not sure we have a full plan. Our agencies may have contacts, stuff could be done, but the full plan starts always by recognizing the interim or the transitional government of the other Iran, the Iran to come. And that, apparently, because it has to be public, was not done, which tells me that we can still do it. We're going to have to arm segments of the population. And let me say more that there are some weapons that are already inside. Millions actually of the Iranian youth have gotten training in their high school, military service, and they could be. But I don't see yet the strategic connection as the Allies had with General de Gaulle when he was in exile, and he had the Force Française leader on the inside. We're not at this level, so that's why it's crunching. It is really crunching for the president.
I've often suggested, and I do not profess to be an expert, but I do profess to be someone with great interest. I'm well read on the situation. I do have contacts, although of course lately limited inside Iran. I have a lot of contacts in Israel. And so I may be a little bit biased based on the perspectives that I'm getting from those folks. But I've always felt, and not just with this administration, but with previous administration, that there's been a misjudgment, a misunderstanding of the mindset. Did we lose him?
Yes, we did.
That's not good. Especially in the middle of my most excellent question. Let's give him an opportunity maybe to come back up. Let let me tread water here just for a couple of seconds. Well, at least we got one stoplight.
Can you contact him back channel on his phone or something?
Well, I'm sure he's trying to come back in. You know, I can check the back channel here in a second, but I'm sure he's trying to come back in. Look, guys, I said in the beginning, this is an experiment. I know they used to do this on Clubhouse all the time. They bring brand new people in, famous people in, interesting people in. That was how Clubhouse got its initial reputation. And for some reason, that kind of went by the wayside with Clubhouse. I don't know. People find different platforms. I have no idea. I still think for this kind of interaction, this is still the best platform. And I gotta presume that those folks went through some of the same issues, growing pains, if you will, as we are having right now. So let's continue the conversation without Waleed, and then he can jump right in as soon as he comes back. So Scott, I was going to ask Waleed, well, you know the question I was going to ask, and that had to do with the misinterpretation, not just by this government, the misunderstanding by this and previous governments of the mindset of the Islamic fundamentalists who are running Iran. And I was going to ask him, at least his opinion, about where he thought we can actually even go vis-a-vis negotiations, because I think, at least from my perspective, there's a trust issue.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, Gary? I don't know if this is on topic. So you can flag me if I'm committing the Carlson. But when I think about that, about misunderstanding the mindset, right? And we've talked, again, I used to talk ad nauseum about the liberal society stuff. What's funny about that is, you know, if you look at Trump's speech, which I'm sure he didn't write, no president writes their speeches, but I mean, you know, he signs off on it and stuff. In Saudi Arabia, right? That was a speech that recognized this was not a sort of George Bush, Barack Obama, you know, everybody loves freedom, the world wants liberal values sort of mindset. It was, hey, you do things differently. We're not going to come here and tell you how to run your culture, your society. You're prosperous and you've done it without Western do-gooder values. I meant to throw this a little bit, but, you know, and if you look at his security document that came out, we talked about it last year, that was also very multicultural in its awareness, and it was a kind of a Huntington Clash of Civilization sort of framework where, again, it seemed to recognize that there were significant differences in the world and illiberal differences and cultural differences, and that was to be taken seriously. The Western civilization, it talks about Western civilization in that document. And again, in kind of a Huntington way, which is, you know, as I get older, there was a time in my life when I hated that book. And now as I get older, I find it more and more compelling. But, yeah, I mean, I thought what your friend Waleed was saying, too, was great about buying time, right? You got these people that don't buckle the way we would buckle. You know, as we were talking about yesterday, just don't buckle the way liberal democracy would buckle, right? When you have to take poll numbers and stuff about a war, it's not the kind of operation they're running. And so, yeah, I think that it is interesting to misunderstand the mindset. And again, we're giving them time, which I think is an interesting thing that Waleed said. That's, you know, that time is on their side. It's not ours from Waleed's perspective. I found that really interesting. Okay, I don't know what else I have.
Well, you know, I want to jump on something that he said about his perspective, and I'm certain as a former foreign affairs advisor to the president, he has the contacts, some of the same contacts that he had while he was in office. These guys tend to, and gals tend to keep back channels going after they leave officialdom. And of course, he has his contacts in the Middle East, long-standing contacts in the Middle East. And he suggests direction he was going in was that there may be attempts for a support of a popular uprising in Iran, and we hear Alan and other expat Iranians raise this issue often. But I, for one, sometimes think, Alan, Amir, maybe he could speak for himself in a moment here. Is this just wishful thinking on your part? Or is this something that actually can occur? Remember, you're starting from a baseline zero weapon. I cannot imagine, with the number of weapons that are available to the populace here in the United States. I mean, I'm from Michigan, and I know when it's hunting season, there are more armed individuals in the woods of Michigan and forth of Michigan than some countries have standing armies, So there are a lot of people with weapons. I don't think it's possible, and I would say, thank goodness, for a popular uprising in the United States. I don't think it's possible. You can have skirmishes, you can have whatever one wants to interpret that happened on the Capitol, or in the Capitol, on November the 6th. You can look at all that and say, look what's happening. But in reality, an actual popular uprising, I think we would all agree, is pretty much, let's just say, here in the United States. Now, you're starting from a big planet zero in Iran. Although he suggested that there are weapons that have been secreted into the country and put in the hands of the young Iranians who are fed up with this regime. But, God, I gotta wonder, is that even possible?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, in the United States, despite all the guns we have, right? I mean, we'd have to have tanks and surface-to-air missiles, and I mean, look at just the sheer firepower, right? I mean, starting from where they're at. This is what my Second Amendment advocate friends always remind me, right? You can't, it stuffs the state into rebellion without guns. I think that's, and also the fear you have. I think not just guns, but the fear that not only does the regime have such asymmetrical force, such radical asymmetric force, but they're not knowing in your consciousness that they're not afraid to use it. Sort of, right? They'll kill tens of thousands of their own people in a weekend. By the way, I missed those protests, as you noted yesterday. I guess I just dialed that on social media. I missed the protests on campus. I'm sure they happened up in NYU. I just didn't see it.
Right. Very, very well said. Waleed, I'm glad you're back. I hope your technical issues have been resolved.
I'm so sorry. I am. It's a technical issue.
I knew it. Look, you're brand new to Clubhouse. Some of us who have been here a long time sometimes have technical issues. So don't apologize.
All the time that I promise, I'm with you, gentlemen. Ladies.
Yeah, I know you are. And also, believe me, all the people who are listening are absolutely understanding, because at one time or another, we've all suffered similar issues, so don't worry about it. I want to get back to the point that you were making, and that is, and I was asking Scott that, and I'm sure you know where I'm going with this. They're starting from basically a baseline of zero. There's no Second Amendment there. How do you actually have optimism that there could be some kind of a popular uprising?
Well, input number one is I'm deeply connected to the various elements, not just one major element, various elements. Should it be the older ethnic, territorial, regional uprisings? Of course, everybody mentions the Kurds, but I also have been interacting with the Arabs in the Ahwaz or Khuzestan, with Baluchistan, and that for the last 10 years. It's not only yesterday or the day before. And it seems to me that those components have already prepared themselves for a form of a guerrilla, but they have expected. See, at the end of February, they have expected when the president made those posts asking all Iranians, including the Persian majority, which is the most important, that they need to continue to march. They need to identify their oppressors, which means, in diplomatic language, there will be trials, there will be courts for mass killings and war crimes, so on and so forth. And obviously, the term, help is on the way. All of this was basically convincing the Iranians, millions of them, to take to the streets. They did. 52 or 53,000 people were killed. That's, in sociology, that's the ultimate indicator that the population will rise. There is no way they're gonna coexist with the regime. The problem is that the regime has immediately went to Qatar and to others and told them, let's offer something so huge to the administration. And the administration, obviously, when they decided to negotiate, the president said, okay, we're gonna give them a chance, thinking that it will be resolved in a few weeks. What did the regime do? They went back to the population and crushed the cadre. They have been executing almost 2 or 3 a day or 4 a day since then. So they did a big maneuver, which is to calm down the clash with the United States, obtain that negotiation, which took too long, many months, made some mistakes, because I think the lobby in the United States is telling them, look, everybody wants the deal, Democrats and some Republicans wants the deal, so therefore don't just get the minimum, try to get the maximum. And that explains why our brokers, will come back to the administration and say, well, they are determined, they want to do business with us for $300 billion, that's dizzying. And it took that long to realize that the regime is not in the business. The regime was in the business of pushing us to July, and now, of course, they're working on August to get us weak. Us, meaning the supporters of the president, weak. Before losing the election as they thought. That was their plan. Now, it's critical between now and, I would say, mid-September, what the decision in the Oval Office is going to be. And the president said that we're going to crush their strategic ability to recover. That's what they're trying to do now. And we know a few months ago, the administration was saying we destroyed the Air Force, Navy. I made that statement earlier on, and the winter. They lost the strategic weaponry. What they have are about 475,000 militiamen, the IRGC and the Basij, and some of the Mukhabarat, meaning the intelligence services. That is a continental problem, meaning, yes, we took out all these weaponry systems, and yes, they said, okay, now land here and fight us. So this is how they convince themselves and us that the American public is not ready for a fight on land. And on the other hand, they are disarming, or they are deterring the civilians. It's going to take the president to decide that he's going to send our forces to destroy the remnant of the strategic ability. And meanwhile, as I said, the missing link, which I think is going to happen, but I'm not sure when, what day, what week, we're going to engage with the Iranian opposition and people and have them take to the streets.
Why? And the first question is, why did he? And the second question is, should he have? Why did he take the foot off the gas after giving so much hope to the Iranian?
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I can't even answer the question because I'm not inside the wall. But I have my connections with the administration. I served as an advisor early on, so it doesn't count much now. But from simple analysis, as I have analyzed the Obama-Iran deal, because we have now the information, we don't have the information about the negotiations now. I do trust the president that when he feels that he has been betrayed by the negotiators, with the Iranian or the regime negotiators, he's going to explode, and he is exploding. So whatever the regime now think they have to do to take back the confidence, the confiance of the president, I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. But at the time, follow me, and that's something very logical. On the administration, out of two kinds, those companies and the insurance boats who were trapped in the Gulf, the last clash, they put humongous pressure on the administration, and the president is close to this milieu. He knows them well. Put pressure, saying that we're going to have a serious crash in the economy, and that would translate into a problem, economic problem here, not at 3-4 months from the election. That's number one. But number two, probably more important, is the fact that the same companies, the same financial interests who got engaged in the Obama deal have approached the regime. This is between information and assessment. I would say more assessment than information, but it has merit. Approached the regime and told them, look, we are ready. Because companies have no policies. They don't care if it's Democrat or Republican. And the numbers that we see, we can convince the administration and those close to the administration to present is close to $300 billion. That's twice the size of the $150 billion of the 2015 deal. Now, when you have that force, it's a lobby by itself. It's a lobby by itself, meaning it would present the case that the regime is going to moderate, that we killed, 2/3 of 2 generations of leaders. We have, or the analysts who made that conclusion said, we killed many of their leaders. They are afraid. They are on the run. And that's what mainstream academia and media have been trying to convince us. If you tell them this is a good deal, you'll survive, we'll make money together, then they come. They came. And when they came, they barely signed the MOU. And the MOU did not do much details, but they revealed to us what was behind the MOU. It was $24 billion go straight to the regime. We assume it was $24 billion. They're going to immediately calm down, not go to war because they'll lose that cash. But the most important one was the $300 billion. So imagination what we can do with the $300 billion. Well, we will have time to see how we can convince the regime to accommodate the population. I mean, that's where the theoreticians of that action have thought and were told by academia. But the regime itself has a pressure group on the inside. The IRGC radicals, the Basij radicals, they felt, meaning those negotiators on the Iranian side or on the Republic side, felt the radicalization that took place over the past 46 years. So there is a chunk inside Iran, and that chunk is in the IRGC mostly, that told their negotiators, yes, we will do a deal, but we don't want to appear as we have lost. So the narrative started in Iran by the regime. We're going to sign a deal with the Americans. The Americans have lost. That's why they are offering a deal. And we found out, actually, our intelligence first services, and then the president. The president is very pragmatic. They don't give a deal, we're going to give them hell. And that's what's happening now. But having said that, if we strike the remnants of their forces, and I repeat maybe for the 4th time, the only segment between us and victory is to mobilize the Iranian opposition. And to conclude very quickly here, we may also count on weapons that have been sent by the Artesh, which is the classical army of Iran, smaller in size, but they're still inside the country. And they would close in. They would be equivalent of the French resistance and the Allies meeting mid-distance.
Well, it's interesting with that last comment. Bobby, you mentioned the French resistance and the Allies. The president actually did not put together what one of his predecessors called a coalition of the willing. Was this something unattainable, or was this something that he miscalculated, thinking that we could do it alone with the help of Israel? What's the story about that? Because I've always felt, and I may be wrong in my assessment, that if he had been able to put together a coalition of the willing, this might have had a different outcome by now.
That's the greatest question. Here's a timid answer to that, because we still don't know much about the details of what happened, but one can imagine, one can project it. We know how these things function. We know the lobbying. We just spoke about it. The coalition of the willing this time was more than enough. The sheer power of the United States is huge. And the sheer power of Israel. Israel is a small United States, but on the East Mediterranean coast, and both together, our 2 aviations and navies and missile force have, without putting troops on the ground, been able to destroy what I call the strategic ability of that regime. We were very close. In my own numbering, quantitative analysis, I would say we were at 75 to 80% of the win. To a certain point where some officers of the IRGC have been trying to negotiate through third parties, including Oman, including at the time Qatar, to see how they can, the message actually, the administration saying, okay, if we break away from the regime, if we bring down the regime, they were lying obviously, but they were concerned at the same time. What would we have once that regime will go and we come? And you remember, some of our officials, including the administration, said, well, we're talking to the right people. Right people meaning those officers who sent messages and said they're ready to do it. They were psychologically very close from chaos. Imagine we had the demonstrations not happening in January, but armed demonstrations happening in February or March. It would have been very different. Now, your question is very accurate. Did we have a plan from the beginning? And I agree with you. I think we had a will, but not the plan. How do we know? Because the component of that plan did not tell us that they have been contacted and that they are going, on the ground to organize. Whatever they've done on the ground, especially the Kurds and some of the Persian element, they've done it on their own. But I am quite sure that our agencies informed the administration that if you want it, we can make it happen. And by that time, the negotiators, I call them the brokers, may have been able to bring messages of good news, meaning the regime is ready. Didn't we hear from the president multiple times? We have reached them, they are messaging us, they are ready to sign, they are ready to negotiate, translate this into reality. I mean, he doesn't do the phone calls. Actually, his envoys are doing the phone calls. So the remnant or pieces of the regime told the envoys, tell your president we're ready. And they did it at the time when they felt that their powers are going to go down. They waited till they lost all what they've lost. And then they have been crushing the population. They were really afraid that even after 52,000 people killed, multiply this by 5, imagine how many vendettas, how many, probably about, you would have 200,000 to 300,000 Iranians on the front with their weapons. It doesn't matter if they had missiles. Missiles can win a revolution. AK-47s, individual weapons, especially from when Israel, at the end of that confrontation, started to target the checkpoints, the security checkpoints of the besieged, the lower militia, the lower SS, I call them, and the IRGC are the higher SS, to have losses. And the Israelis sent those birds, the drones, the mini drones, or the drones, every time the security, the Khomeini security would shoot against the population, the demonstration, the mini drones will go down and will eliminate Basij in the middle of Tehran. That was almost the pre-collapse, the pre-chaos. And we kind of saved them by giving them all these chances.
So I'm going to ask this question that will probably reveal my bias, and so I apologize for that a little bit in advance, but it seems to me that the president has been unsuccessful based on the pronouncements and all these quotes, especially from the Republican side, while they are anonymous, but they come from credible journalists who cover the Hill on a daily basis. They're telling, not just the Democrats, but the Republicans are telling those seasoned journalists who they trust that the administration, even though they've been coming up to the Hill and having closed-door sessions, hasn't made a case for the funding of all of the above that you have mentioned. Is that a roadblock?
It's a roadblock, but I have followed the systems of the Islamic regime, since it started. I didn't know with my brother, I was like a kid in Beirut, and so for all these decades, I followed their system, how they do it. They are very strong if the population hasn't made a decision to go against them. All the missiles we have, short of nuclear, obviously, we could send all the bombers that we have. Yes, they will incur more and more and more losses. But like North Vietnam, as long as they have China and Russia and others resupplying, they would continue. If we put troops on the ground, they will collapse. But our public has been so much radicalized against the idea. Okay. But if we arm the population basically, if they start a revolution, our public is not going to say, oh, stop the population because this will affect us. No, then that would be legitimate. So their fear, the extreme phobia that the regime has, is not a super arming of the just clashes inside Tehran and 5 cities. Just clashes in Kurdistan, in Arabstan or Khuzestan or Ahvaz, or in the southeast, in the Baluch. It's enormous. Baluchistan is as large as almost as France or maybe Spain. If other communities start to go in, if dissidents from the Artesh, imagine just 2 regiments, one regiment from the Artesh, which is the regular army, which doesn't like really the militias. If all of these at the same time, and we are bombarding, just imagine the scene, which didn't happen yet. We are in the air, hitting, and every time the RGC is coming close to a neighborhood that would have, let's say, been taken by the guerrilla, then Israelis and Americans from the air will hit them. The revolution, it won't be alone this time. The revolution will be marching with smaller weapons, lighter weapons, but up in the air will have the heaviest weapons ever that could destroy. So we would be doing, I don't like the comparison, but what we've done in Libya, I don't like at all for other reasons. We've done it for the wrong reasons, but nobody could stop the population with AK-47 and then having, B-2s in the air supporting them. That will take them. That's what happened. Afghanistan, yeah, I was about to say in Afghanistan, we were on horses, right? Some of the special forces were on horses, and then of course behind them the Northern Alliance was walking, and the mass of the Taliban and the other forces were withdrawn because we were hitting them from the air. We had our commandos or special forces in the valleys and the cavern, the movies and the books on this, and then the Northern Alliance moving with very old equipment. And then they crumbled, the Taliban. They fled to Tora Bora, so on and so forth. In Iran, something similar but much wider and bigger in size. And I said something in the beginning, I think I'm going to re-emphasize that because I learned about it only a few weeks ago. So it seems that the regular army, the Artesh, in the essence, do not like those 2 militias, but will not move unless they hear one thing. And that's one of the missing links. President Trump, from the Oval Office, addressing the Iranian people, for whatever, connections they could have, that it will get there, and telling them to march. Because they have marched when the president posted 3 little posts in the beginning of the confrontation. They marched. 53,000 people were killed. If he addressed them at the same time giving the orders for our air forces and bring in the Israelis, it has to be united. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu together doing this. You're going to have then in absolute support by moderate Arab countries. So not on this show, the other shows discussing Saudi Arabia, the UAE, the Iranian opposition, the opposition inside Iraq, the Kurds. You will have the mother of coalitions, the feasible coalitions, to march at the same time against the regime. They will crumble, in my view.
Are the Gulf states developing an appetite to do something since they've been under attack?
I couldn't hear you well. Did you say the Gulf states?
Yeah, I know. I set up my audio incorrectly today, and I apologize. And so, even I have problems with the technical aspects of it. I said, are the Gulf states developing an appetite for retaliation now?
They have the appetite. They have the history of aggression, especially Saudi Arabia, even more than the UAE or, and Bahrain. Bahrain, there were attempts coups by the pro-Khomeinis inside Bahrain. Bahrain has a problem with 20% of its population, not just because they are Shia, but because they are penetrated by the Khomeinis and Hezbollah, etc. But let me address Saudi Arabia. It's a big square in this equation. Saudi Arabia was sandwiched between the missiles coming from Iran, the Khomeinis, and the missiles coming from Sana'a, from the Houthis. The Houthis are at 200 kilometers, maybe 100 miles, I don't know, from Mecca, not from Riyadh, from Mecca. And the Saudis have suffered. But let me say one thing about the Saudis, because it's not well known within the American public. there are still struggles within the kingdom. There are still struggles. Remember, the Saudis have organized for President Trump in May 2017 the mother of all conferences where they gathered for him, 52 Arab and Muslim countries. 52 minus Qatar, because Qatar had a different policy. But the bulk of the Arab and Muslim world was there, led by, at the time, the influential MBS, who was Deputy Crown Prince. Now he's Crown Prince, and he is the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia. And I don't know, but soon enough, he will become the King of Saudi Arabia. So they have offered the US, and President Trump took that offer and delivered two things. At least one was the withdrawal from the Iran deal was huge. It hits the regime in Iran, it hits the Europeans, their companies a lot. And second, what is very important, it designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization, redesignating it. Plus, at the end of his first term, he eliminated the head of the Quds Force, Soleimani, which is enormous. We were on the offensive. They were with us. The Saudis even more than the UAE. Now at this stage, because of the 4 years of Biden demobilized the US support to the Saudis and the Gulf. The Saudis were under the pressure by the Biden administration, and they were asked to withdraw from Yemen and to stop the bombing on Yemen. It was a huge setback for them. They were asked also to disengage from their war along with the UAE against the Muslim Brotherhood. So what remained in Saudi Arabia, the faction that follows MBS. MBS is with us. He's with the West. I'm not concerned about anything they do with China or Russia or this little aspirin deal they did with the regime in Iran over the past 2 years. They want to be our allies. And to those who were not certain that Saudi Arabia will come to the Abraham Accord, of course they're going to come. Their ministers told me this when I was foreign policy advisor. We go back to 2016. Sat with them in New York, and they told me we cannot wait. The deputy crown prince, they cannot wait. But problem is, the 4 years of the Biden administration demobilized them. They were concerned because there are remnants of the Muslim Brotherhood in some quarters of Saudi Arabia, and it looks like some of them are. Let me not go too much into the detail, but some of those quarters who operates from some agencies in Saudi Arabia are in connection still with the father, with the king. The king is ailing, but those classical, traditional, Islamist inclined who are against all these reforms are still around. So MBS cannot operate if we have not made a decision to bring down the regime. Because some of them told me over the past 2 months at least, see, we told you. You guys in America, you encourage us to confront the regime in Tehran. And suddenly your brokers come with a draft for a deal with it. We cannot play with our national security like that. So I would say at this point in time, the Saudis, though they have two wings, if we are serious, if we arm the Iranian people, if we mend fences with Israel, do that white confrontation with the regime in the goal of bringing it down, not to bring it to the table of negotiations, Saudi will change. Saudi will be on the offensive. And I am interested, not interested, I'm surprised that the UAE has been engaged militarily. They have been doing most of the operations across the Gulf from the Arab side, because they are the bankers. They have a lot of money which has been deposited by private sector in Iran, and they don't want to lose this ability. They don't want to see the regime coming and take it out that money. And then Dubai is all about stability, so they have more interest than the Saudis as well. So in a summarized way, yes, the Gulf will be marching not behind us, but to our sides if we decide that big overlord campaign, meaning the Normandy, meaning getting all the allies at the same time, coordinating against the regime.
And before I let you go, you've been very generous with your time. I got two things to say. The first one shows my bias, and the second has to do with what you did on Capitol Hill yesterday. I want to give you the opportunity to tell us about that. But you and I are in accord. This is Gary's bias here. You and I are in accord when it comes to the removal of the regime, because that's the only way you can stop these jihadists from terrorizing the Middle East. And as you point out, they're not just terrorizing Israel, they provide a threat. Look at Jordan. There's a huge threat to the Jordan kingdom there by those who would like to overthrow them because they don't see them as being carriers of the Islamic torch in the manner in which they feel the Islamic torch ought to be carried. So I would just add, to me, I'm with the Iranian people. The solution to all this is removal of the regime, and I think the president maybe, hopefully, is starting to understand that after all these failures at the negotiation table.
I agree with you 100%. I knew him, of course, I was his advisor for a period of time, and he's let me put it that way, he's a real estate strategist, not just to sell and buy and, building, but he sees it as a map. He understands maps very well. When I showed him, I'm just going to give a little bit of something that happened when I was advising him the first time in the briefing in New York, before he wins. I brought a lot of maps. I love maps. And I put them, and he said, give me the information on the maps. He can see the balances of power. He can see where the oil is. He can understand, So he will be sensitive if he has, I'm sorry to say it, the right advisors at the right time. But then you have another pressure that comes, Mr. President, we can get the deal. He loves deals, but he knows the ground. And he knows when those deals are lying deals. They're not going to get him what he wants. So having said that, I would say that I imagine the president now, in his conversations with Btexed, with Secretary of State Rubio and others, and still the Israelis, he understands that this regime is not going to give him what he wanted, which is a partnership, business, etc. He knows that they're lying. So now he still hears, with 1 year, he still hears what the negotiators are bringing, but the way he's giving those orders to destroy the regime, to do that, indicates that he's tilting towards engaging fully. I hope his advisors, I wish I can be an advisor now, I hope his advisors are presenting to him logical ways and very quick ways to mobilize the population, the people of Iran, and to close in with our military.
Well, I held you much longer than I promised to, so again, I want to thank you for your time. But before you go, please tell folks, because it didn't get the kind of coverage it deserved, yesterday's launch of the International Freedom Coalition on Capitol Hill and what that has to do with our fight that everybody here agrees is necessary against global jihadism.
Let me begin with the conclusion. Thank you for giving me this window to speak about an enormously important event. I was there, obviously, but historically speaking, this was the launch of the largest, widest coalition of NGOs, popular groups, political resistance in many, many countries in North Africa, the Middle East, South Asia, and elsewhere, who have formed resistances against the jihadists. All kind of jihadists, Taliban, Hezbollah, Hamas, etc. It's the first time that globally, what they call globalized intifada in New York, right? They mean globalized the jihadist intifada. There is a response by civil societies. This is unique. Obviously, they have Israelis, you have Lebanese, you have Druze, Alawites, Kurds, Yazidis, and then you move to Sudan, Christians and others in Nigeria, all the way. There are dozens and dozens of movements. This has been a very patient, strategic work we were part of for the last many, many years. It just accumulated recently, and a meeting was called upon by Charles Jacobs, also a veteran of human rights from Boston. He started 25 years ago by going to Sudan and buy the freedom of black Sudanese, Southern Sudanese from their capture. It's a whole wonderful project that is now underway, and they have formed a confederation of all what they call the victims of jihadism. It has never happened before. It happened at a smaller scale. So like the Muslim Brotherhood or the jihadists have an international network, like the communists before they had the Comintern, the organization of all the communist parties around the world. There is now a confederation of NGOs, of political fronts, of almost all those who are resisting any form of jihadi oppression around the world, from guess where? From northern India to Afghanistan. Give you a quick example. Afghanistan, they are the remnants of the special forces of the Afghani army, which was trained by us. We're not going to let any piece of our resistance movements around the world, civil society first, but even guerrilla if needed, be forgotten, be marginalized. So they're all coming, and actually they came yesterday, including obviously another dimension, which is those who have been victimized by the jihadists in Europe. So in Europe, civil society, how many community groups have been or not even trying to stop expressing their views and have been, under violence by jihadists already in Europe and, of course, in the United States. That big ensemble was declared yesterday. It received enormous support from the communities from the Atlantic Ocean to China coming together, and there will be a large number of plans and projects with the U.S. government, with the U.S. Congress, duplicating and connecting with couple caucuses, and as well as the European Parliament. So I hope we're going to have a lot of information to be shared with you, ladies and gentlemen, through this caucus as well, through your group.
So, I apologize for coughing. I didn't realize my microphone was open. It's a broadcasting 101 no-no, and so you could mark that down as the second technical faux pas on my part today. But the interview was fantastic. Folks, the main chat linked above on Facebook Messenger, I put a link there just now to the International Freedom Coalition website, which I encourage you all to go to right now and peruse. Bonnie Ferris, so thankful that you were able to overcome the technical hurdles that Clubhouse presented you and persevered. And this was a terrific presentation, and you're welcome here anytime that you have something to say. Just tap me on the social media shoulder, and I'll set it up.
Thank you, Waleed. Thank you so much. Thank you for the clarity and your commitment to tell the story to all of us.
Thank you so much for having me as a guest, and I'll be happy to come back.
We will be happy to hear from you anytime. Thank you, Waleed. So, folks, you heard it from the horse's mouth, somebody who actually knows what he's talking about, unlike me, who pretends to know what he's talking about.
True, Gary. Come on.
But I was happy to know that he affirmed a lot of my observations. It's always good to hear that from somebody who we can trust as a source. So with that, it's your turn to speak, ladies and gentlemen. So we will start with Scott, followed by Marshall.
Yeah, can you come back to me?
Absolutely. Marshall, followed by Ed.
It was quite interesting. I think I found the machinations of the administration probably the most interesting part of that. He at least seemed to have an idea of what Trump was thinking. That's more than I have, so that's nice.
Yeah, I kind of like the anecdotal aspects of his presentation where he kind of pulled the curtain back a little bit so we could see what goes on in the Oval Office and the mind of the president. I had not heard other than from our Iranian friends who join us on a regular basis, including Alan, that this popular uprising is something that is seriously being considered. He laid out a blueprint. I don't know how accurate it is, but he's obviously closer to this because he lives and breathes it. Wouldn't that be something if there were to be a popular uprising? I think he intimated that if there was a popular uprising, it would force the hands of Congress. He didn't say that, but I think it would force the hands of Congress to fund whatever the United States feels needs funding, Marshall, whatever the president does.
Yeah, I imagine so, yes. If it turns out that way. I'm worried that it's Ahmed Chalabi all over again. Ahmed Chalabi persuaded us that Northern Iraq was good, the Kurds would come out, and we ended up betraying the Kurds. And so I hope what we have heard, it really does demonstrate the thought in the Oval Office. That would be very nice to hear.
You know, he says he wishes he was an advisor now and to the president. And I would say the president needs an advisor such as to properly articulate to Congress and to the public the vision, because he agreed with my preparation that this administration has not been particularly clear in articulating that, and that's what causes the pushback, I think, a lot of it that we see. One of the other things that he talked about, and I was unaware of this, and I thought I was pretty well looped in. Maybe Abby knows about this, and let me go ahead.
Okay, I'm by the way after Abby. I'm good.
Okay, sure. Abby, you missed it, but he said that in the initial prosecution of this war, the Israelis were using medium-sized drones. Every time the Revolutionary Guard or the militias set up checkpoints, they got attacked by the Israelis. Every time they turned their weaponry on the populace, killing, as we now know, more than 50,000 people, the Israelis were there pushing back at the oppressors of the Iranian people. Now, maybe the people in Iran recognize that, and maybe you are looped in to a greater degree than I am, or most of us are, with regard to this, but to me, this was news.
I didn't hear a lot of it, but I do know that the Israelis had a drone factory in Iran, that they were actually manufacturing drones there for their use. So it could have been part of that whole operation. I don't know. I definitely would like to find out. I'm gonna yield to the next person because I didn't hear a lot of what he was saying, but that one would be interesting to discover if that's where those drones came from.
Thank you, Abby. We'll go to Scott, followed by El Normal.
Yeah, great. I hope he comes back. I mean, it's interesting to have an expert like that. I give him thumbs up. He was fantastic. Very optimistic about the United States coming on board, I thought. I was just looking up, the most optimistic polls are that 60% of the countries against the war. It was as high as about 70, depending on the polling sources. So, I mean, to say that if we saw an uprising, I mean, again, I think what you were saying is and, I was repeating you, the unlikelihood of the uprising with no guns. I mean, that's just, it's just difficult, right? I mean, it's just, when you have not just a heavily armed regime, but one that people know not shy about using them, not shy about killing tens of thousands of their own people in a weekend. I mean, that's just a weekend at the office for these people. And again, as we noted before, I was thrilled to see all the protests at places like NYU when that stuff happened. It was wonderful. Students are very conscious of global injustice these days. But I think that's it was interesting. I thought also you contextualized Trump very well. The map stuff, right? I think you want to get to Trump show real estate, and that was a very interesting insight, right? That how different presidents think, and just how personality shapes people, right? Like, how the Latino rivals people versus the real estate people versus, it doesn't matter the temperament of the person in the office, not just the information they're getting, but just, the way they see the world world, emotionally, psychologically. That was really interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is. I appreciate his optimism, right? I don't know that I share it. I don't know that I don't know that where we go from here. And again, this is not to diminish a significant weakening of the conventional forces of the Iranians, right? I mean, I think we could continue probably to do that, right? I think if Congress will fund it, which again, that's another question that we have to consider as we assess where the conflict's going. But if Congress would fund it, I think we could pummel them. But as we thought before, will that bring them to their knees and doesn't get us closer to the nuclear dust? I call it the nuclear decade. Doesn't get us. I don't know that it gets us closer to that. I don't know what the end game is here. I don't know what a victory would look like. I'm not saying there isn't one. I'm just saying I don't know what it is, right? What is it? Is it? We talked about. Is it regime change? Is it simply détente? I mean, is it after we've called them, getting to a point where this regime is demoralized enough that it will deal, that it will be less of a pariah? I don't know. And these are open kinds of questions. I mean, I think the president certainly seems to believe that that's what's on the other side of the game for him, of the actions they're taking right now for him, right? That they're going to buckle and then they'll be willing to deal. And I mean, that would be great if we get a favorable deal. I mean, it's been costly. It's been costly, and I think, as we've said before, ad nauseam in this room, I think that the American people, I mean, the rallying around. This is post-Afghanistan, post-Iraq too. Post-Iraq 1, I think, sure. I think the American people would have been in a much different place. That's not to say that you can't bring people along, maybe, but that's certainly not Trump's skill, right? I mean, of all the skills and personality quirks and strengths and weaknesses he has, this is not in his wheelhouse, right? Bringing people along, especially the unconvinced, the middle. The possibly persuadable. That's not who Trump is, right? Trump is a go to the base, rally the base. He's not somebody that's a consensus builder. So yeah, I don't know, guys. Those are my great thoughts. Great guests. Love it when you have guests. Keep them coming, my friend.
Thank you for that, Scott. When I'll go to our normal, followed by Emmy.
Hi there. I will keep it uncharacteristically brief. This was a coup, Gary, for you and for us, and for Mr. Fares, Mr. Waleed June, which is a term of affection in Farsi. What an encouraging presentation. What a great perspective. I'm delighted to hear his inside view of the solidity of our coalition, including the United States and the Gulf nations and Israel, against jihad and against the Islamic Revolutionary Genocide Corps. The Persian people are a noble and brilliant and millennia-old people with wonderful art, wonderful cinema, wonderful food, wonderful culture, wonderful music and theater that are under the heel of this oppressive, bizarre, suicidal, apocalyptic regime. They're not even indigenously from Persia, these crazy people. And they need to go, and the Persian people need to be free, as do all the Iranian people, including the Baluchi people, and the Yazidi people, and the Baha'i people, and everybody else they've been oppressing. And the people of the region need to be free. Lebanon, Hezbollah, armed and funded and trained by this horrible regime. And Syria, they're already out of. Yemen, they need to leave. Iraq, they need United States, they need to leave alone. Europe, they need to leave alone. These crazy people need to go. This IRGC. And Gary, thank you for bringing this note of encouragement as we head into Shabbat. And thank you to Mr. Waleed June, who took his time to share this with us. And please, many more, Gary, and let's join that coalition for freedom against this horrendous attempt at worldwide jihad. Finally, some encouragement after the betrayal of my party, Gary, the Democratic Party, and the horrible mistakes made by both, unfortunately, Barack Obama, for whom I voted, and Biden, for whom I also voted. How they can be so wrong-headed and so treacherous, I do not know. But let's turn it around. I'm surprised to hear how highly he spoke of President Trump, but then I am delighted to hear it. And I'm wishing us all success in this struggle against oppression. Thanks again, Gary.
Thank you for those kind words, George. What's tempered, he did point out diplomatically that this is not the art of the deal, buying and selling an apartment building or a hotel in New York City. You're dealing with a different type of mindset, and the president, the president went in and said, look, we can all win from this. And it sounds great. Anybody else would have grabbed it. It's actually a lifeline to them. But that's not how they think. And he's now starting, the president, as Waleed told us, is now starting to understand that. And I think most importantly, when he characterized it, he basically said, not in these words, the president's getting pissed. And I think we all know what happens when the president gets pissed. And I don't think it's a pretty outcome for the people he's angry at. So let's see where this all goes. I will note that one of the things that Waleed Ferris points out is that this is not just about Iran. It's not just about Israel, as many people are trying to frame this. This is not even just about the region. This is about jihadism globally. It's a global network. And now we have formed, and I think he's at the helm of this, the International Freedom Coalition. There are representatives of jihadism, including militant Christians, Yazidis, Kurds, Americans, Europeans, and other groups from across the world. This is valuable if for no reason that they may be powerful enough to take this message and re-educate people who have been led astray by propagandizing as to what we are dealing with. When, I remember during a symposium at the United Nations, and the lady's name immediately went right. Is the beautiful African woman. She was an international model who was forced into child jubilee. And describe what it's like. I mean, this fundamentalist Islamic torture of people. I got sick to my stomach and it brought tears to my eyes. That so many women are going through all of it. This is the real genocide that's going on in the world. And the lies are repeated, and we isn't going to pick up a gun. I'm not going to pick up a gun to stop the jihadists. Our voices, all of us, whether people we associate with are oppressed, or more importantly, even if they are not, our people are being oppressed. Our voices are so important in this fight against global jihadism, because that's what it is. And I pray that this group is successful in getting that message out. And we're not talking about unintelligent people. They're not dumbheads. Some of the people who I've written about are lovely, lovely individuals. You would think that some of the words coming out of their mouths shows that they are full of hatred. No, it's actually, for many people, their misguided commentary is motivated by concern because they don't know any better. And in our liberal society, and I don't mean politically liberal, our liberal society, we hesitate to call things out for what they are. Maybe for fear of not being fair to groups of people. Well, here's a counter argument to that. The people these human rights violations in the name of their jihadist agendas. Who are they being fair to? They do not deserve our empathy. The people who suffer because of them deserve our empathy. If we as a society can redirect our attention a little bit to understanding what I just said, and I challenge anybody to show where I'm wrong about what I'm saying, I'll gladly accept the critique and acknowledge if I'm wrong, but I think everybody here knows I'm right. So, God bless him and his program, and that's all I got to say. Thank you, Norm. Amir, followed by Dave.
Hey, Gary. I think you've got an intermittent connection problem on your mic, by the way. I could sort of interpolate between what you're saying, but you're breaking up.
I know. I screwed up. I apologize. I'm going to fix it while you're talking. Go talk for a couple seconds, and I will come back, and you'll be able to hear me. And some people are going to say, darn, Amir, we were doing so well not having to listen again.
Correct. Well, great guest. Thanks for inviting Walid. That was very, very informative. That was very good. Just got a couple of points to make before I have a little criticism to what Walid was outlining as a model or a strategy. First point about what he said, it was actually the Basijis that were hit by Israel during that the first week or so, that window that I think was the second week actually. The issue was that it was not coordinated basically. And what I mean is that Trump at that time had actually asked people to stay at home. Now, had that been done during January uprising, then the whole thing would have been very different. So the timing was not coordinated. When the Basijis were hit on the corners of the streets, the people were actually asked to stay at home. So that was the flaw there. The second point that I like to make was just something that Abby said about the drone factories in Iran. She's absolutely right. They were drone factories that were set up by Israel apparently. And during that, I think it was a week or two that these were flown, and they were launched actually from the back of trucks within Iran, which had taken everybody with the officials by massive surprise, because they couldn't detect them coming inside from external borders. So this was kind of similar thing to the sort of what was it called, the pagers scenario exploding in amongst Hezbollah members. It was a similar sort of technique which had been worked on for years and years and years, and then it was actioned again. It was actioned at a time that it wasn't coordinated with other things. So, and I come to my main points regarding Walid June, as El called him. Now, what was missing, I think, in his model and in the strategy he outlined was the lack of solidarity, especially amongst Iranian diaspora. I mean, we have several sort of parties which are monarchists and constitutional monarchists and royalties and so on, as well as a couple of dozens of Republican sort of parties which do not believe in monarchy. And we have also national parties and, the lefties and the Mujahideen and so on. And there is no effort at all to sort of coordinate or form some kind of solidarity amongst the diaspora outside Iran. And this is kind of reflected inside as well. So, if you manage to do a kind of create a solidarity outside Iran, then that will reflect inside as well. And that's very, very important. In fact, you cannot really recall a modern revolution that has been successful without having a solidarity, a solid solidarity amongst the diaspora. Think about the Islamic Revolution itself. When Khomeini came to Paris, just about every single party left, extreme left. These guys were, the Fadais, for example, Fadaiyan Khalq, they were the Mujahideen Khalq, what they call Benli Mazhabi. They were people who were Islamic, but they were nationalists. They were people who were 100% Islamic. All of these guys, they basically put their allegiance with Khomeini, completely aligned themselves with Khomeini, and the technocrats were the spokesperson, the spokespeople for him. That is why we actually had the Guadeloupe in January 1979 amongst the French, the Germans, the British and the Americans. That is the time that they decided to back Khomeini. And why? Because they could see the revolution is getting out of the hands of Shah, and this is the potential of the countries to go to the Russians, the Soviet Union at the time. So they thought, let's back him. Now, if the solidarity had not been there, they would not have done that. Now, that's very, very important. And this is an important lesson for Reza Pahlavi, who is claiming to be the leader for the opposition during the transition period. Now, if there is no solidarity, Trump is not going to back you. And that's a very important message. And I think that is why Trump basically looked for someone within Iran to replace the current regime, rather than sort of put his chips on external, because there is no solidarity behind it. And if you look at other revolutions, more contemporary ones than the Islamic Revolution, you would see the same thing. I mean, we had the solidarity movement, the typical one in Poland, and in there, what you had the Communist Party, the Left Węzeł, who was the leader of the workers, which produced, this was a communist people which didn't even believe in God. They were in solidarity with the church, and Church of Poland is more Catholic than the Rome. So you can see, and everybody in the middle basically gathered together and gathered behind Lech Wałęsa, and that's how they managed to win that revolution. Similar sort of thing in Serbia, the Otpor movement. I remember that well because I used to be a student at the time, and they had their slogans all over the university. Enough, we want to live now. I think that was one of the main slogans that they had. And in Poland, they had the slogan that there is no freedom without solidarity. At the time of Islamic Revolution, we had the slogan, the Shah must go. Very simple slogan. And this is the sort of thing that you need to gather people around. And that's very, very important in a successful revolution. You need to have the right slogan, you need to have a solidarity and a leader and a movement, and that's how you can succeed. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Amir. I was referring to Waris Deary. She was a Bond girl, actually, but more importantly, she was an ambassador at the United Nations against female genital mutilation for a number of years, and that's when I met her. And she really touched me with her story. I put 2 links. One is CNN report about her story. The other, the Wikipedia write-up on her in the chat, which is linked above. Thank you, Amir. We'll go to Dave, followed by Murad.
He lists who are the jihadists. It's like Hamas, ISIS, Houthis, and Hezbollah. And then he also talked about the new formation of anti-jihadists. And they are from different parts of Middle East, Europe, North America, right? So if you look at the world map right now, if we exclude the war going on between Ukraine and Russia, much of the trouble in the world right now are caused by jihadists, right? And both in Nigeria, in North, in Middle East, but and the question is, this jihadist is anti-West, anti-American, anti-Jews, anti-Zionist, right? So once we get rid of them, we get rid the root of the problem, and we will have world peace. And the way how these jihadists work is, when they look at the map, they infiltrate the left, right? Many left are infiltrated by this. And we see this in what the Walid said, right? And also what El Norma said, right? He was, El Norma regretted that he voted for Obama, voted for Biden, and he said treacherous, right? So this is why we see when Trump come back second term, he fired a lot of people. And potentially these are infiltrated by the ideology of jihadists. And so basically, once we are clear that jihadist is the root of anti-world peace, and now we are anti-jihadist, we are talking about the beginning of the end of anti-world peace. So we have to help the left to wake up from all the indoctrination, infiltration by jihadists. And by doing so, we will end up an important step to, lasting world peace. And the Ukraine and Russian war will just a matter of time. But the root of all problem right now in the world, anti-Jews, anti-Zionists, all these are the root of jihadists. And they infiltrated the left.
Hello.
You have to wait your turn, Miriam. Thank you, Dave. We'll go to Murad, followed by Nasser.
Thank you, Gary. Gary, unfortunately, I lost the previous speech of Mr. Boris, but I tried to speak to the point about the strategy. Gary, my heart is deeply saddened by 50,000 Iranians slaughtered by the Iranian regime in the past. And in the past few days, this has been renewed. The 4 young American soldiers killed in Jordan by the brutal Iranian regime brought tears to my eyes, especially the innocent eyes of Isabella Gonzalez. But yesterday we had two beautiful twin sisters in Iran, 20 years old, who were executed by this regime in Isfahan. But this is about the strategy. My opinion, the further we go, the more deranged the Iranian regime's strategy will become. A regime with a sick ideology that instills in its people that I am the successor to the promised savior, and perhaps in the rightful place where I am sitting, the promised savior will appear this Friday to help you and me. So I see no obstacle to bomb Doha, Dubai, Kuwait, Manama, Riyadh. Even if the US military soldiers enter Bandar Abbas, I will shell the citizens of Bandar Abbas and American soldiers together with a clear conscience. In contrast, President Trump recently confirmed my claim in his words. We have not yet shown the Iranian regime anything. We have not shown the Iranian regime anything. Let us not forget that the United States even has technologies that it has stored for the next 50 years to unveil. This is a step-by-step war by the United States. The Abraham Lincoln is grinning on the deck and lower decks on the IRGC's speedboats. Just Musk team is capable of disabling the entire IRGC's communication equipment. What is Trump's strategies that tolerates this regime animalistic nature to such an extent? I think that this war will continue for various reasons in the next 18 months until America being a state of severe war, and ultimately with a glorious victory. On severe war status, the U.S. Supreme Court is convinced to keep Donald Trump in power and postpone the presidential election due to war conditions. But now let us all get past the Democrats and maintain our unity for the victory of freedom over terrorism. That's what I wanted to tell the gallery. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, you had me until you talked about the possibility of suspending the elections because we didn't suspend elections during previous wars. There's no way we're going to be, I hope, is suspending elections this time.
We're not going to suspend elections. We held elections during the midst of the revolution, during the midst of the Civil War. We will hold elections, come rain or hot water.
But I want to ask also, Murad, have you heard that the Rahimi girls actually have been executed? Because the latest I heard is that they were tried in a kangaroo court, I think as recently as yesterday. But they and the 14 other people who were also tried, there were fears that they would be executed, but I have not been able to find anything that shows that they have thus far. Do you have information that I have not been able to find?
I saw on Instagram yesterday the news of execution of those twin sisters.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to hold off until we know for sure. Maybe it happened. I hope not. I will read you this paragraph so that people know to whom we are referring from Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. And again, if I cough, I apologize. I don't know where this cough came from. Anyway, here's what they write. 16 people are facing charges connected to protests in the Iranian city of Isfahan in January, during which a colonel in Iran's Revolutionary Guard was killed. Rights defenders are raising concerns about the legitimacy of the case, including the charges against two young twin sisters, 20-year-old Tarena and Romina Rahimi. Sources in Iran told RFE RL's Radio Farda, I
I think that's a Farsi broadcasting entity from Radio Free Europe, that authorities use torture to extract confessions from the defendants, and there are concerns that they might face. Maybe they have already, and the word has not made it to the media as of yet. Let's pray that they have not. Horrible. Thank you, Murad. The real genocide is against their own people in Iran. More people killed in a 2-month period than 2 years in Gaza. Think about that. And who's being called a war criminal? Nasser, followed by Miriam. Nasser.
Are you talking?
Sorry, my microphone was not opening.
That's okay. I think a lot of people are suffering little technical glitches today. It's okay.
Yes, thanks, Gary, for the time and letting me to speak on this stage. And hello, everyone in the room. For the first and foremost sentence that I'm gonna refer to as the President Trump's recent words about people who are asking the foreigners or the foreign countries to bomb their own country. He says, I hate people who want their own country bombed. They're such stupid and idiot people. So unfortunately, we are dealing with those type of Farsi-speaking so-called Iranians who unfortunately there are my country's people, and they come to your stage and they justify the war against their own country and their own people. Shame on them.
What are you talking about? No, sir. What are you talking about?
Oh, Miriam, you gotta wait your turn.
I'm also from Iran.
I know you are, and I want to hear what you have to say. But I will now, because this is our protocol, ask the same question. Nasser, what the hell are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about people who are justifying strikes and attacks to
Mariam.
Yeah.
Let me handle it, okay? Please? I'm the moderator, not you.
Gary,
Nasser, go ahead.
I don't even want to talk to these kind of people.
Well, either you're gonna explain yourself, which I'm giving you the floor. Mariam,
I don't want to talk to traitors.
Nasser,
These people are traitors to their own homeland.
Do the Iranian people who come here feel like they have to take over the moderation of the room, no matter their position? Do you want to take over? Do you want me to give you a hat? Nasser, do you want to run the room?
No, I don't.
Okay. Mariam, do you want to run the room?
No, not sir.
Okay. Wait your turn. Please. I don't think it's asking a lot. Nasser, please try to explain what you're saying, because I am as confused by your position as is Miriam, although I may not yet be as disgusted as her, but I'll give you the opportunity to bring me to that point. Go.
Yes, please don't let the people interrupt my words.
I'm not letting them interrupt your words. I'm asking you for your words.
Okay, please. Because when someone interrupts me, all those...
I don't want you to talk about how the room is run. I want to hear your point. Get to the point, please.
Okay, my point is, first of all, as an Iranian, and most of the Iranian people inside Iran, we haven't given any power of attorney to U.S. and the Israeli government, IDF and U.S.
You give
Army.
power to the regime that's killing people by the
now you are interrupting me.
I am moderating now, sir.
I know, but...
Okay, so as the moderator, as the person running the room, I'm having a dialogue with you.
Okay.
Did the people of Iran authorize the Islamic Republic of Iran's mullahs and the Revolutionary Guard and the besiege to kill over 50,000 people in 2 months?
First of all, the number 50,000 people is a big propaganda that.
Okay, thank you. Mariam, followed by Soren.
Sir, you're lying like a bitch.
You could see. Did I handle it okay, Mariam?
Yes, you did.
Okay, go ahead with your report now.
No, I don't want to, because he's so fucking.
Everybody who heard him knows that was bullshit propaganda coming out of his mouth. Everybody knows that.
Bullshit idea.
Right. But go ahead with your point that you initially wanted.
He just doesn't recognize that people were died. People that I know were died. And he's just saying, no, these were like people that we don't know who they were.
Right, but you didn't come up to the stage to talk about him.
I'm talking about the realization that I have seen with my own eyes. Are you serious? What's your point?
What's your point, please, Miriam? When you first came up to the stage, this was not in your mind. Please tell us what was in your mind. I'm anxious to hear what you have to say.
My point is that for the decades, this Islamic regime has ruined our life forever and ever. Like from the beginning, when I was like a little kid, they ruined our life. They just implanted something in our mind that it's not true. Like this to America, this to Israel, this to whatever. And this man is actually the same people that I am very scared of, because they are saying the same thing right now in front of my eyes. Even after 47 years, they are saying the same things. And it's not okay. You should not allow them to talk at all, because they are fanatics.
Right, but Miriam, people have to reveal themselves to me. And as you saw, the minute the nonsense came out of his mouth, he was shut down. So you trust me. I'm not going to allow for that kind of propagandizing here. Not on this, not here. Maybe on other rooms on Clubhouse, or if he wants to in his own room on Clubhouse, he can do that.
I don't know him. I'm telling you, I know his mindset. This is the people that say this to America.
Okay, did you listen? I'm going to try one last time.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, did you listen? No. Wait, Graham, I'm going to ask you a specific question, if you don't mind, please. Did you listen? Did you hear and listen to Waleed Ferris, and what did you think about what he?
He's saying bullshit.
Waleed Ferris said bullshit too? How so?
All bullshit.
What did he say that was bullshit? One thing.
I actually don't want to comment on that.
All right. If you're gonna accuse somebody of saying bullshit on the stage, and then I ask you what it is that you object to, I think you're obligated, since you made the accusation, to explain what upset you about what he said. Because if he misled us in any way, and you have knowledge that he did, then we would appreciate it if you had taken the opportunity when presented to set the record straight, but you just lost that opportunity. And hey, this is a group who listened to him, so this is a group who you should want to hear your voice, and I don't know why you did not take advantage of that. But I will move on to Soren, followed by Philip.
Look, I'd like to start. Sorry to interrupt. Just 1 second. Gary, I think you misunderstood. She was actually talking about the previous speaker.
She was not listening carefully to me then, Amir. Soren, it's your turn.
Look, I'd like to start with sending the condolences to the families of innocent schoolgirls just recently.
I know, I feel the same way. Thank you for expressing your condolences. Philip, followed by him.
Hi, thank you so much, Gary. I really appreciate the way that you give all sides, an opportunity to speak and try and understand what the truth is, and the truth is not easy to find, of course. I am concerned though because I've heard several speakers in the room, including yourself, say that 52 or 53,000 people were executed by the Iranian regime. And I'm just wondering if you actually have fact-checked that, because it's not a completely verified true statement. According to the Iranian regime, around 3,000 people have been executed.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on, Philip. Are you going to go by the numbers that the perpetrators give?
No, of course not. I'm just saying they say.
So
They say around 3,000, and they say 53,000 people have been detained. But I mean,
no. If you read Time Magazine, if you read Iran International, if you read the reporting of various different news organizations, if you read the independent verifications from a number of human rights activists, of course their numbers are going to be higher than the official regime figures. You are absolutely correct in saying the regime, the people who actually pulled the trigger, claimed that they had killed over 3,100 people because they were rioters and foreigners who interfered in the internal workings of Iran. Now, you can perhaps counterbalance the 50,000 figure with the Iranian figure. I would say probably the truth is somewhere in between the two, and I would give more credence to the outside observers who are trying, and of course it's going to be unverified. Who's your source? You want to verify how many people are dead? Normally you go to the government. When a plane crashes, you go to the cops and you say, how many people died in the plane crash? That's verifiable. But when it's the government killing the people, you have a closed society, of course the numbers are unverifiable. But it's on the low end, they're saying 30,000 to 36,000 people in a 2-day period only. January 8th through the 9th were killed.
I appreciate you sort of clarifying and justifying, that's...
I'm not justifying, I'm just saying that what credibility is there in what the Iranian government tells us about the number of people who were killed? How can you go there?
I want to see you as a kind of a credible source, and not saying simply as a fact that 53,000 people.
Okay, I will put it this way. Credible news organizations have quoted higher numbers on the number of people who were killed. The more moderate number that is being used by Time Magazine and Iran International is that 30,000 to 36,500 people were killed in a 2-day period, and this was verified. That's all the numbers that they could verify in spite of an internet blackout. So if you want to argue, no, it wasn't 36,000, it was 35,000, or it was 30,000, or it was 20,000. I'm going to quote Hillary Clinton. What difference does it make? They still perpetuated a genocide on their people. If in your country, your government killed, quote unquote, only 3,100 people who were protesting over a 2-day period, would you say, it's only 3,200?
No, of course not.
Okay, so why do you even bring it up?
Because I don't like the misinformation in this room.
Well, it's not misinformation. It
is if you state as a fact that 53 or allow people to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to rewind, and I would ask, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to disregard when I said 50 to 52,000 people were killed. And I would like you to readjust your thinking to believe that what I said, the proper wordage that I should have used, and Philip is exactly right, 50,000 people were reportedly killed. That is accurate.
And then my last point is just you can't fight fire with fire, and violence begets violence. So give peace a chance.
Okay, that's good. When the guy is pointing a gun at me, and he's gonna kill me, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sing, all we are saying is give peace a chance. Amir.
Phillips.
Remember how they clapped during that song? I'm still clapping because I can't remember the rest of the words.
Yes, you did very well. I think Philip's comment, if we were to follow his line, I think the world would be ruled by the Hitlers of our time. It's very simple, but you cannot just have peaceful without when a person against you is about to kill you. Anyway, that's that point. So that's just a romantic nonsense. If you don't be saying, Philip. So my point, 2 points about the speaker Nasser that came here. I just wanted to mention. I have come across people like Nasser quite a lot. They fall into 2 categories. The first category is the NIAC. It's a very famous National Iranian American Council. They are funded by the IRF. I'm not suggesting that Nasser is, by the way. I mean, you can give me thumbs down all day, Nasser, but that's a fact. NIAC is funded by the Islamic Republic, and they are lobbyists at the Congress, and they're very well placed people. I mean, these guys work at top companies, top multinationals in America as well. So they have a lot of influence. So beware of NIAC, National Iranian American Council. That's the first category. The second category are basically the people, Iranian people on the left, who are prepared to sacrifice the country and the people for their fight against imperialism. And they see America as the arch enemy. They're the same people who supported Saddam against America, the same people who supported Gaddafi. And anyone who rises against capitalism and imperialism, these guys come into the arena. And he cannot fall out of one of those 2 groups. It's either that or he's directly being funded by Islamic Republic. I reject both of those, except the fact that he is very much on the left, and he is prepared to sacrifice Iran and the Iranian people for his ideology, which is dead against capitalism and imperialism. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Amir. Mariam, I brought you back up to give you a second opportunity. Please speak to what I asked you about what Waleed brought to the table today. Waleed, the guest.
Sir, I have not been listening for the past half an hour. So
Okay.
So let me listen a little bit so I know what are you talking about at the moment. Okay.
It's the end of the show for the week, but we're on this.
Is that okay for you?
We're on that's okay, but it's the end of the show for the week. But this is the kind of thing that we talk about every day almost here in the Critical Thinking Forum. So I invite you to come back. Folks, we are here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time on Monday, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everyone be well, and as John Leno and Yoko Ono would tell us, peace out.
That's what's up. Awesome. I don't know who Fahim is. Well, you want to come up or you just...
Okay, so first of all, know the definition of what aboutism. Aboutism was if I'm bringing something to avoid your criticism, and I'm answering to your criticism.
You showed me a video of random kids who had just, every single kid's homeless in Gaza.
Now we're talking about the Palestinians as far as I know.
Gaza? You took some kids in Gaza which are irrelevant.
It's maybe irrelevant to this specific case.
Then don't bring it up.
It's not irrelevant to education. It's not irrelevant to the education.
We're not talking about education now. We're talking about, forget the education part. You took kids that you're responsible for their safety. You took them into territory that they're not allowed in.
Okay.
And now, listen, it's not just that you endangered kids. It's not just that you're teaching kids to hate and kill. It's not just that. It's beyond that now. What they've done is they've taken kids to help them launch, to do a provocative event that is about to launch another front war.
I don't
The Palestinians are going to take this sitting down.
I don't think it was a provocative event. That's what you say. That's what your lefty mind tell you to say.
Adi, you don't know what's happening tonight? There's 15 villages on fire right now. Okay.
That's nothing to do with the kids coming. And now
yes, it's Nakama. You didn't see the WhatsApp group. You're not on it.
No.
I get the invite to go burn down villages tonight.
Nothing to do with the kids coming there. As in,
Could you guys speak, please? Could we just move on? Is that possible?
She's insisting talking about it. I didn't talk about it.
Adi, I'm just
You are guest in her room. You can leave, my friend.
No,
Adi, if she's talking to me, I will answer. Thank you.
Adi, I think you need to get
around.
Tan, I don't care.
Tell me what I can or not.
Tan, we're having a conversation here, okay? We're in the middle of a conversation. I think Adi really likes when people give agency to people who start attacks that end up spurring wars and lots of people die. So now we took a bunch of kids to do a provocative act in a territory where they did not belong, with no coordination from the army or permission, right? And they did that, they went rogue with children to provoke World War III. And now everyone there's in danger, including you. You are sacrificing your own. You give these parents zero agency for what they've done.
I don't even know how to
react. You have no idea what they've done here. I have no idea what they've done. Adi, shit is gonna come to your door. Adi, the shit you just got on the phone. Adi,
hiking in Judea and Samaria, provoking World War II. What the fuck are you talking about?
Adi, even you said there's a sign you don't cross. They crossed the sign on purpose.
I didn't say they should go there. Listen to what I say for God's sake. If you have a brain, use it and listen and analyze what I think. If you have one. And they should not go there. I never say they should. However, they did not go there in order to provoke somebody in his private land. First of all, I don't even know if it's a private land. It's something you said, and I didn't see any proof for that. Second, yeah, they were hiking, and maybe not in an area they should, but it's not act of provocation. It's act of hiking. They came there to trouble.
Adi, you don't think adults that are responsible for them not going to Area A? So
I think yes.
So they don't get into conflicts with the residents?
I think yes.
Okay. So Adi, here's the thing. Here's why it's not in your interest to frame this as a terrorist attack against Jews. Because what the result is going to be, Gaza used to be a problem for you, not anymore. West Bank, not so much, right? You have less problems with the West Bank.
Many to the West Bank.
Okay. Now, you've basically given them perfectly justification to defend themselves, to take up arms, because what you've unleashed now is a series of just like widespread pogroms across the place. And so because of these children, these innocent children taking a hike, it's going to come to your fucking door.
You think they need this?
No agency, no responsibility, just it's.
Why not? They try to murder us, and I'm talking only West in 2022.
It's going to come to your door, and it's legitimate, Adi. Because of what they did.
What the hell are you thinking? They were trying to murder us for years now from the West Bank.
No, they weren't. They've been sitting ducks while you guys forced them out of the house.
Not true. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. Read about the 23 wave of terror.
I
mean,
You don't have an idea what's talking.
you guys made the claim that tons of Jews have died this week, and you found 0 Jews that died. So.
No, I didn't make this claim. It's Norm.
There was terror attacks and Jews were definitely injured, not killed. Yeah, and we're sorry the Jews were not killed.
But how many? Do you know how many terror attacks there were the other way though? No, you don't, because you don't get that in your IV of propaganda.
Okay, and I'm not claiming to know anything in the Palestinian side. I care about my people.
I'm saying it hurts your people when this comes to your fucking door. It's gonna end up on your doorstep. You think you're far
When you say to my doorstep, you mean they will do terror attack in Jerusalem and Tel
No,
Aviv?
I'm saying that eventually they're gonna need to protect themselves.
How? By attacking my
By
doorsteps?
grabbing guns away from your hands, yes.
By attacking me in
By
Rishon
grabbing
LeZion?
guns out of your hands. Eventually they're gonna have to grab the guns away, yes. That's what people do to protect their families.
By coming to us, yes or no? By coming to us, to Israel?
You came to them. You're in their space.
I think
You came to them, and villages have been wiped off the map like the Holocaust.
They are living there, yeah.
Eddie, where my family's from in Lithuania, there's no Jewish villages left. They've been wiped off the map. That's what they've done in the West Bank. There's dozens and dozens of villages. Look at the map on my PTR. Wiped off the map, just like the Holocaust, okay? They went door to door and wiped villages off the map, exactly like the Holocaust, exactly like they did to my family in Lithuania. There's nowhere to return to because of what.
Exactly like the Holocaust. Yeah, of course, yeah. You're so dumb, honestly.
Maybe it's because you don't have ancestors who were in the Holocaust, but it rings.
Maybe if you were talking with your ancestors from the Holocaust, they were ashamed of you by saying that. And I have friends that they have family members in the Holocaust. Yeah, and I was in Poland and see the gas chamber. Yeah, exactly like the West Bank, right? Exactly like the West Bank. Of course, you're right. You know, you can say it's a wrong thing, and I agree. But what I mean, it's a wrong thing without mentioning the Holocaust, like being Cholat Shoah. You know what? The Holocaust secret.
I get called a capo every day by the Zionists.
Yeah, but when you mention the Holocaust like that, of course people like to call you a capo. What are you expecting?
Adi, what is the practical difference between wiping off villages off of the West Bank and in broad daylight on social media where everyone can see? The only difference between that and what happened in Lithuania is that was done before social media and nobody could see and nobody heard about it until lately, until they got a telegram 3 months later. The only difference is it's being live streamed. And you think that, and you only see, and you're looking at it through like the glasses and say, oh,
Bachelor of Science school ever.
Then the sad part, I wondered, just to see the conversation, is my daughter, 28, soon to be 29, she has had Botox. She's dabbled around. She can't afford it, number one, so don't even go there. But what's so sad is that, I guess, is this the phrase looks maxing? She tells me, you have to start now, Mom. You have to start now.
So that's what they tell you. Now I will disclose to the room in a non-replay room that I had had a couple Botox.
Oh my God!
But hold on. But it was interesting because one of the things it really helped me with is it's not so much for the looks part, but it helped in keeping my eyes from like drooping on the.
What is happening in the West Bank?
They're white. They're disappeared.
Not even close. Not even close.
You know what? You are willfully distorting history. Even you know that's not what's happening in the West Bank. So to compare the two, it's like apples and bowling balls. It's not comparable. Okay? You lose credibility by making that
Okay, so
comparison.
maybe it's apples to oranges. Let's together.
No, it's not. It's apples to bowling ball.
All right, Randy. So give me an example.
lose credibility when you say things like that.
About it. Your word for it, Randy. Give me more info, please.
Okay. They're not killing children in the West. Israeli soldiers are not killing children. No, they are not. Number two, Palestinians can go anywhere. They can leave. The Jews in the Holocaust would have loved, Anne Frank would have loved to have left. You know, the big crime that you say is that they're destroying towns and people have to leave. Anne Frank would have loved to have left Amsterdam and gone somewhere else. Okay? Some major differences, and you need West Bank. It sounds like you're really just shooting from the hip. You know? Or why do you feel compelled to slander your own people like this? But you need some real research and thinking about what you're doing when you make these random verses. Why are you keeping that? What kind of validation are you seeking?
Listen, I want to dissect facts with you,
Muslims?
My friend. Let's go through the facts, okay?
Yeah, let's slice and dice it.
I'm open to
what's happened in the Holocaust is a million times worse than anything that
you're right. There's always a scale difference. I never said apples to apples.
Okay. You know, why don't you focus on that scale difference?
Randy, let's have a conversation. Randy, my friend, calm down, please. I'm going to read something from ChatGPT about the villages, okay?
Buttercup, my friend. Buttercup, my enemy, okay? You want to call me a friend? You're my enemy.
He's cold.
Okay, I'm going to have to lead out. You're being really disruptive, honey. All right, so 44 communities who have been completely uprooted or forced to leave their homes since October 23. 13 additional communities were partially displaced during the same period. 117 total communities facing full or partial displacement pressures and restricted land access in Area C, according to Amnesty International data. And most of it is because of settler violence, nighttime raids, physical intimidation, outpost expansion, rapid and military measures that restrict movement. So those are the facts. While there is always no two genocides are the same, and there are always differences. Of course, there's differences in scale, right? In the Holocaust, 2 years the European Jews were murdered. That doesn't change the fact that there are many common characteristics, and as a woman, anyone whose family experienced displacement on a systematic scale can see it. Knows it when they see it.
That was beautiful. We should say it one more time. They may get mad.
It's an unfair and ridiculous comparison.
I understand, girl, but I feel that there are some Jews that think it's taboo to compare anything to the Holocaust, and there's many of us, the way we interpret our Judaism and our culture has shaped our life throughout our lives and in our schools and in our communities, is we see the Holocaust as instructive about man's capacity towards evil. And it's a warning for the capacity of man to hurt other people, okay? And so many people, including founding Zionists, saw in the militarization of Israel something that's so familiar to them, to people who just survived the Holocaust. So I'm not the first person to draw this analogy, and I won't be the last. And part of the way we interpret what happened to us during the Holocaust, Pearl, is by learning lessons and being vigilant against this ever happening again.
Bring her up, bitch!
And we're not lessons, but similarities would be a betrayal of our heritage and our family history.
And you live in U.S., right, Mother Pop?
What'd you say?
And you live in U.S., right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am really sorry that the country that I am coming from is hurting your moms and your soldiers. I apologize for that.
What country are you
Emrose is back, by the way. Emrose is back. I think she should come back up on stage.
You're from Iran?
It doesn't matter. Like, I guess some Nazis killed your ancestor and we have to pay the price. And I'm really sorry that, we hurt your moms and
I think he might be.
He's Poland.
So,
I don't know what you're talking about, so.
He's saying, why would someone like Randy take it out on Palestinians when they had absolutely nothing to do with the Holocaust? But I think that's his comment. But that shouldn't be directed at you because that's not what you're arguing. You're arguing exactly against Randy. You're saying we should treat the Holocaust as a lesson for all people. Never again applies to all people. That's Vatican's position, which is the opposite of Randy, who's trying to use the Holocaust as cover to try and downplay the genocide of the Gaza. Just to be clear, that Vatican is not agreeing with Randy. She's disagreeing with I don't know where she stands with Randy, but he was trying to deflect, trying to use the Holocaust, classic Zionist tactic. We've all got to constantly, and the whole world is feel guilty about the Holocaust, and therefore nobody like the Palestinians can have any sympathy because nothing could have been worse that happened to the Jews in history. That's his fucking argument, and many people are getting fucking sick of it, you know.
Hey, Bubbles, you want to weigh in on the incident this morning in the West Bank, or what? No. Okay. Smart.
Ralph, I don't trust your intentions. I think you speak.
I don't give a fuck what you fucking think, you stupid cunt, so shut the fuck up.
I'm so
My
sorry.
intentions are my own fucking...
You gotta go down.
Alright.
That was an easy one.
Well, how did Pearl get Maud?
Pearl is my friend.
About.
Why
wouldn't
I'm just saying, like, I've known you so much longer, Barno.
No, you haven't. I've known her a while.
No, I've known her a couple.
It's not about time.
I've known her. We've known each other around the same amount of time.
I didn't know you guys knew each
I
other.
also, I'm also easily persuaded by two things in her profile picture.
I knew you would be.
I'm just kidding, Pearl. I'm teasing you.
No, I don't think she is.
The cross.
That was the third thing that I'm not sure.
Her picture looks AI. You look hot, Pearl.
Thanks. Is that Samira? It's Samira.
I didn't see him.
What happened at the West Bank today?
We have to start this again. Basically, I'll just tell you the abbreviated version. A bunch of settlers brought their teenagers on a hike through Area A, area that they're illegal to cross into. Although sometimes it does happen with Army coordination if they're going for a particular purpose, but that wasn't the case here. They just went there willy-nilly into restricted territory, crossed over into someone's property. The guy, an unarmed farmer, there was a confrontation with some unarmed farmers, a Palestinian farmer who was unarmed, and then some settlement security guard joined in with a gun, and started hitting. There was a scuffle, and the Palestinian farmer tried to take the gun out of his hand to protect his property, and one guy who had pointed the gun at him turned out to be like a big, famous, notorious terrorist, got shot and died. And that's what went all over Israeli newspapers and TV. Everyone's like, oh, there's a terror attack in the West Bank and a Jew died. What actually happened is 4 Palestinians were shot in the fallout. Our soldiers showed up. There's videos all over the internet about it. And you can see the scuffle where the unarmed Palestinian tries to wrestle the gun away and then shoots the guy who had attacked him. And because of that, Adi and others here are saying it's a terror attack against Jews. A guy that wrestled a gun out of his assailant's hands and then shot him. They're saying is murder. They're calling that murder. And because of that, it's unleashed a wave of
terrorism. She didn't provide any proof. It's actually private property. She's just saying that.
Even if it was public property, to wrestle a gun out of your assailant's hand and then shoot them is completely okay.
People fighting each other. It was not only the guy with the gun fighting.
He was an assailant.
Again, the Palestinian terrorist is the one shot first.
Yeah, he shot the assailant who had a gun with his own gun. He shot the assailant with his own gun. I don't know. In like action films, when you see the person being chased by the perpetrator, and they need to like be a hero and save themselves, they turn the perpetrator's gun on themselves. That's exactly how you save yourself, right, Dundee?
It was on the
Watching
ground.
action movies, like where like you have to like escape like bad guys. That's what you do. You wrestle the gun away like a hero, and then you turn it on the perpetrator. That's how you save your life.
If it was not taking the gun, no other gun was pointed at. The fact that an Arab.
By the way, the number of dead is not 4, it's 6. We killed 6 people.
Because afterwards there were rampages and 2 more people died or something, right? Anyway, so now, Mohammed, all over the West Bank, like 15 villages are on fire. There's been like a mass organization among these settlers to like burn down Palestinian villages in retaliation for what they consider to be a terrorist attack, which in fact was a guy wrestling a gun from a perpetrator and then turning the gun on the perpetrator. But Adi, we've been fighting with Adi all morning because he still thinks that this is a cold-blooded murder, unjustified cold-blooded terrorist attack.
It is.
You don't watch enough action movies, Adi. Go watch some more action.
Yeah, I will watch Avengers and then
Quentin Tarantino lives in Israel. You should watch some movies, see what happens when a perpetrator turns a gun on victims.
I'm waiting for Doomsday, and after that I will change my mind.
That's how it happens in every movie. That's how what heroes do. They take away the perpetrator's gun and they shoot him in the head. That's what they.
Yeah, honestly, you're just being un-American right now.
Who, Adi?
Yeah.
He's saying, like, if you're an Israeli and someone points a rock at you, that's fair game. But if you're
Why were they bothering the hikers in the first place?
No, the hikers they took children into areas that were illegal and contested territory. Why did they do that, Bubbles, for a school trip? And then, while the shooting was going on, there's videos, Bubbles, of the kids laughing and cheering at the violence. The kids were
just watch
excited. You saw the kids cheering and whistling?
Mm-hmm.
It's awful that they raise their kids that way, right? The kids are celebrating a horrific bloodbath. The most responsible are the parents that dragged them into that situation and is now going to set off like a whole.
These are weird settler kids in this video. These are not regular Israeli kids, I would say.
No shit. These are settlers, but they're terrorist settlers. They took kids, not the teenagers, right? Like not the hilltop youth. These are children who are in school, adults who are responsible for, who took them into this contested territory on purpose for a leisurely hike. And then when they encountered an unarmed farmer and a scuffle ensued, they tried to shoot the farmer, and the farmer turned the gun on the perpetrator.
Yeah, we need more information about that.
He was not unarmed. The moment he took the rifle, he's armed.
That's how you fend off a perpetrator, you fucking dumbass. You shoot them in the head. That's what you do when someone's trying to kill you. You don't know that, Izzy? What do you learn in the army? You did basic training. What do they tell you to do when a terrorist attacks you? Do you take their gun away and shoot them in the head, or you let them live?
The moment he took the rifle, he's not an unarmed.
It's not like he's in handcuffs. You guys shoot handcuffed people. This guy is attacking him, and he tried to assault him with a gun. Yes, you're allowed to shoot someone who's actively assaulting you.
After he took the gun from the other guy. And he was on the ground, by the way. He was not need to shoot.
I know. He should have taken his gun, give it back to him so he can shoot.
Adi, your soldiers shoot people in cold blood that are handcuffed.
Not taking the gun from the first place.
Adi, yes, there's a famous case. Adi, who's that guy who there's a lot of protests because he's like the one Israeli soldier who was like arrested for shooting a handcuffed Palestinian detainee?
Even though Azai was not handcuffed.
Yeah. But people are very upset that he's been arrested.
Again, you're not telling the story.
They're trying to it's become a political touch point.
He was not handcuffed. He was neutralized on the ground, and he shot him.
He shot a neutralized guy. So it's the same thing, same situation, right?
No.
No, it's better or worse what he did? Who did a worse crime? The guy who was an unarmed farmer, or the guy who was a soldier shooting a neutralized terrorist on the ground?
Well, Elor Azaria acted against the orders, and it was sent for jail, like, properly so. It was not just in jail.
However, I would should suggest he did the justice with the terrorists. However, he should not take the law in his. What's happened today is a Palestinian terrorist taking a gun.
You're not a terrorist if you come unarmed, Daddy.
The moment he decided to shoot.
The problem with people like this, they would never admit that they did anything wrong. It's always the other people's fault.
Listen, anyone who's outside the situation.
They would never look in the mirror and say, maybe something is not okay. Isn't that right?
Never. Okay, so Bubbles is like half American.
Because just in this conversation today,
they can't compute, right? Their brains can't compute. It's obvious to everyone except them.
Out of your ass, of course.
You're an Arab from Iraq. Sorry.
That's what you know to do. Talking out of your ass.
I mean, I don't think that you can grab a gun out of the security personnel's hand and shoot.
Being hit on the head with the gun, Bubbles.
That's not our role.
He's a security personnel. The guy was a terrorist. He's a well-known terrorist.
Grab the gun away that he's being hit with.
He was not just a tackler when he had.
Yeah, because he was being rowdy and trying to yell at the guy.
He was responsible for the security of the.
What would you do if you're in a crazy crowded street, people yelling, and someone's pointing a gun at you, telling you to get the fuck away? I would turn around and walk away. That's not what these people did.
That's not what's happening.
Bubbles, they trespass on his property.
No, this is not the guy who shot people's property.
Of course, she's.
Yes, the farmer.
That's not the one who took the gun.
The one who took the gun is a farmer. Whose property it is.
She didn't.
Was being hit by some random security guard and a bunch of kids.
No, that's not the. I just watched the video of it.
She didn't provide anything. It's a private property, and she tells you that like it's a fact.
I'm not believing that this has anything to do with the property. It was near a mosque.
Can someone post the link in the chat of the video, please?
Sure.
There are two angles. I've seen the angle from the Jewish side and the angle from the Arab side, because the Arabs also filmed it.
Wait a minute. Put his prop behind a mosque?
That's what this article says. Near a mosque. I'm just trying to figure out where it was. It says mosque. I don't know.
Well, Buttercup said it was his property, which obviously changes the whole thing.
It says a clash erupted near a mosque as dozens of Palestinians tried to push them out of Tel, which is the name of the town. I'm not seeing anything about a farmer. I'm not seeing anything about property.
Why did the word mosque come into play anyway? There was no mosque.
Because it's not about the mosque. It's about like where this occurred. By the way, the person who shot the Israelis. It's just someone random in the clash who decided to take the gun.
No, he was not someone
do something.
in the clash. No, he was not.
Who is he?
He's a terrorist. They were on his left. This guy. And he was smacking the guy on the head with a gun with the butt of his gun.
It doesn't say that they were on his land. It was just someone in the clash.
If you read Israeli narrative, yeah.
I read it 15 times.
It's going to say mosque, and it's going to say terrorism, it's going to say the usual shit.
It didn't. It said it didn't say that.
Apparently they tried to break into two houses.
Yeah, that I read as well.
The Fatah says that 20 to 30 settlers tried to break into two houses there. The residents came out to confront them and they opened fire. A half hour later, they returned and attacked the western part of town.
It just said one of the Palestinians grabbed the rifle. It doesn't say who the Palestinian was. It doesn't say anything about the
Wait, I'm going to post this in the chat. I'm trying to read the actual reporting now that time has passed. More details are coming out, okay? Times of Israel you trust, right, Bubbles?
It's a random guy who sees the weapon, so it makes him a terrorist. I mean, it makes him a...
No, okay, listen, you never watched a movie where there's an assailant, so what do you do with an assailant? You turn their gun on themselves, you wrestle
Not an assailant. I'm sure they were yelling at them to get away and disperse, and they didn't.
Why are you sure about that? You don't know that they burned down
because that's what they would do in this situation, is yell at them all to leave to go away.
They poured gasoline on babies? You didn't know that?
I'm talking about this specific situation where there was a group of very rowdy people and two guys with guns trying to tell them to go away. one of the random rowdy people took the gun and shot the guy. You can't do that. Just go away.
No, that's not what happened. They came into their property. The settlers came into the Palestinian property, into town.
There's like 30 guys there yelling at the two guys with guns.
No, there's 30 kids. 30 Jewish kids.
No, they're not kids. No. There's also 30 Palestinians standing there yelling and making a crowd. That's where this all.
This is the
Watch
town
the video.
saying stay out of our town because they broke in.
Okay, you have to take a gun and shoot the guy because of that. Just walk away. I mean, it's like
called trespassing, Bubbles. Why are you trespassing on their
property? To a town?
Yes, an illegal town that they're not allowed to go to.
Okay, that's a problem. But I don't think it means you take the gun and shoot the guy telling you all to disperse because it's very rowdy right now. Yeah, that's crazy.
The guy hit him on the head with a gun, apparently.
I didn't see that. I just watched the video.
Well, if he did hit him on the head, then it's self-defense, right?
Yeah, because they're approaching them.
If they're approaching, why are they crossing into territory without any authorization? Here, read the Times of Israel.
It's not clear if it's area A or B.
Okay, I'm going to read the Times of Israel because it's taking, just to settle this, okay? This is now all the facts are out, okay? 2 Israelis and 4 Palestinians were killed Friday after a Palestinian snatched a weapon from a group of settlers who had raided a West Bank village and opened fire, leading to fears of reprisal attacks throughout the territory. The incident began when several dozen settlers entered the outskirts of the village of Tel on what they claimed was a hike. The town is located in areas A and B, which are off limits to Israelis, unless they coordinate in advance with the army, something the IDF said the settlers did not do. After illegal entry by the Israeli group, including armed men and minors, a clash erupted near a mosque as dozens of local Palestinians tried to push them out of Tel. So they're in this town illegally, right? Assam Saifi, a local leader in the Palestinian Fatah party, tells Tel that he got in a call that 25 to 30 settlers initially attacked the eastern area of Tel and tried to break into 2 houses there. The residents came out to confront them, and the settlers opened fire. Half hour later, Saifi continued, the Israelis returned and attacked the western part of town, striking a miner with a weapon. They struck a kid with a weapon, okay? Around this point, a civil defense squad from dispatching Chabad Gilad settlement was dispatched to the scene, along with our artillery soldiers stationed nearby, the IDF said. Upon their arrival, footage taken from one of the raiding settlers showed an armed Israeli firing his weapon into the air amid shouts of revenge by young Israelis looking on. A pair of Palestinians was then seen confronting one of the armed Israelis. Chabad Gilad civil defense squad member Benyahu Mellet, 32. Unfazed by Mellet pointing his weapon at them, one of the Palestinians grabbed his rifle and quickly opened fire as a gunfight ensued.
Yeah, you can't do that.
He had a gun pointed at him. That's exactly what.
No, if you watch the video, you can see that the 2 Israelis walk away, and those 2 guys that took the gun keep going towards them. You can't do that. Why are they pursuing these 2 guys?
In an adrenaline situation, who knows why they shot the gun? But the confrontation.
No, I'm not saying why. I'm saying why were they
starting the confrontation?
But just watch the video. They were pushing into them. Why was their guns and shot them? What the fuck? You can't do that.
Bubbles, do you think it's normal for a group of 35 men and children and armed people to barge into a town and try to break into?
No, but I also don't think it's normal to steal a security personnel's gun and shoot them. I think that's also not normal.
Pointed at you when they're invading.
It's not being. I don't think it's being pointed. I think it was just.
They're invading their town. They're illegal. They're
holding the gun as they're approaching a gang of 30 people who are very rowdy. That's normal. They're not supposed to use their guns at all. Where's the guns supposed to be?
They're pointing guns at unarmed people.
Pointed to the ground.
They're pointing guns at unarmed people.
Because they would go. But watch the video. I mean, it's all in the video. I mean, everything I believe is in the video.
Okay, so why are the kids screaming Nakama?
I don't know. They're stupid religious kids who probably are.
Okay, so you don't think it was an act of revenge what they were doing in that town?
No, I think they're stupid religious kids.
They're stupid religious kids. So when they go into houses barging in with guns, it's not an act. It's not a crime. This is like an organized trip of 30 people. It's not just kids, it's kids and adults and armed people.
No, I don't agree with that, but I also don't think that you can steal someone's gun and shoot them.
This is like an organized educational program.
Yeah, I don't like it, and I also don't like the Palestinian guy.
It's an organized educational program. Let's go and see how we can kill some people and steal their shit and burn their homes.
I don't agree with any of it. It's all bad.
I don't even know the terms you're using is like an outing. This is not an outing. Those people don't go out on outings.
Right, they claim
They
they're
go out
using
to
it to
terrorize people.
quote unquote outing.
And they're idiots. They're like
Claiming it was
stupidly going
abuse
into
and
this
hijacking or
town.
barging into houses.
I don't agree with any of it. I think it's all bad.
Into houses when you're on the hike.
It's all bad. It's both bad. It's all bad.
But who's the perpetrator? Who started it?
I guess the Israelis who were in the town. But I still don't think you can grab someone's gun and shoot them with it. I think that when they're just trying to disperse a rowdy crowd.
How do you know
that's
that's what they were doing? You know,
Because I watched the video 25 times and I read the article.
Have you ever been in a settlement? Do you know how they operate?
Doesn't matter. You can't first of all, the guy was walking away, and then the other two Palestinians keep going up to them and then take the gun. Of course, if you're approaching people with gun, why are you approaching him if he has a gun pointed at you? It's weird. Go away. Like that, I don't understand. That I think is an act that didn't happen. Also,
Somebody walks into your house with a gun, you're just gonna walk away.
Somebody walks in the house. There's Israelis who are there causing trouble, and then they're trying to disperse them.
Someone walks into your house and puts a gun at your head and he hits you in the head with the butt of the gun. What do you do?
That's not what happened in this.
That's exactly what happened.
No, it's not.
That's
No, it's
exactly
not.
what happened.
The shooting happened. The shooting didn't happen in this house. That happened 30 minutes later. It says in the article. Read the article. Doesn't matter. You can't take someone's gun and shoot them with it if they're trying to disperse a crowd. Just watch the video. It didn't happen in the house.
See how they're starting the story in the middle? It's always the middle. She never mentioned how this is a fucking illegal entry, and you should start there.
Oh, we did mention that. Were you not listening?
Same way you
Okay, I'm looking at the video and here's what I see. I see the security guards charging at the Palestinians, and then I see the Palestinians grab the gun away, and then I see a fight, like chaos ensue. So I don't see a cold-blooded murder that Dee is describing, okay? I see chaos ensuing and people getting shot, and in fact, many more Palestinians died than Israelis, right? The only guy that died was a guy holding the gun.
Where's my link? Why do we
Typical.
Do you guys want to get an idea of what an outing is like for a terrorist settler, a bunch of terrorist settlers on the north side? You want to know how it looks like? We're walking to your house, uninvited, and sit around and do some damages. That's their idea of an outing. And if you say, what are you doing in my house? They say, fuck off. You get the fuck out of here. Or otherwise, this is their outing. This is their idea of outing. It's not like they come to your house. Hold on. It's not they come to your house, bring you an apple pie. They want to have coffee with you. They come and they roam around. They burn things. They steal things. They'll shoot your dog. Maybe they'll kill your goat. Or they'll mix the contents of your kitchen, and they just, that's the kind of stuff they do. They're very, very peaceful. They're on a fucking outing.
Listen, Jim, as comical as you put it, I would really like to hear from Bubbles. Is this an Israeli guy's idea of an outing?
By the way,
if you call, who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters, or are you gonna call the Israeli army? And the Israeli army comes, shows up, and they surround the house, and they keep an eye on the settlers. They don't do anything. They're just waiting for them to commit more aggression, more acts of terror, more acts of shit. And if a Palestinian says, "Get the fuck out of my house," he gets killed, or he gets picked up and put in jail.
Bubbles,
that's the idea of an outing for a settler in the West Bank.
Bubbles, you like living in Tel Aviv. You like your peaceful life far from the West Bank. Why would you not be upset by the unrest that's being caused by these people?
I am. I just said it's all bad.
All the people who are responsible.
But I also think there was aggression from these men who were going against the guys with guns. Like I don't really.
They were not aggressive. They were defending their property. I saw the video. They were charging.
You don't need to take a gun and shoot.
This is what I saw. I saw the video.
A security officer trying to handle a situation because you don't like the situation. That's not okay.
The situation was they were defending their houses. The boys were
no. The situation in this video is that there's these two, what do they call them, civil whatever,
charging at the Palestinians.
What do they call it? Civil
to security guards or something.
Whatever, civil security. Okay, they're trying to calm the situation down, right? And then these guys are freaking angry. Obviously,
is that how you calm the situation down? You charge at people with guns?
They gotta get them dispersed.
With guns, it's not calming.
How are they supposed to calm them down, Buttercup?
Do you think pointing a gun at someone's head calms them down?
I think you gotta disperse the crowd and get everyone away, right? And they're holding guns because they're secure.
Why aren't they dispersing the invaders, which are the kids who are trying to break into their house?
That's a dumb question. I think that in this video, there is clearly a group of like 30 men there and kids on the side, and they're trying to get rid of the crowd, and they're just telling them to get away, and then two of those guys come up and steal the gun and shoot them. It's weird. I don't agree with
I thought it was just a DNR, but Bubbles also has an IV of propaganda in her veins, and she's only been there 10
Not
years.
propaganda. I'm literally saying that I agree, and I
She just
agree with both
sees
sides.
reality. Like anyone in America can see that, like when someone points a gun at you, you have a right to shoot them in the head. Yes.
I don't know what's wrong with Bubbles.
Not if it's a security person.
What do you mean security? He's just like he's a security guard in the fucking.
No, he's not. He's a
security guard.
Yeah, he's telling people to get away. They're not gonna go away. I don't see what.
No, he's nothing. He's a terrorist. Call him what he is. He's a terrorist.
No, he's not. I think they're trying to disperse the crowd.
Read his bio, by the way, Bubbles. He's a terrorist. He's done a lot of terrorist shit.
I think he's trying to disperse the crowd.
Terrorists that are praising the guy who died.
Bubbles is going through something.
I have a question for Bubbles. Do you think Israeli society is radicalized more today than it ever was?
Yeah.
So you understand how this is more of a systemic problem rather than just saying like, oh, just a few stupid religious kids. I mean, it's very much a product of the system that's not just enabling it, but encouraging it. I don't think it's fair to say that, oh, it's just, a couple of, like, a few bad apples of these, very aggressive settlers doing these horrible things. I think you have to look at the bigger picture, and the system quite literally, either directly or indirectly, encourages this.
Is it the system, or is it situations that have occurred over the past 5 years?
Well, the situation that occurred over the past 5 years is also a product of the system.
I don't agree with that, but I do think that the kids that live in the West Bank who do these horrible things should be separated from the rest of Israeli society.
Why are you looking for excuses, Bubbles? You're in a privileged position to be in Israel, to have citizenship, to live in Tel Aviv. You can actually take a stand and fight for a better tomorrow. Why are you?
I don't like the Palestinians. I don't like them, so I don't care, really.
Yeah, but they're inflaming shit with Palestinians. It's gonna end up in your doorstep eventually. You won't have your nice things.
Oh, and it gets inflamed anyway. I don't know. I don't really think it's affecting it that hard.
It's gonna show up in Tel Aviv eventually. You're gonna fight back. This is their homes.
Maybe not. I don't know. I think they're angry today. They were angry 5 years ago. They're angry all the time.
Do Bubbles and people break into their homes.
I don't agree with the kids who do this shit. I think it's dumb, and I don't agree with it.
Should they just let their houses burn? What should they do?
What do you think of the Palestinians who live in Israel that we all call Israel?
They're not Palestinians.
Why aren't they Palestinians?
Oh my God.
They're Israeli Arabs.
What's the difference?
Yeah, Bubbles, don't get hung up on that fucking activity.
No, I'm curious. What's the difference?
I don't want to get hung up on it. I just think they're citizens, so it's different. They benefit from Israeli society.
Okay, then
they're members of Israeli society.
You're bringing hung up on semantics. I don't like Bubbles is really hung up on
Maybe they live a relatively more normal life than people in the West Bank, regardless of the fact that they're both Palestinians.
Okay, what's your point, Owen?
My point
I know. My cousin is an Israeli Arab and I'm a Palestinian. I know.
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
No, he's playing semantics, Joe. He's playing semantics.
No, my point is, you're gonna put blame on things in the West Bank because they're acting aggressively. No, I think they're reacting to their situation. But if you look at Palestinians and who you call Israeli Arabs, their situation is a lot different. And if you can't recognize that there's an astronomical difference, and there's not to say that life for the 1948 Palestinians is perfect, but if you're going to compare, I think you cannot just ignore the difference in their situation. One lives a relatively normal life, and the other one is living under constant security threat and surveillance and military occupation. I don't think you can.
There's no military occupation in Area A.
There you go.
This occurred in an area.
Like, what do you say to someone like this? What do you say?
Of course, the experience is different. Of course, and I don't agree with these people, these crazy people living in the West Bank who are creating chaos there. I don't agree with it. I don't know what to say.
And you
But I
just
still don't trust. I don't trust the Palestinians. I don't.
There's no occupation.
And I agree with all these checkpoints and all of the military actions occurring right now. That's my video.
Okay, all the stuff that took place today is in Area A. You say there's no occupation in Area A.
There's no military, whatever he said there.
There's no military.
Are Jews allowed to go there?
Are you sure? Do you know what you're talking about? Or you just...
So were they trespassing? Was it an aggressive act to walk in there?
Yes, yeah. I mean, like, I don't know why we're so hung up with this. I already told you I don't agree with it. I don't know why you want me to say more. I think it was idiotic and stupid and
deadly,
provocative, and I don't agree with it. I mean,
and deadly,
but I also think you can't steal the gun of someone who's trying to disperse a crowd. I agree with both sides.
Why? What happened to you, Bubbles? Like, you like your life, stand up.
Both sides. Why can't we play both sides?
Kids in Israel, you want it to be safe for you, then don't attack a population that's trapped. They're sitting ducks.
I just watched the video, guys. So those security guys, is it like Palestinians know those are security, or is there a way to know that those are security, those are not settlers?
So there's settlers and security, they're both. It's a really
no, I understand. So I think Bob's point is that those security guys, they just wanted to be terrorists because it's their job.
It's a weird distinction she's making.
No, but like Palestinians, can they distinguish that those are security?
No, and that's part of the problem in this situation too.
So how do Palestinians know that those people who are pointing gun at them, they are not settlers, they are security?
And there were also people in the group who had guns too, right?
So I mean, the question is that if Palestinians don't know that person who's pointing the gun at their head is a settler or security, so why should they?
There were people in uniform there.
No, I know, but in the videos that I watched, that person who pulled the gun was not with.
No, they were in regular clothes, Bubbles. I'm exhausted. And I'm worried for.
It's a really unfortunate situation. I do believe that every single one of those Palestinian men, though, probably would want to destroy my life if given the chance. So, fuck them. But it sucks.
Oh my god.
I don't think they know the shooter.
Sorry, it's what I believe. I wouldn't go as far as destroying their homes or going in places where they live.
Wait, how is this surprising to you?
That's the radicalization of Israeli society that the one guy was talking about. I don't know who it was.
It's like Bubbles. She's a newcomer. She moved there 10 years ago. She's American. She understands the stand your ground culture that we have in America. She understands that people don't like just trespass.
Bubbles living up.
Okay, listen, hold on.
Her dad is like,
I love people like she.
Buttercup. Despite the fact that Jews in America tend to vote Democrat traditionally, especially now there's some shit.
I hate when you explain Jews to me.
Yeah. In Israel, they tend to be a lot more right wing. Just because
yeah, no shit. I'm talking about Bubbles specifically.
Yeah, no, but this is common. Like, this is the mindset of the kind of Jew that would move to Israel.
Because she's a friend of mine and I know where she comes from and her political.
I'm just not surprised.
Well, because you don't know her, you're stereotyping her with all the Jews like you always do.
No, I think that this is quite common actually. Like, what Jews want for America and what Jews want for Israel are very different. They want a melting pot culture for America and a very, ethno-national state for Israel. This is quite common.
And Bubbles is well educated. Her family has most of them are liberals, right? She has her sister who's lefty and opposes the occupation. She's able to think broadly. She can stretch her mind to understand multiple perspectives. And yet, she buys the bullshit, She drinks the Kool-Aid. And it's very interesting to me.
Well, living in it is different than biting the Kool-Aid. I mean, you live in it. My points of view are shaped through my experiences in life, which are way more traumatic than the average.
Tell me something true happened to you recently, Bubbles.
I've lived in Israel for 10 years. Everything that's happened in Israel the past 10 years has been my life. I mean, that's a totally different experience than an American Jew just, trying to figure out what they want for Israel. But I live here.
Your
Yeah,
life
but
seems
you
pretty
didn't tell me,
idyllic.
which is the equivalent of living in Los Angeles. You live in La La Land.
No, it's not. We experience terrorism, we experience wars, we experience everything.
Only recently, after the Iran war.
No,
Which you
no.
support somehow.
What do you mean only recently? There's ongoing
You never
missiles
had
from Hamas every single year. Every single year there's ongoing missiles from Hamas to Tel Aviv. Every year.
When they've
In
never
the spring.
Hamas has reached Tel Aviv before?
Yes, every single year I've lived in Israel for 10 years.
Yeah, it's true.
Didn't you know Hamas reached Tel Aviv before October 7th?
Did
Absolutely.
they ever actually reach there, or they were intercepted before they
Yes,
got there?
yes. What do you mean? Did they reach? Were they intercepted? It doesn't fucking matter. You're in a bomb shelter because there's missiles being detected in your area.
How often?
Who cares? You don't think that's
There's an option
more
where
traumatic
they
than a
have
New York
to
Jew getting on the subway?
In 2012, rockets hit my city, Rishon LeZion, and hit a building from Gaza.
Okay, listen, I agree with you. It is a tough place to live. That
But it shapes your point of view, and that's why, I mean, the one guy here says it's radicalized for systematic reasons. I think it's radicalized because of lived through experiences, or both.
Bubbles, I also see you like, listen, you're a person who wants to raise a family in Israel, right? You're a person who wants a better future for your kids. You probably don't want your kids to serve in the army, and yet you're not interested in anything. You're kind of blasé about things that make things worse, and don't do anything to make it better. I just don't get that. Why would you want to? If you're invested in this country and you have the privilege to actually make things better, why are you just shrugging your shoulders at the people who are making things significantly worse and more violent?
I'm not shrugging my shoulders. I don't agree with it.
Yeah, but you also don't give a shit because you've already stereotyped the people they attacked as hating you.
No, I do care. I do think it's bad. I do think it's provocative.
But it affects
I don't
you
think it
and
helps
your kids.
anything.
Your kids will continue to fighting for their lives because of you being blasé about it.
I'm not blasé.
Well, then protest the settler movement. Go and help farmers, defend them. I don't know, fucking do something.
I'm not helping Palestinian farmers. Fuck that. But I don't agree with the people doing what they're doing.
For the hostages, to free the hostages?
Of course.
Did you protest against
Those are my
the
people.
Supreme Court reform?
Yes.
You did? Okay, good girl. Did you protest against the children who were murdered in Gaza?
No, I don't care about them.
You don't care about children, the babies, like the protest.
I'm not having this conversation with you, but it's not my people, so I don't really care.
Why should you have to care about the babies and children that in Gaza, but she's Israeli, so
because it's bad to kill children. You don't think it's bad to kill
I only protest for my people. I only give money to Jewish homeless people.
You only give money to Jewish homeless people?
Yes.
Damn, you're really brainwashed. What do your parents think about this? Your dad must be so disappointed in you.
your children in Gaza, like, for sure not Israelis.
He's just disappointed I'm giving my money away.
I'm actually kind of interested in Bubbles. Given your history, what made you, adopt this identity or like?
Because we're sick of it. We're sick of the terror. We're sick of trying to make deals. We're sick of trying to do this.
You were in America.
How do you make Aliyah if you have lefty parents? Or your dad, at least.
I don't have lefty parents.
They're moderate parents. They don't believe in, like, settler crazy shit.
Buttercup fucking exaggerates everything.
I love Buttercup.
No, they're lefty compared to her.
Well, like they're not
I
communists.
only have my families. But Buttercup, I don't really want to share the politics of my family with this big group of people I don't know. It's like...
Okay. Just speak about your personal experience.
I have a sister who made Aliyah, who reminds me of Bubbles. Bubbles has an older sister who's critical of the occupation, who reminds her of me, and that's why we're friends, because it's like engaging with my sister when I talk to her, and that's why it's like a little. Sometimes it pains me a little bit when we find these like insurmountable differences, you know?
Yeah. Well,
what can you do?
What's the topic of discussion?
A cottage. I want to know why Bubbles have pictures of so many cottages.
Because it was the best day of my week, finding it.
I heard there is
lack of cottage recently.
There's a shortage in Israel, right?
And there was a shortage, yeah.
Yeah, and then I heard that the ones they're putting out now are actually bad and sour, so I'm nervous. Anyway.
Cottage cheese looks too much like discharge, which is why I find it so disgusting.
Anyway,
And what are you, sir?
Anyway, Benny, you can ask
I want to talk about politics in family.
As a matter of fact,
Family members ask, right?
As a matter of fact, I want you to repeat to everyone in this room what you just fucking called.
A beater.
What?
He called me.
He's a beater.
A beater?
Beater.
Oh, that's not nice. You're gonna have to go down now because that's racist.
Okay, but I'm a sandbagger.
Okay, you're going down.
Yeah! Get him! God, that was so awesome.
Hard and fast rule, Benny, in 5 minutes after timeout, you can come back up.
Man, that was so cool. Buttercup coming to my defense, man.
Who is this, Goo?
Yeah, it's
Like a Latino, that's why you called it like that.
You're just going down because you're Goo.
No!
Goo.
Ah! I heard like a yell on the way down.
I only had one conversation with Goo, and he was very misogynistic in the conversation.
He's disgusting. He's been like disgusting to me from the beginning, and then then I got doxxed, and all of a sudden he's like, "Oh, you were hot. I wanted to such a dick."
Ew. That's so gooey.
Yeah, gross. All dirty. Alright, I'm sorry, Goo. You gotta go for most room.
You see, Buttercup, I'm screaming at you even after you've been doxxed.
You're what? Yeah, I know. That's how sincere you are.
Yeah.
In your beliefs.
Of course.
Dude, I just want you to know I talk to you harshly because like I talk to my family. It's because I think you're a good person underneath it, and I think there's hope for you. Still, after all this, with all the brainwashing and all
Don't say hope. Don't say hope.
Oh yeah, hope is bad. I don't know what Israelis hope for. They might hope for my destruction, you know? I'm scared.
Honestly, that was kind of worth it.
I could throw back. What, throwing Goo out?
No, saying what I said to get moved down. That was kind of rude.
Greater Rome?
Yeah.
Why?
It's the dream.
I thought the dream is to make the greater Syria.
Well, I'm willing to accept being subjugated to greater Rome.
Fuck Rome.
Burn down the temple again, baby.
I were in the...
Did you fast for the, what's it called? Tisha B'Av? Yeah.
No, I didn't fast.
Why not, man?
Because I'm not religious. But still, fuck Rome. I don't need to fast in order to hate the Rome.
Fuck Rome.
You think you're gonna win this time?
Buttercup.
Hey.
Oh, you're under Bubbles right now? No, wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bubbles is my twin. We have the same voice, but we're not the same.
Yeah, no, but you weren't here, so I said hi for you.
Oh, okay. I said hi, but I was on mute.
Just want to say, heads up, Buttercup, your room is being by John Kitover.
Yeah.
Are you aware of that?
Yeah, I hope everything I said was recorded. And they give me a medal. Hope I get a medal from BB from my work tonight.
Are you worried that there's an awkward review and some you What?
Why would they not? They would agree with everything I say, no?
Maybe. Well, maybe you don't like the settlers. I don't know. You're right. You're very vanilla. You can stick to the party line all the time. Rafi, what do you say?
Yeah, are we taking the West Bank and the fucking Gaza already? How long do I have to fucking wait for this?
Alright, this room is going downhill. Nice to see you. Bye, Latos. Bye. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
but I'm still sticking to my guns. I don't say usually where people don't want to be around these vulgar ass weird people.
Here's a left-wing person that finally did one Reese Waters did a take on it.
Hello? Did you not hear me fucking talking? Let me go on mute, yo. I swear to God.
I heard you, Tim Pool took a kind of came on. How was he here?
I don't care about conservative versus liberal when we're talking about people fucking disrespecting each other. Are you slow?
Well, let's get into disrespect somebody.
No, it has nothing to do with conservative or liberal. Most of the people walking around disrespecting people are liberals. You're not ready to talk about that, are you?
I'm not talking about this woman disrespecting.
Shine love.
And then another grown man on camera. And she got charged with disrespecting this grown man on
I
camera.
don't think you should get charged for disrespecting somebody. That's what I'm saying. Like,
You know what the charge was?
a disorderly conduct. I heard it.
Was it disorderly conduct or stir the peace? Disorderly conduct. Was she acting in a disorderly manner?
That's not what a disorderly conduct charge is.
Let's look up disorderly conduct. What state was this in? Minnesota or New York?
That's like going to jail for cursing. You can't get charged for cursing. You can get charged for cursing loudly.
Whoever does any of the following in a public or private place, including all of us, knowing or having reasonable grounds to know.
What?
Yes, that's what they just go back to chillism.
That's not what this guy did.
Can you go back to the pits of hell in which you came from?
I could.
Please.
I could.
Go back.
I don't want to right now. What this guy did. You're not that smart. That's not what this guy did.
You're not that smart.
That's not what this guy did.
So what did he do?
I'll play the video. How about that? You
No. I want you to tell me what he did.
Let's just play the video so we're all on
I don't want to hear the video. If you play it, I'ma leave.
Fine.
I want you to tell me what he did.
Let's play the video of what he did.
Alright.
That was easy.
Explain.
That was fucking easy.
What were you saying, Adam? Yeah, I mean, can someone explain what's going on?
By the way, I want to know, Matt, Florida actually uses the N-word. So he acts like he gives them when Florida uses the N-word. Did you just hear him say, why don't you say it to me?
He said, why don't you have the balls to say it again?
Dumbass nigga.
He said, why don't you have the balls to say it
He's
again?
alarming her. That's why the charges were dropped. That's why the charges were dropped, bitch.
Against the kid, not
It was dropped in general, bitch.
She was
because she did not act in a disorderly way.
She did act in a disorderly way.
You know what's more? This whole thing is walking up to the bitch with a camera and trying to make her reenact something she already I just don't want to hear from no man that call people nigga on an app and maybe in real life. Like, what the fuck do you care, bitch? This bitch just like you, Florida.
You angry.
She probably
You angry. I can't argue with you.
She probably hates Donald Trump too, just like you. You use the word nigger, Florida. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? I don't want to hear from nobody that used the word nigger about somebody using the word nigger and how they're disgusting. You're just as nasty, you nasty bitch. You're disgusting, bro.
Fuck Bush Senior. Fuck Biden. Fuck Hillary Clinton. Fuck all the hell motherfuckers you ask me.
I can't argue with you.
I don't want to hear nothing from no stupid Uncle Ruckus nigga.
You angry.
Fuck all the motherfuckers. No, fuck a bitch that talk
Hello?
about you. I'm not clicking up with
Hello?
nobody black just because they black.
Hello?
Clicking up with a
Hello?
nigga that hate Donald Trump just because
Hello?
I don't
Hello?
I'm only quick. If you love America, and you liberal, conservative,
Hello?
I don't give a fuck if you a straight cracker or white or.
Jazzy, how do you feel about Kitover stealing your catchphrase?
When I heard other people saying hello, it wasn't special to Jazzy.
Yeah, the trademark that. I heard it in a New York room. It was like hello. And it's
You know why the way you do it's the best.
I can't even do it no more.
Hey, real shit, how is it to be white? Hey, what's this guy?
I don't know, but like, yo, I swear to God.
Hello?
Always.
But just keep swearing to God.
Hello?
Your God.
Shit. You angry. I can't argue with you. I'm happy. Leave me alone. Hello?
It must like being stuck in Chicago with a bunch of ghetto black people. He's always imitating black folks. Like, it's the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
You know, for somebody who just said that Florida uses the N-word,
Somebody.
you use the N-word a lot.
And
N-word.
somebody who had their balls up in the air with 30 phones in front of them in front of a desk, right?
Yeah.
He calls himself a grown-ass man. I don't know how you still show your face here every day. Your balls are so swollen from no sex, right? You're back the fuck up. There's semen in there enough to start a shitload of children, right?
You know what they say when you make assumptions, right?
Richard, did you want to say something? You came off mic there briefly.
There's a lot going on right now, sir. I want to just let the foreplay happen.
No, please talk.
I don't know, Dr. Jasmine, she's making a lot of sense with this previous conversation from like 5 minutes ago, with Florida. Obviously, I didn't know if I've seen Florida, I've heard it talk before, but I don't know too much about it. There's not like he's apparently like a leftist, according to Dr.
Yes, who uses the N-word, hate people that voted for Trump and hates Trump, right? But we're calling
Did you watch the Trump Correspondents' Dinner?
I just fucking announced fucking withdraw, like no ceasefire, like there's no firing. Fucking immediately after Bibi Netanyahu and they fired missiles upon Iran or whatever, like Libya or something. And he's like, what the fuck is that? Live TV, dude, and it's fucking like recorded. That was so fucking
like they've been fighting for so long they don't even know what the fuck they're doing.
That's exactly
what
he said.
That's exactly what, yeah. And then, like, he just recently, like, talked shit about Bibi Netanyahu. Like, he was, like, talking shit about Israel. And so it's like, a lot of people are accusing, a lot of left people are accusing him for being, like, a dick sucker about Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. But he just recently, like, said, like, some shit, like, negative towards.
Yeah, this lawyer though is funny. He's sounding off, going on and on and on, and then when he leaves, the people are like, "Did you smell it on his breath? Was he sober? I think he's drunk." He did kind of seem a little off his kilter, but I mean, he's probably following the media right here. He won't print it. He went off.
Yeah, what everybody's saying is like he was like fighting the defense and the judge. Like that's how it was like a battle between his group and their group. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't like it was abnormally weird for the whole trial, I guess.
Don't judge wouldn't even let him file or record his, what do you call it, objections. You have to record it during their breaks. She wouldn't let him do that, like basic stuff. Jazzy, if a judge disrespected you, would you mouth off if you were working at it?
If I can prove it.
Yeah.
Like, for example, like, if it's just blatant disrespect, yes. But if it's, like, subtle, no, I would shut up. But if I can, like, everything's recorded, so.
And then she says, Jasmine, I will hold you in contempt if you don't stop. One more word.
I would say one.
I just want to say that this woman, Shiloh, they wasted her time. They wasted the court's resources. Those woke faggots in Minnesota wasted everybody's time. This piece of shit should be deported. He raped, 13-year-old girl, 16-year-old girl. This guy's a danger to society. He should be deported. Fuck it. He should be executed. Get rid of pieces of shit like this from our midst. Send them
I think
back.
Shiloh should
Goodbye.
be getting rid of, too. She's just on another level of
Really?
shit.
Really?
There's a lot of
Projection
people
mirror
that
says
like
what?
this.
Projection mirror says what? You fat fucking piece of shit, loudmouth fucking piece of trash. Loudmouth piece of trash, fat fucking pig bitch.
I think people like that should be set down. Along with people that rape 13-year-old girls. They gotta go too. But Shiloh's no innocent person. She didn't do what he did, right? And I don't think she should have went to court at all. But I'm glad it was that she calls little black boys the N-word. Thank you, Shiloh.
She's not. But I can't help it. I mean, she's one of those women that, like, you find attractive, but you're mad at yourself for finding her attractive, but she's, like, white trash, you know? And it's like, you can tell she's white trash, but there's still, like, I don't know. It's hard to explain.
She ain't be attractive like this.
You see, Shiloh accurately diagnosed the piece of shit filming her. He is an N-word, and Shiloh was in the right. And the fact that the court is now censoring people for calling pieces of shit what they are. Hello? Go look at my underwear photo, fat ass. Go look at my underwear yoga photo, fat pig. Go look at my underwear photo, fat pig trash. Fat pig trash. Giggle what? Projection mirror says what, fat fuck? Fat fuck what? Hello, fat ass?
I mean, you can call a child. Something like that. Even if he's trying to steal fingers. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but
Yeah, you're wrong, dude. When somebody commits an act of violence, that's breaking the law. Calling somebody a derogatory term is not breaking the law. Pieces of shit who are sensitive about an N-word, but don't give a shit about the crime problem in this country, don't give a shit the harassment, the abuse, the never-ending homeless cocksuckers on the trains lighting people on fire, soliciting their fucking throats. They don't give a fuck about the crime. They're more concerned about sensitivities and getting called an N-word. Fuck away. Or I'm pulling out my phone to film the fucker. I'm on social media blast to get my social equity justice on the internet. I try to avoid violence. Unlike fat fucking piece of trash loudmouth cunts out of Florida and their drug dealers and more. Fuck that piece of shit loudmouth cunt fucking pig bitch.
What are you talking about? Look.
something about Jazzy.
Jesus.
What's up, Evan? What's going on, neighbor? Just zenning out.
Alright, that's always good. Do you have any thoughts on the title, or do you know anything about it?
All I know, it seems like it's free speech restrictions. Like some
bro.
What's going on, man? What's up?
Chilling. It's Friday night. Hanging out with all the crazies on Clubhouse. You know, the usual.
Yeah, right about that. Crazy on Clubhouse. Long time now.
If you just think back to all the big rooms, like with Nelson Apega or Grant Cardone and all these super successful people, and you listen to what they talk about, it's just air. It's not educational. It's just basically flashy. It's all fake. It's like a bunch of like people with no self-esteem, inflating themselves, and never talking about anything. It's just this app.
Did he grift away?
Who?
Grant. He said Grant. Look, say
Grant's a different app. He's on the other social audio app a lot right now.
Oh, really? Wow.
On Chatter, but I heard nobody is even on Chatter, and X is just taking everything over. I think this app will shut down eventually. The gold transfer system, the gold coins, is completely not adopted. Nobody gives a fuck about it. And I had an account where I did the whole verification with your fucking social security number, and they deleted my account. So it's like, if they're deleting a power user's account over and over, and obviously these faggot retards that run this app don't give a fuck about like the long-term value of it. And whoever the billionaire, primary investor is, he's unaware of what these faggot retards do on this app. This is just like another cool little logo in his portfolio of investments. So I think this app will shut down.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. I mean, one day you just wake up and...
I guess I better stop paying for this shit. As soon as you said that shit, let me stop. Let me go ahead and cancel it.
Go ahead and cancel that.
God damn.
Tomorrow, AP, you'll wake up and it won't be here anymore.
You would see AP.
Does anybody remember the clown?
The clown?
Yeah, early on Clubhouse.
John Kitover? Edmund Dakin?
Yeah, the clown. Yeah, the clown. He had the clown face on his fucking profile. Anybody remember that?
Nah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Conservative.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's exactly the name right there.
He croaked. He did.
Oh, he's dead. Whoa, shit, I had no idea.
But see, AP, why do you pay for Plus? Do you want to see who looked at your profile? Like, what do you use your Plus for?
Well, they just, I don't know, they started, a couple years ago. I don't know how long ago they started. But yeah, pretty much.
Because
when you spoke, yeah, I'm getting rid of it.
Well, see, I use Anonymous to go into rooms that I'm blocked from to live stream that room onto other platforms. So it has value to me. But if I'm the only one using it to basically re-platform content, well, how can I, if I'm the only one doing it, their product is worthless. Like, there's just, it can't support the amount of data transfer and cloud they have to buy to fucking facilitate nonstop conference calls around the fucking planet. Lots of people sucking up all this fucking bandwidth, no advertisements, not enough profit. Like, this thing is shrinking. It's shrinking and shrinking. Eventually, they'll pull the plug on it and be like, it was a great experiment, guys, but we're sorry, we've got to shut it down.
Yeah. Any moment. Great. Let's get back to the topic. I suspect we have the people on stage that might have a little disagreement with the title, but AP, I don't know if you want to take a shot at it. All opinions are welcomed. I won't be judgmental, but I think, in my opinion, there's a word. D, you can do it too if you want, D. Don't be shy. I won't boot you. Maybe. Everybody's thinking about it. I don't know. Yes, the app is dead. What did you say? Yes, the app is dead. Yeah.
Did anybody see this Young Washington movie that came out in the beginning of July?
No, I haven't even heard of it. No.
It's a great movie. And in historically, Washington was trying to become a British officer, according to the movie, and he slaughtered and killed all these French in order to fulfill his ambition. And then it's such a crazy twist of fate that we're battling the French, slaughtering them in these, French-Indian wars or whatever. And then we turn on the British, and then the French forgive us and arm us to the teeth to fucking kill the British. So it's I don't know, it's just a good movie. It's good battles, good actors, a lot of blood. And it kind of shows you maybe who George Washington was. I think there's probably a lot they leave out. But you should look up the film. Just go on YouTube. You'll enjoy the clips on YouTube. I'm not going to see the movie, but the clip's enough.
He was born in Britain, and there's one other president. I can't remember who it was. Those came a few after him.
I know Jefferson Davis and Abraham Lincoln, who fought each other during the Civil War, were both fighting, I think, in the Black Hawk Wars here in Illinois. They were fighting the Indians to the death. And then they ended up fighting themselves to the death. So it's all this violence is retarded. It's a waste of time, waste of money, waste of effort. And when you don't do guerrilla warfare and you do this lineup bullshit, this gentlemanly war bullshit where you're present arms, look, fire. I mean, people did gentlemanly murder, and they died themselves. If you were a fighter, wouldn't you be a guerrilla fighter, running through fucking ravines and doing sneak attacks, never meet the enemy in open battle? That's the strategy. That's the terrorism strategy to basically fulfill your political goals and stay alive to win the fight. But if Trump deploys to Iran, and the moment we deploy, it signals to everyone on the mainland. And that's when our soldiers start incurring tremendous amounts of energy to destroy them. So keeping a distance and not winning quickly, it's a strategy. I mean, we are in perpetual war, and it's only expanding, and it's never stopped. So we are basically an empire policing the world, regime change here and there, and it's just not going to stop. It won't stop. And the liberal progressives or the Democrat socialists, even if they get in power, it still will stop because that is outside of their control. You might think politics call the shots when it comes to the multi-trillion-dollar United States military defense industrial companies, but they do not. They are outside of that government, this third economy, this third America that you're part of or you're not a part of it, but you can't stop it because on military bases, they got UCMJ. They do not operate on the same platform that the United States of America has to operate on. So I'm going to accurately diagnose and identify what I view as reality in which we live in. Hello?
So we went to war for Zionists?
See, that would be a summation or a condensing, in one statement, which is not accurate. The more accurate diagnosis is that America is the Zionist entity, and little Israel is just our little mouse fart in the field. We are the elephant. Israel is the mouse at our foot. But if you don't see that the enemy is within, here in America that we are the global hegemony, the sole survivor of the Cold War. Look at Russia. It's burning. Moscow is on fire. Their petroleum industry is in ruins. Iran is in ruins. Saudi Arabia is standing strong. Syria, regime change. Like, we have terraformed the planet. You think that Lebanese Patriot attack was just the Israelis? No way. That was CIA operation, maybe in conjunction, but the CIA carries out international targeted assassinations of what we believe to be domestic or international foreign terrorists. It's the reality. We are a militarized society pretending that we're liberal progressives. But that's what the faggot retard liberals want you to think. Because they're just cosplayers putting out spam videos all day, every day, nonstop on all platforms. Every senator, every congresswoman, everybody in this woke leftist bullshit, they're just doing communication consulting, but they don't stop nothing. In fact, they just want to spend more because they know they're going to get more donations. It's grifter upon grifter. We have like a fucking honeypot mountain of grifters. You know, you could say the president is the chief grifter ruling from the White House. We have an interesting government. It's unlike any other government on the fucking planet. It's a system. It's a platform. And it's all run out of Washington, D.C., Wall Street. I am complete. I am a book. I am what you should, wasting all your time here, repeating yourself like you have brain rot from being a boxer and a 4'11" Corsican anti-Semite. It's very easy to be a big Zionist, and you a part of it. Hello?
You dipshit. You can't be an anti-Semite when you're European.
Yeah, a resistance. A guy so stupid he attacks an innocent person in the street because he's got a yarmulke on. A man of God, an innocent person. This anti-Semitic, low IQ piece of street trash attacks innocent people in the street.
How you don't know that he was a pedophile?
You're a fucking moron. You attacked an innocent person. What kind of a criminal hurts innocent people? You're a stupid fuck. You're a stupid, retarded fuckbag. You're shit.
Norm said he showed up. You're supposed to meet up and fight him, but you never showed up. He called you a coward. Norm's a bitch just like you. Norm would never meet up with me because he know I'll knock his teeth out his mouth like I did Yusuf Haddad, the other fake Jewish faggot nigga from Israel. They have videos of me knocking his teeth out his mouth. Just like I would do to Norm.
That guy was on the app?
No, he's in Israel. He's fake, his famous Israeli
Yo, your room in shadow banned.
Israel that comes to New York.
Your room's being shadow banned.
Are you being serious?
I definitely did not see it in the hallway.
That's impossible.
It was the first room that showed up for me in the hallway.
I'm reloading my hallway, bro. I still don't see it, and I'm in here.
You got down Wi-Fi.
Somebody have you blocked.
Someone has you blocked.
Either you or Beaver?
No, he can be anybody on stage now.
I don't know anybody else on stage other than Pepe.
I know you, Florida. Florida, I gotta say, I think Jazzy was inaccurate. Hello?
Hello? You see how if you click on my profile, you see it says you can message me? That means we're not blocked.
No, I get it. It's this fucking Kitover.
Did you just call Kitover a K word and make an anti-Semitic slur against a Christian? My mother isn't Jewish. You white trash, low IQ garbage man. My mother is Christian. Does that make me Jewish? You're calling me an anti-Semitic slur.
Did you block him?
Who? I don't block people. Are you kidding me?
Did you block him or not?
I don't block people. Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I don't block people on this app. I get my accounts permanently deleted every other fucking week. What are you talking about?
I think it's just shadow banned. Everybody refresh your hallway.
Now check Florida and see.
Oh, now it's there.
Okay, he was blocking.
Preposterous. What a kike.
I'm not blocking.
You can beat me more now.
No way. I'm not blocking. I'm not blocking anybody, bro.
Oh, now let me refresh again. It should be gone. Oh, it's gone. Imagine that. That's crazy.
But if you call somebody else a K word, is that projection? Like, that's like calling somebody an intelligent human being. Hello?
Charge me for disorderly conduct.
Yeah, Norm's crazy like that.
Do you think that, oh, he's still here, Resistance is still here. I was going to talk shit, but no, I'm just kidding, to talk shit, but do you think that's a real story, that they were going to meet up and fight, or what? Resistance, are you there?
It's not a story. Anybody who was there knows I was on the park, on the app as I'm talking now, while in the park showing the pictures. Norm is a coward-ass 60-year-old man. I will slap the soul out of his body in real time. Wow.
I'm just curious though, like,
you would never meet him.
But why would you see? I'm in my 40s, and even I would not assault like somebody in their 60s. I just wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I can't see myself doing
I wouldn't assault a normal elderly man in his 60s neither, but he's a Zionist piece of shit racist. Damn, you could persecute.
You could be like a what do you call it? Black Hebrew Israelite saying, "Fuck the white man, kicks my shoes. You crack up fuck your little white girl."
I violated the fake
and
ass.
I still wouldn't touch him just because
I violated. Well, it's different. The Hebrew Israelite, if he's in his elderly there, I don't think he'll make idle threats. See, that's where it becomes different. If you're gonna run your mouth and make fake idle threats, then I'm gonna punch you in your mouth.
Aren't you, a grown up? And don't you know that this is a free conference call app for lonely, bored retards?
Do you guys actually believe any of this?
Hello? I mean, Resistance, like, nobody really is taking what you're saying seriously. This is all just stupid hypothetical.
I don't give a fuck about what he's saying on that.
Well, why would anybody give a fuck what you have to say on this app? Ever.
This is how we know you're just a fucking synthetic cokehead. I don't give a fuck.
Is that projection?
I don't really trust that.
I don't trust like that.
I don't give a fuck about what any of
I don't trust like that.
I don't trust that way.
I don't trust like that.
Yeah, I don't trust that way, man.
If any one of you bitch niggas ever out of your mind to meet me in a New York City, I would be like shit out in real time.
Wow.
I don't care what you guys can say on the app. That's the only time you guys can say something is on the app.
If Mangani...
Bitches are real life.
Goofy goofball. That's all.
That's why white cowards like you only stay on white
That's all I can hear from you is that you're...
The reality is you a bitch in real life. I would slap the shit out in front of your mother and you wouldn't do nothing. That's the type of white people are like that. They're pussy.
Wow.
It's just the facts.
Wait, is this the
90%
next...
of white men are bitches. You can grab their wife. You can grab a wife's ass in front of them. They won't do nothing.
I'm not gonna lie, but I doubt that I could probably fracture your face and you would be knocked unconscious before your head hits the floor.
The only thing you're gonna fracture is your skin tone.
You would not even
fucking being inside the sun rays.
I just think it's funny.
The only thing that you would fracture is your skin from being under that tanning salon. You would get tan your skin. You wouldn't be able to beat no one.
How would you even?
That's just a fact. I beat the shit out of you in real life, in real time. You're white. A white man will never beat me. I'm too violent. I will fuck. Resistance, what is your height, weight? I'm 6'1", 200 pounds. And I will beat the shit out of one of you white boys.
Do you have any updates currently?
Yes, I do.
What's your...
As long as my dick.
Well, I have this 74 inch reach. He's bigger and taller than me, but I quite frankly, I
Let's go. You're
okay. Kennedy Collective. We can look at the world.
You're right.
We can look at all of these white boys. Ricky Hatton, all of these guys.
He's not white. Miguel Alvarez is Mexican. He's not white.
Mexican. No.
No, you fucking cannot. Mexicans didn't come that way, not born in lineages. The history don't come from Europe.
No, you were talking about the.
Hello?
ancestors aren't from Europe.
I just want to say that peace comes from within, and always pray for other people's peace before your own.
Mexicans are not from Europe.
This is pure brain rot and a total waste of our time. Gentlemen.
That's diarrhea of the mouth, guys.
Gentlemen.
Only when your mother sucked a dick.
But you know what's funny? Like, I don't talk about beating up people in real life. It's just not something I do. But I think it's funny. So many people do it online. And look, I know boxers that would beat the fucking David Kidd. I literally know a world champion, gold medal Olympics. People that would fuck me up easily. And, you know, I just to put things in perspective, I'm not a tough guy, but I just think it's so funny when people think just magically, because they have this attitude, that they're tough and they're prepared for a fight. And that's
fucking boy, I'm tough because I do tough things.
Oh, that's
I hear people talk about that. Like, you know, it's psychology. I'm tough in real life. You're white in real life. If you see street in New York, you cross the street. Just deal with facts. They're white boys.
You know what I think is funny?
Ain't none of you cracker niggas ever hang. For example, you as a white cracker in New York, you would never in your life go to Brownsville, Brooklyn at 2 or 3 a.m. and hang out. You wouldn't do it. You're too cowardly. You're scared. You wouldn't go to any parts of the Bronx.
Probably wouldn't.
You wouldn't go to any of the inner city because you are a white boy. It's in your DNA to do any of those type of things. Oh. See, I'm a pure nigga. I grew up around violence. Yes, you're brown. Nothing to me.
No. You look like a habit to Puerto Rico. I didn't say you're a brown nigga.
We're the island in Puerto Rico.
Okay, where was your gun up in the 1980s? You wouldn't have gone into Bensonhurst.
Downtown Brooklyn, Bensonhurst, Avenue T. I know all those places.
I know, it's almost like the whites can form gangs that actually have power, unlike you.
Russians used to do their little things.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, they do. Right. Yes, they do. They act like cocaine. Yeah, I know. Y'all used to sniff all of our coke, you fucking junkies.
No, you guys didn't. No, it wasn't you guys. The Mexicans bring it in.
The girls hooked on that cocaine.
That's a lie. Okay, bitch. What's going on?
KP, can you send the Avengers over here to mop up around Clown House?
Look, you're the clown. Worried about what other...
N-word. I was asking KP a question. KP, what do you think about resistance as a man?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. There's too much going on. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that resistance here is a foul-mouthed new piece of street trash. I'm just wondering what you think about him.
That your grandfather was a fucking homo.
Fuck it. You know what?
Well, I can see the Hennessy is having a good night.
You're just mad because white people...
It's so weaponized against me.
You're a white Mexican. Little Islanders don't think he's white.
Bleach my skin, yet I go to the tanning salon. You accuse me of two different things.
Shit, my nigga. That's the most gay thing you could ever do.
I go to the tanning salon, then immediately bleach my skin afterwards.
And say you don't go to the tanning salon, Pat. Say you don't go into that fucking...
Sisters to go and get some fucking fake eyelashes, fake hair.
Women can do that. What the fuck that got to do with a man doing it? You probably asshole and you shave your fucking...
You're dumb.
Yeah, but Kay, he's Puerto Rican. He's not one of you nappy-haired people. He's not that kind of a Puerto Rican.
So you want this big barbaric bitch standing over you with this motherfucking hair down to her asshole, telling you that
with Latinos, Afro Latinos, fuck you talking about.
Isn't it amazing? All I gotta say is,
That's because we fuck all their women.
just when you think you've heard all the trash
You
talk,
like to fuck men. You want to fuck them.
You're gay. We can hear it in your
What?
it's projection, KP.
It's
The projection alert detection system.
It's just a fact, man. You white niggas squeeze each other's ass. That shit is funny.
Projection mirror says what? Projection mirror says what? Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to let you know that projection.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to know that Book used to squeeze his little brother's balls and then make fun like that shit was a joke because he's a weird white boy.
Projection mirror says what?
White boy.
Projection is what's called making ad hominem projection onto somebody else
It's not ad hominem. It's
because
wrong.
of your own projection detection,
That's gay white behavior.
projection
That's what y'all do.
activation, projection
You can't do that.
detection. The projection activation detection system has been activated.
Y'all gay.
You didn't go just jump off the goddamn high school table and fucking elbows.
When we were high school, when we went to your high school, y'all was scared to death because we fucking bitches.
No, you motherfuckers in the hood.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to point out the way that resistance laughs. If you've heard,
a little over half Mexican, and they would have no trouble knifing a dirty spick from Puerto Rico. They don't like you guys very much for whatever reason.
Oh, yeah, the
whoa,
Mexicans scared to death of us because we fucked their Mexican whores.
whoa, what is this West Side Story?
And the reality is Mexicans are pussies.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step away from the mic. Matt Beaver, it's a pleasure as always, but I'm going to go into the real world because this is a faggot retard faggot conversation. And the projection activation system has been activated. Activation system will record all projections.
We don't need to hear no announcements about where to go. Get the fuck out of here, you bum.
Projection activation detection system.
He just the loser can't leave. He's a loser. He loves Clubhouse.
The projection activation detection ad hominem system has been activated and is
He's a
recording.
loser. He can't leave. He'll be lonely. Loser.
You know, let me ask you a question. Black man, they get so offended when a white person speaks.
Because white people ain't got shit to say. They're a bunch of fucking clowns.
Why would you say that?
He's just saying this shit. He's just fucking.
Projection activation projection detection system is recording.
Oh, you still here, loser?
Now, let me go with this. Why would you say that when white folks gave you your fucking freedom?
White people ain't give me shit, nigga. My fucking people died with the sword in their hand. We took our
Beaners
freedom.
made you guys.
The only thing we ever did for the white people is give them our cocaine and let them OD on it.
What is you be talking about?
White people motherfucking sniff coke and sniff heroin and touch little kids. Fuck the white man.
And guess what? That's true. Niggas. I guess
To be sure, the blacks ended up becoming the crackheads and the ones who got fucked the most over by cocaine. If we're being honest. The Latinos did profit off of that group the
That
most.
ain't cocaine. That's crack. That's
Yeah, well, okay, it's a derivative of cocaine.
Exactly. It ain't pure coke. Coke to a
So all comes from where? Latin America.
Exactly. My people, we gonna make sure you crackers die. Right, casualties. So they know white niggas are a bunch of faggots like one of the rectors. White faggots. White ones.
Oh, from Africa? So the first, yes, acquired AIDS. I'm pretty sure AIDS exists in Africa.
So white man gave
correctly, no, it did exist in Africa before white.
No, the white man gave the AIDS to the Africans.
No.
So why are you giving your ass to them?
They tricked them. They gave them.
I just want to remind everybody, welcome back to Clown House in the President Trump room with resistance. A premium clown.
There's impeding their goals as resistance.
See how dumb you sound. Conversation over. Thanks, Beaver. Love you, brother.
The title of the room is Impractical because it's a perversion of fact.
Okay. Well,
The woman was accused in this case of disorderly conduct, etc. Was not only shouting, she was shouting loudly at a kid using racial epithets.
She was found not guilty in that part.
And then she was also doing it to an adult as well.
There's
no guilty.
Just let you know, there's no.
Yeah, but here's the problem. No, why?
There's no evidence of the child being told anything like that you're mentioning right now. Of course he ran. What a pussy.
Yeah. Goddamn. Sorry, yes.
If I don't mind asking, why are y'all talking about that weak case, which is a misdemeanor, instead of talking about the case that happened in Georgia of the stupid white bitch and her white boyfriend that just got convicted and got 20 years and 15 years from flying the Confederate flag at an 8-year-old's birthday?
That happened years ago, though.
Yeah, and they got convicted today. So 20 years, dumb bitch got another one got 15 years. Good for their crack.
They got convicted.
They got crying like bitches on the courtroom.
No, they got convicted several years ago.
Today, motherfucker, not several years today.
No, because I remember they were.
I watched this shit. What do you mean?
Was it an appeal and they got sentenced?
I don't know if it was appeal or not. It was convicted today. I see that.
They convicted, officer.
They were convicted of hate crime, obviously. You jackass. That's the only way you can get 15 or 20
No,
years.
I'm asking you. I don't know. I'm asking you.
Don't be fucking asking me questions. Use your fucking computer like everyone else or ChatGPT. Typical white people always want the answers to everything so you can steal the ideas and then profit off.
He's actually dark-skinned black, by the way.
He's a white monkey.
No, I'm pretty sure he's like black, like Caribbean black or something.
Okay, where in the Caribbean you from?
No, I'm white.
Well, we know you're white, but where part of the Caribbean you from?
No, I'm from America.
You're from no fucking America. You're from the fucking British Islands or something.
No, fuck. Must be mother.
That guy's black bitch. This was St. Thomas or some
The
shit.
Caribbean Latinos and the Caribbean apes are fighting.
What's up, D? What's going on?
Evening, Edward.
You just rock and roll, trying to feel much better.
Are you sick or something?
Yeah, I've been sick, but I'm out of the hospital now. They admitted me over the last week.
What do you have? If you don't mind me asking.
They don't know yet.
You've been shitting on your ass.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Yeah, because I've been puking the last 4 days and shitting all over the place.
Did y'all see the other news in New York City? How Kite got stabbed by a Puerto Rican?
Yeah, I saw that. Was he a convert to Islam?
Yo, these piece of shit Jews lie that the fucking speaks of the law. Like, this nigga is a retarded Spanish nigga. And this is what makes it worse. This is why I hate those fucking Jews here. He also stabbed the Chinese or Asian guy, Japanese guy, prior to the Jew. He got the Asian guy first. And check this crazy shit out, because this is how scum they are here in New York City. They give him a regular stabbing crime to the Asian guy, but they uplift the charges of the Jew and call it a hate crime. Well,
How
how
is
is
it
it
they can't
true? I don't know.
not somebody you should have on stage. I think it's weird.
Pepsi got his ass so far up the Jew's ass, it's not even funny.
Yeah, I talked to Matt and Dior, and I kept it real with them. That babe is not somebody you want on stage. That babe is weird. So Faith and Sav, sorry about that, Sav. But before you guys were having a conversation, we were talking about my health, right? And you guys have decided that wasn't important at all.
No, I know. I wanted to hear it. It's just that other.
That babe's weird. Go ahead. No, I got it. It's just kind of interesting that we talk about situations that you have no contact with, but you have a person here talk about what they've been going through. But so for the last 13 weeks, I've been having some different disease spells going in and out. So my doctor ordered a battery of tests. It's not neuro. So the next person I got to see is the infection disease doctor. We're going to run a battery of tests. Was causing it. I did my MRI yesterday and done a whole bunch of different tests. I was losing blood, so they admitted me to the hospital for 3 days. But they found out what it was, and they actually patched that part up so the bleeding would stop. So I was at 14.3 and I dropped to 10.6. A lot of blood, but made it to the hospital in time. So that was. So right now I'm on the mend, trying to get my blood count back up. And thank God they didn't have to do a blood transfusion, so I'm very happy about that.
Amen. Amen. Are you okay? Are you doing better now?
He said he's waiting to hear.
Shut up, Pepe. I'm talking to
Why are
him.
you coming in here to fight? We're not fighting.
I'm asking him a question. You the one speaking.
What was your question?
I asked him, are you doing better now?
Yes, much better. I'm doing much better. God still heals, guys. And doctors can only do so much. But
You was losing blood to where though? You was throwing it up?
No. It was coming up my bottom.
Oh.
So did they think? So did they think that? So did they think that it's because of maybe like an infectious disease, like for example eating bad food or something?
No, it's nothing to do with food. What happened is they believe that Joe, they checked that. It wasn't the kidneys neither, nor my prostate. So they checked out the PSA. They did a bunch of tests. But what triggered it was they were happening more frequently. But now they're like 1 a day, which is great because there's like 3 a day, and they were like lasting 15-20 seconds. Even when I was driving, I had to pull over. So
Was it like triggered by like you standing up or getting up suddenly?
Yeah, that's a few times. But even when I was sitting down, it happened several times. But right now, we're everything out. So.
Thank you, Lord, for making sure that Mr. Edward is good. You know, he's gonna be better.
Amen. I appreciate
it. You will remain in my prayers. Thank you, Lord, for that. You're going to be good. You're going to be good, and you're still going to be on Clubhouse talking shit. Feel me? So I'm gonna make sure to pray for Mr. Edwards in my prayers.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Edward, do you mind if I share your health that coming through this with our other brothers?
Oh no, you can share. Go on, man. You know me, bro. You can share, bro.
You like my big brother.
Yeah, I know. Come on, man. You and I go for it back, man. You refer your family to me. That's seriously like
8 years now.
I don't take it lightly when you ask me this issue with someone in your family.
Still has to do it.
I don't take this stuff lightly. So just confidence, knowing that my company will serve families very well, and I thank you for trusting us.
Now you might want to close your ears for 25 seconds. You jackasses that's on here that don't know Mr. Edward. A good friend, brother of mine, assholes. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Beaver. Matt, Pepe, I'm sorry. So, send the heck out of here.
Yeah, you can share.
What's up?
I haven't been on the app, so off and on. At late night, I try to get on and just listen to you guys. But Matt, you guys, some of the conversations are pretty. I don't know where you guys going. But
I haven't been here in a while. You know, it's 6 years ago.
KP, you haven't been around.
What's up?
Yeah, you haven't been much around at all. Yeah, like I think the last time I saw you was like 2 months ago, I think.
Yeah, I just been chilling. Just because of this kind of BS. S. You hear the S. No, I just went through some things in my life. To go there. Back to the old things. Going up here and listening.
Alright. What's everybody want to talk about? I changed the title. Feel free to jump in and throw something out. I don't know.
Over discussion.
Your Minnie Mouse, I think.
I say, KP, you're way too fucking intoxicated to be in the room.
Alright, I'm out. I go to the audience.
Good seeing you, man.
Peace.
Peace.
Nothing personal. It's happened to me at times. You know, I
don't think I could drink that much and go on a public app.
Have you guys heard me drunk before?
No. Have you? Oh wait, you did maybe one time. But you actually got drunk? I thought you know.
Oh yeah, I've been drunk like several times.
Shit.
If anything, getting drunk, I like with me, I'll open my mouth a lot more. Like I just
a lot more. How's that possible?
You know, like how do I?
He's coming back. Hold on. He probably wants.
Like I end up So in other words, I usually try. Part of the reason why like you hear me stall when I'm talking is because I'm trying to think of like a way to put my thoughts into words. But like when I'm drunk, it kind of takes away that filter. And so like if anything, I'll actually talk a lot faster, and the words will come out just. It's because they're coming out like very unfiltered. So you may not catch it because of that, but yeah, generally it's I'll be more. I'll say things that like maybe ruffle feathers or what, like double IPAs in particular.
Hey Edward, this is.
Do you drink book? What's going on?
Edward, I sent you that deep relaxation recording by Dr. Marty Rossman and emotional responses, etc. But is the way to go, because these stupid doctors will put you on a treadmill, have you max out your heart as if you're some kind of a fucking treadmill marathon runner and say, oh, well, we've done a diagnostic, we've done our experiment. Edward, this app is for fucking faggot retards that like sadomasochism, are lonely, or bored, or are retarded faggots. So do the deep hypnosis, deep breathing relaxation, and ignore this piece of shit dog app with people like Resistance who are here to ruin your fucking spirit. to ruin your central nervous system, your psychology. These are retard faggots, lonely loser, profane, vulgar people that are not social people. That's why they're here. They can't communicate with people in the real world politely. They're low-class trash.
Yeah, I'm gonna take your shit there. I'm gonna go fuck this person. Because you know that asshole out of Chicago. There you go. We're just having a conversation, man.
I'm just a book. What do I know? Well, I know a lot more than a lot of faggot retards on this app because I read from books.
I think you're a very nice person. But books or more. Stop it.
Well, I apologize if I upset you because I'm a book. But you see, it's a big world out there in the world of books.
You did not upset me. I think it's weird. You always really go for it, man. Always. It's just weird. Okay. What's up, Joe? Peace.
See, people say weird when they have no more evidence to discuss, their theory or their postulate or, what their point is. They say, that's weird.
No, because shut the fuck up. The owner of the room said, hey, I got drunk. Okay, I'm out. So, okay, we did.
Well, I just want to dedicate this little song to Donald Trump, our glorious president, so brave, nearly took his head off twice, but he's fighting the deep state every day. A lot of faggot retards in that deep state. All right, everybody, just take the deepest breath of the day.
Anybody watching the White House Correspondence? I haven't checked it on it. The posting's good. I should have streamed it. I don't know. I just completely forgot about it. Oh, Joe watched it. Okay.
Come on up, everybody. It's an open discussion in the President Trump room. There's a YouTube live version of the room if you'd like to watch the room on YouTube. Production by Norm Green and John Kitover at the White House Live with Donald Trump in the new bunker. This is the President Trump room. We are the antithesis to the...
that?
I think John said something Raboy noise something. Johnny boy. Norman! Norman! Coming, mother.
Rich, if I can ask you a personal favor just for tonight only, if you could review the YouTube community guidelines on protected classes or protected groups, and then help police that speech so the YouTube Live doesn't get a community guideline strike, I'm relying on you, buddy. Thanks.
I'll take it into consideration, and then I'll get back to you. Norman! What'd you say, Beaver?
How come nobody's talking?
Oh, John's been coy. He's being shy.
Well, if you'd like, I could read a little poem before I head out for the night.
No, we'll talk.
Oops.
About drinking?
Don't let me interrupt you. Keep working, everybody.
Johnny boy. Let's go out drinking lesson. How? No, Jesus Christ, not you. Oh shit, please come up. Please, God. Othello, I'd rather listen to you. Okay, thank you. 3 and 1, I don't know who you are, but I appreciate you. Oh, you say this every time, Edward. I know. Well, thank you for letting me be me. Yeah, every time we interact, you're like a Jack. You're like, I don't know who this guy is. I can't remember voices. Well, I don't remember your voice, so sorry. No, I know. So Edward's a right man. Edward, maybe you can like talk down everyone and be condescending again. Okay, I appreciate it. Now you remember Edward. No. Ocean, Edward, Goose. It's all good, guys. Yeah. But the question is, with this democratic socialism, do we see the difference between the policies of what they're proposing and not, or are we just going to ignore it as conservatives? I'd rather listen to this communist drone. Anything to say? I'm sorry, Edward. Go ahead. Keep going, Edward.
He was moved. Edward, continue, please.
Thanks. Well, the challenge is that it's kind of interesting that they say America, and I think you guys need to give your time. Or am I missing something?
Well, I think the genocide of Israel, Gaza, is really to blame for a lot of it. It's kind of fueled it. But, yeah, it's happened. And it's very alarming. The question is, will they realize the policies won't work and then change their ways? I don't know.
Would that have left New York? When the producers leave, what do? Do you just keep trying to take the money from the producer? I mean, does this make any sense? I'm just lost. The producers being penalized and the socialists saying we need to have people pay their fair share. But the people that pay nothing, what are they paying? I mean, I'm just trying to understand the logic.
There is no logic, so I don't know. You're not going to be able to understand it.
How could you be persuaded to even listen to someone like this? Hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take all the landlords in New York and we're going to put a freeze on their properties and tell them that they can't pay anymore. Okay, they can't get anymore. I mean, it's like we're going to moratorium and the public sector is going to take
we should see what Richard has to say about it. Let's see if he mouths off again.
So you heard what Edward had to say. Didn't stimulate your viewer.
Hey,
Edward.
Edward, I just wanted to remind you that if you having dizzy spells, hypnosis works. Just by listening to instructive words like the blood is circulating through my arms, through my legs, I take the deepest breath of the day, I hold it for 10 seconds. I know it sounds stupid, but words are very powerful. And as a godly man, you believe in the word. The word is a program for the brain. Hello?
Okay, ding the gong now. Ding the gong again.
I'm just saying that meditation is prayer.
Yeah, I slowed down his speech and he was like trying to concentrate on picking it up.
Remember what I said, Beaver? I appreciate it. Joe, you should come up.
So, Edwards,
Come on, Joe Hero.
Mondami's freeze is temporary, lasting until September 2027. I feel like you missed how you didn't mention that, and it's an important part of that.
But it's wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong. Sounds like it's not going to be anything. It's temporary.
Wait, is that APK for chillism?
Yeah, but my question is, when did the government get the right, the public get the right to freeze anybody in a capitalist society? I'm just curious. When did that become a proposal? The government does that all the time. The government sets minimum, maximum prices all the time. They set taxes on stuff. They bail out companies all the time. America is no different than communist China when it comes to that. But no different than communist China? Come on. America is so different. You guys bailed out like Ford how many times? There's way more competitors in cars in China. So America selects winners like Tesla and Ford, subsidizes them, bails them out when they fail. And then no one can compete. It's not a free market. It's basically communism. What communism or socialism is to you? It's embarrassing, but if you're taxing people and then you're giving that to corporations or the rich, I mean, I guess that's not really what communism is, but that's how I'm looking at it. Not a free market. It's not true free market capitalism. I thought we put lots of rules and regulations, and the government just bails out who they want to win. The government said nope, can't release that. They're policing that it was a free market. They wouldn't have been able to.
Excuse me, faggot Canadian retard. I'm about to head out for the night to go look at tens and have a neutral. Many people don't know what a neutral is, but it's the new cranberry vodka of 2026. And I just want to shout out to Matt Cool and Beaver here, especially Matt, who apparently is the only Trump MAGA organizer on this godforsaken app. Cheers and kudos to you. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. MAGA, 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 MAGA.
The rent freeze is useless. What they should do is cap the increase. You cap it at like 2% per year, and then that prevents that keeps it a lot more controlled, but it allows for increases. Don't hold a business and hire people and hope customers based on someone else's thought. Yes, the government gets to set prices on plenty of things. That's all we're doing. Yeah, precisely. On anything that we sell.
There's plenty of things out there that control pricing.
In my funeral cemetery visits, where the government has priced me and told me what I should sell something for. Please name 3 things.
Your industry. I don't know anything about your industry. I'm sorry. You would have to tell me. Probably like some kind of volume fluid chemicals. I would assume that you have to use that gas. But chemicals are usually controlled.
It doesn't set the price. I'm just trying to find out where you. I'm sorry.
Well, let me look up some examples then.
Go for it.
I just want to say that America shouldn't have stopped at the border with Canada. We should have taken out these British faggot retards when we had the opportunity to take the entire northern continent known as America. There is no Canada. Let's be honest. They're 1/1000th of the economy of our massive empire here on the mainland. And we have to deal with these obnoxious faggot retards like Jarl. I am complete. I know I haven't said much.
I just want to get up here and point out how this is where we're at with political discourse. Jarl just gaslights the stage and the audience and says, well, there's many, it happens all the time. And then he's like, when he's called on actually having to make some points, he's like,
With the aisle, I'm headed over.
don't actually know one off the top of my head, so I'm going to have to, let me look some up to reaffirm my gaslighting.
Think of many examples, like general examples. And I mentioned them. Usually they're going to be like minimum prices, but I don't see a problem with setting a maximum price either. I just don't know anything about his industry. It seems weird, like I wouldn't know anything about his industry.
I just want to point out in discourse what you just did. You completely contradict yourself from what you said prior.
I contradict myself. Let me list out a few examples of controlled pricing in the United States. So apartment rents already in parts of the United States have controlled pricing. Electricity and natural deals, didn't know that one. Health insurance, obviously it's the minimum. Emergency necessities. So they maximum. So if you had an ambulance company, you have fixed pricing. Medical services, yeah, those are the common ones. I don't think it's a big deal. What a lot of those things have in common is I would see why it makes sense, right? It's all like medical stuff. It's all like
Can we do a quick diagnostic here? Because I think a lot of people forget that when you are having an intellectual conversation on a conference call, free conference call with random people, you're bound to meet faggot retards that can't even, that's why I like to do a diagnostic. Jarl, what is 100 times 100?
What? Do you want me to answer a math question? If I correctly, just add the zeros. So if you want to say like America is capitalistic, and I'm wrong by saying it's not, like sure, America is capitalistic, but it's not a true free market capitalism, and that's literally all my argument is.
We get it. We don't have separation of state and economy, Jarl. I mean, we've read Ayn Rand. What else do you have to contribute for us to consider not wasting any of our time listening to you on a beautiful Friday summer night? I mean, make it valuable, Jarl. Make your submission interesting, enlightening. Give us value, Jarl.
Ask you a question.
Give us value.
I mean, if you want value, that's I don't want to. Whatever you guys want to talk about.
Okay.
What truth do you hold of yourself then?
I don't know. I don't think I hold any truths to be self-evident. I don't believe in truths being self-evident.
truth is pretty like vague.
One truth is that Canada is far inferior to the USA. I mean, that's just it. It's a fact. It's true. And it always will be that way. So that should get you started, so.
Keep insulting me, I'm gonna go start more forest fires and pollute your air, okay?
Okay. I didn't insult you, I insulted Canada.
Trump made me patriotic, so.
Who made you patriotic?
Trump made like half of Canada patriotic.
Your former prime minister is transgender. He divorces his wife. He giggles. His brother dies in a ski accident. Is he still married to Katy Perry? He arrests retards. You're just the byproduct of that faggot retard industrial complex known as Canada. Hello?
I think all Canadians, or most Canadians, would admit Justin Trudeau is a bit of an idiot. But I know Americans have such a hard time admitting Trump is an idiot. It's this, they're both idiots.
Who's the best Prime Minister Canada has ever had?
I have no idea.
You see, you don't have it all figured out either, Gerald. I don't know.
John Fitz, I think, is really good, but yeah, it's long, it's complicated. But I don't know.
Kitover is calling outside.
Sorry.
You sound like you said carne asada.
What's that calling outside?
You did say that. Like, oh yeah, dude.
Oh, English. I know you just say it in English. John Cretin.
How you been, man? Long time no see, man.
How's everything with you?
Well, just I've been sitting soccer all day. I've been just like betting on some bullshit fucking leagues like Argentina, you know, first league, Peru, shit like that. Yeah, man. Pretty motherfucking good. Give me some carne asada.
It's a slow night tonight. I figured it'd be a little bit spicier out there, but
Gnashing their teeth.
Peter, did you hear any of that debate or not? I didn't know what that was. Over in Politically Correct with those two quote-unquote MAGA/conservative people, or no? I forget if you even heard any of it.
But yeah, I heard a little bit. It was the typical, trying to do a shtick. The lady didn't fall for it. The guy fell for it a little while, but the lady left. And then it just turned into a shit show.
They just fire-branded the whole place. I mean, nobody's putting up with the shit anymore, you know what I mean? So I'm not surprised as how they did that, how they went about their business. I was surprised that they were actually somewhat reasonable at the beginning, that being the PC people. But I knew that there's no way these guys didn't know.
You would hope so.
Yeah, because and then someone said they had been recruited before on this and that. So they just no way they didn't know. They came in like just throwing chairs and just like who gives a fuck about you people, you know?
Yeah, it's, you fight yes, and then you treat them like shit, and then you get surprised that they left.
I mean, it's a typical clubhouse. Actually, they probably think we're better than those folks, because at least we all know, you know, how we all operate, you know? But, I mean, it's no different than the usual stuff that goes on here.
Serendipity, yes, I do think that he spoke. I haven't heard it yet. I heard like a brief part of it. He made a joke about Nicki Minaj. What did he say about Nicki Minaj? Something about
twerking. Yeah,
she started twerking when everybody else stopped.
Crazy country. Crazy country.
You're just jealous.
See, that's just projection. We're actually a highly enlightened country. If you study the founding fathers and the principles of enlightenment, you will see that our craziness, our far outness is actually theosophical, philosophical, and based in wisdom and even metaphysics. It's faggot Canadians like your former prime minister, faggot retard, who probably killed his brother and giggles and laughs about it, divorces his wife, marries a witch known as Katy Perry, and tries to destroy patriots in Canada and ruin their lives. Faggot retards like that, like losers who want to ruin their own country and ruin people's lives because they're faggot retards, like your former prime minister, Kevin Trudeau, or whatever the fuck that faggot retard's name is. Fuck.
What happened to his brother? He killed his brother.
Yeah. His brother was skiing and his brother died, and there's a very strange interview with him, like, you know, since the passing of your brother, blah, and he's like giggling. It's the weirdest fucking like bizarre, shocking, like, what the fuck? Like, what really happened here? Like, this is weird. I know weird is a weird thing or a stupid thing to say on this piece of shit conference call, but look it up. Anyways, I'm telling you, that guy is a faggot retard, and like, we should restrict faggot retard from ever coming into America. Ever. He can never come here and visit that witch fucking piece of shit Katy Perry, who performed her witch rituals at the Joe Biden inauguration in DC in her little white witch outfit. I'm telling you, these people are Satanist ideologues. They utilize satanic, evil iconography in their communication to us as a nation. These are fucking pieces of shit faggot retards. I am complete.
I don't think Justin Trudeau, like, I don't think you need to worry about him, but I don't think he's like, there's no power anymore. He's like an irrelevant, like, like, I don't know why you're worried.
He needs to pay for what he did.
What did you do? Other than be like a terrible communist.
Did he remember his truckers?
Not really. No, they won in court. They got their pay. They got their settlements. Good for them.
Enough.
That's definitely enough. And then the court said,
yeah, but he needs to pay for that.
As a Canadian, he needs to pay for other things because he has like other in Canada than that, I think.
Who are we talking about?
Down on this app, talking about how tourism, how nobody wants to visit America. He went on and carried on about this all last year. Y'all remember this?
Yeah.
So just to point out, 68.3 million international visitors visited America. Now this was down 5%, 5.5% from 2024. About how no one wants to visit America. He ran around on this app with this lie, and he gaslit. And he carried on and on. And in total, it was down 5%. But put that in comparison to how many international visitors visit Canada. 29.6 million non-resident visitors, according to Canada's statistics. Guess where the bulk of it comes from? 22.8 million from the United States alone. That's roughly 3/4 of all visitors to Canada come from America. We literally support your country. You feed off us like leeches. If it wasn't for America, y'all wouldn't even be able to survive.
Just to clarify though, you said that year over year with FIFA, that it's down 5%.
No, this was 2025. Hello, we don't have statistics for 2026 yet. 2026 isn't over. I didn't say anything about FIFA. I specified 2025. See how quick they are to try and like I make all these factual assertions, and Jarl has nothing to say on factual assertions.
What do you mean? I just asked the clarification. No, chill out. It's fine. I'm not doing your numbers, but I'm not. If you said it was down 5%, because that would prove my point. It's down 5%. Like I'm not comparing it to Canada. Just saying it's down.
Listen, faggot retard. I want to nominate King Nav to the Donald Trump administration. King Nav, I think your insight and analysis is spot on. And wherever you get your gossip from, it's fantastic. And I want you to be at Stephen Miller's side, helping decide the future of America. I nominate King Nav for the presidential Trump administration.
Thanks. No, but Joe, I wanted to say this. One of the biggest mistakes we made as a country was one in 1776, not pushing them further all the way up so that we could have just taken over and destroyed Canada. And then the second piece was in the War of 1812, not pushing further and taking Canada. And then third is not taking Canada when we had our shot. But again, Canada still was loyal to the king and queen. I think they still are to this day. They still have a role for them because they weren't able to get their own independence on their own. They didn't have the balls to fight on their own, so they had to wait and beg and say, please, please give me freedom, please. And then finally, they were nice enough to relinquish and give them freedom. So, yeah, I mean, that's what happened. I mean, they had to beg and
I just think it's funny that you're like talking as if like you're not like losing a war that you said would last 5 days, 2 weeks.
Losing? Can you give stats on how we're losing?
Oh, we went to this a while ago. You're not losing it. America's
You just said we're losing. You said we're losing a war.
Oh my god, you guys are so like.
But that's not what you said.
So Bieber, I believe it was with Bieber and Matt, we had this discussion last time. But what people mean when they say America is losing, because they're losing like the public opinion, right? It looks really bad. They're losing in terms of image and reputation. People expected this to be over as fast as Venezuela. In that sense, it's a loss, right? But it doesn't mean America's losing the war. But it is a loss in that sense.
So you were gaslighting, hoping we wouldn't call you out. Got it. Understood. So you believe we're losing the public perception?
I'm repeating a discussion we've had previously.
Right. So you do realize when you say to people America's losing, they don't immediately think losing the narrative. So you know what you're saying when you say. This is what Joe was saying earlier with the games you play. You should say America is losing the public perception. That's what you should say. And if that's what you believe, that's what you believe. But when you say you're losing the war, that means you're losing. And then when I ask you for stats, you then change. Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I meant it's the public perception. That's what it's meant. Well, you got to say that.
Well, do you think that America has won the war?
In Iran, of course.
Okay, well, see now, okay, but I'll be fair. Like, see, you just did this. You say America has won the war. It is won. It is won. It's over. Right?
I never said it's over. I said they won.
So you're telling me I shouldn't say America lost the war because that's not fair. It's not entirely true. But now you're saying, oh, America won the war.
So what is the definition of when a country militarily wins a war? When a country militarily wins a war, they've decimated the other side. Tell me how. I can give you stats on how we've won. You can't give me stats on how we've lost. For example, we've decimated their ability to fight back. Oh man, John, you just lost again, man. So I can give you stats on how they won. Can you give me stats on how they're losing? Oh wait.
Yeah, I'm sure I can find stats. Yeah, 100.
So tell me, who's lost more people in the war? Iran or the United States? Oh wait, you said. Oh, okay. So who's the winner? Do the winners are the winners usually the ones that lose less people? I'm just curious.
King Nav, we've killed America.
It's a yes no question. It's a yes no question.
You're saying
I'm asking you, it's a yes no question, and then we can go on to the next question.
You're just arguing America is
I'm asking you a question again. In wars, do the winners usually? Why are you so scared to answer? Do the winners? Are the winners the ones that lose more soldiers?
The answer doesn't matter. The answer is yes. So America killed more people. Go ahead.
So again, I'm asking you a question. So in wars, is the country that that loses more people, are they the winners?
That's actually irrelevant to the winner of the war.
I was asking you a question. So are they?
Relevant to who's the winner.
Yeah. So the country that can't fight back, that loses the most military equipment and the most people, are they the ones that usually win the war? Are they the ones that ever win the war?
Well, I'm not a historian, but I'm sure wars that have been won by the side by the greater loss.
Okay. All right. So you believe that Iran is winning the war then? Militarily.
America is facing a lot. I'm not going to repeat it. Yeah.
So you believe that America is losing the war in public perception, but you don't believe they're losing militarily. Correct?
No, but I do think, like, if I can elaborate, it's a lot more expensive, a lot more drawn out, a lot more long than America had intended, and that is, in a sense, I don't want to say a loss. How do I word it? It's not a good thing. Period. There. Is that better?
So do you believe that America lost the Iraq war?
No, I don't.
Wait, but that was a lot longer than expected. Hold on, I'm going by your argument. Do you believe Canada lost the Afghan war because they joined it, and the war went a lot longer than expected? If you actually look at Canada at that time, I'm just going by your definition. Canada lost that war. So people reached a war that went 11 years or 12 years and lost it along with America. That's what you believe. Wow. That's incredible.
The war's still happening. You're right. No one has lost it. I think no one has won. So I'm wrong. I should have said that America lost. But I think you're wrong. You're saying America won. When there's literally a war happening right now, how could that make any sense?
But Jarl, we literally took control of the country of Afghanistan. We literally toppled Saddam Hussein. Regime changed him. We literally won the war. Militarily, we won the war. You can say that the outcomes were not beneficial. That's a whole different point. But when it comes to the actual war, the military won. And even when it comes to Iran, I think it's annoying that people say like, "Oh, Iran is winning." No, they're winning. How? We killed off their leadership. Our leadership's still intact. We decimated their fucking navy. We've been able to touch them however we want, and they cannot do anything about it. Like militarily, we are absolutely dominating them.
We call shots.
Yeah, and so I don't quite get why you're saying how
they've been saying public perception. Pepe, his point of view is, well, I'm not saying that. I mean, even though earlier in the war he was saying America was losing. I'm trying to say.
It's like you're passing the entire oil for the whole world. Like, there's a lot of factors at play here.
So yeah, you mean we're opening up the strait, preventing them from being able to control the world's oil, and we're doing the world a favor? That's great, including Canada. Amazing. Because you do realize, see, this is where you can tell a dumb journalist, right? If you don't do this, right? Iran, by the way, has had proxies doing this they're called Houthis. I'm sure Jarl will pretend like he's never heard of them, who were doing this to oil ships long before this war began. Okay, and they were invading trade routes, and by the way, some of them were Canadians. In fact, I can pull up some that happened before the war. Then you'll say, well, and your country didn't defend those. Why didn't they defend them? Because you're chicken shit to do anything. So I think it's important you understand that somebody has to do something, otherwise these people will try to control it. Now, you could be smart like America and say, hey, we want to be energy independent, we want to start drilling our own oil, and we want to start doing that kind of stuff, but you're run by radical leftists who, don't want to do that stuff. But, in this country, they start doing that, and be some appreciation.
The war's still going on?
It is, yep.
And you genuinely think one side has won, even though it's still happening?
I do. So, hold on. Let me see this here. Wow. Well, I'm just reading something here. Oh, man. 2020. I'm looking at this. 2024. Under Donald Trump, Houthi Houthis launched an attack in the sea and destroyed Canadian ships under Donald Trump in 2024. Man, your country really defends you guys. I mean, and by the way, they were oil. Holy shit, that affected your country. Oh, anyway, I'm sure Joel's okay with that because, hey, why defend your people?
Let's see what this has to do with the current war at hand.
Your exact words are affecting oil. Oh, you're doing all this stuff. Hey, let me ask you this. If in the end, one country's defending your ability to have free passage of oil, and that's not your country, shouldn't there be some appreciation? I'm just asking that. I mean, your country didn't bother to defend when the Houthis came and destroyed and killed your own people.
You're saying it's always been happening, then why are the ships not crossing the strait now? It's not me you need to convince, it's the people who are not crossing the strait. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying.
What are you talking about? The ships that are not crossing? So right now we have a blockade. We determine who goes in and out.
Oh, that's a bad look. Everybody, like the whole world, is seeing this. And some people here agree. As America just doing a stupid plan because Netanyahu convinced them on a whim, and now it was supposed to be over in 2 days, like Venezuela. It's lasting way longer than expected. The American economy is drying out of oil, and just like the weapons, like a bunch of shit's running out of America. It just doesn't look good to the rest of the world. It's disorganized.
This is terrible. We don't look good to the rest of the world. Oh my God.
No, he's right. No, Joe, I'm going to agree with you. You were right.
You're going to attack Canada, but you couldn't attack Canada right now. You're very busy with another war.
Joe, I got a question for you again. Do you believe, I'm being honest with you, honest question, before Donald Trump took office, Houthis attacked your people, do you say, holy shit, my country should have defended my people? Would you say, it's okay, they died, big deal, and some oil got destroyed? What's your view?
I've never thought about it. I've never looked into it.
You don't care. You don't care. And that's fair. That just tells you who you are. You don't care. I mean, the first thing I hear if somebody says an American died, I'd say, fuck them. Nobody has a right to destroy my people. But you, on the other hand, what amazing patriotism. You just lose all credibility. Amazing.
How many Canadians do you think that have been killed by the Houthis in like the last decade? You think it was over 170?
I think one killing anyone of any other nation is horrible. And by the way, more Americans have in the last, I would say, 10 years.
I like how you mentioned proxies because you looked up the number.
So you don't believe that? Wow, that's interesting. Let's see if Joe has Canadian law. I'll ask Joe here. Joe here, are you there? I don't know, Joe here. So, hey, Joe, I got a question for you, Joe. If I pay someone to kill someone, am I guilty of that crime, or am I just off because they pulled the trigger?
Guilty of.
Not according to Joel. Joel says because someone else killed them, it's not me that did it. Got it. That's Canadian law. That's Canadian law.
I don't think you should shoot through hostages to try to kill like the bad person.
You believe that even though there's money evidence and Osama's administration said it, everyone else.
No, you're just like, I don't know why you're saying that. I don't not believe that. I believe that.
So then I just said, so Iran is directly responsible for the murder of Americans all across the world. More Americans they've killed. And my view is when you kill our people, you should go back. Your view is when Ocean, welcome to the room. I don't know if you were here earlier, but we were talking to Jarl, and I was saying, Jarl, there's examples in 2024 of the Houthis killing Canadians, on ships and all that stuff. What would you say about it? Well, I don't know. I said, dude, you should say fuck them up, but your country just sat on their ass and was like, help me, United Nations, NATO, somebody, and nobody did anything, and you guys were like, okay, well, I guess they just died. Oh, United States, help me. That's what they did, and that's exactly what you're doing. You didn't even have the balls to say, hey, kill one Canadian man, I'll fuck you up. Like, you should have that kind of sense of pride for your country, but I guess, I don't know what's wrong with people up there. Maybe it's the water. Anyway, Ocean, what's going on?
I put a link in the chat. It's a World War II song titled "We've Done It Before and We Can Do It Again." We fought the tanker wars in the 1980s. Iraq and Iran were fighting each other, and then they started bombing ships in the Strait of Hormuz. And finally, the U.S. said enough of this, and they intervened, and it ended the Iraq-Iran war. That lasted for 7 years. So one can acknowledge and understand that people are upset, that it seemed like this would end quickly, and it didn't. But the fact that someone made a prediction and that prediction didn't come true in the realm of warfare is not shocking to realists. And the fact remains that the reasons why we went to war remain valid. And so we're fighting this war. The only thing Iran has to hang on is maybe the midterms. If Congress flips or something, then maybe funding will dry up. But they just passed a bill that is giving, what is it, $70 billion or something more to the war.
Flight PS752. In January 2020, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, directly shot down Ukrainian International Airlines Flight 752. The strike killed 176 people aboard, including 55 Canadian citizens and 30 permanent residents of Canada. Joe's response? No problem.
I know you don't want to. Hold on, I know you don't want to hear a response from a black person because I can name a lot of shit where we was fucked up. Go ahead, person. Go ahead.
You don't need to make this a black. We're not talking about black versus white. Like, let's just keep it.
Black American is an ethnic group. It doesn't matter. I can bring up some shit where we was fucked up too.
Okay, no, but we're keeping this like,
Yeah, but we're not making it about ghetto people with a black person.
Alan doesn't like historical context. Alan.
So that's why you don't respect us. We don't respect you, so nobody gives a shit about your opinion.
You do not like historical context.
Go over, listen to the Reverend Manning, and maybe you'll learn something. But in the meantime,
you go ahead. You guys who are speaking, go ahead.
Yeah, we're not about the IRGC downing that plane. 55 Canadians were killed. I'm trying to understand why that's a bad thing.
So, King, how many children were killed in that school that America bombed?
So,
you have.
No, hold on. So, I asked you a question, and you respond with a question. When you answer mine, does it bother you that 55? You answer my question, I'll answer yours gladly. Does it bother you that 55 Canadians were killed through no fault of their own, and there was no apology, and your country did not think about it? Does that bother you?
Yeah, of course that bothers me, and I think my country didn't think about it. You're wrong with that.
What did they do about it?
They did travel, and we did put out advisories, and there was other stuff, but that's a good start.
So I'm actually looking right now. There was no response from Canada. So there was no response from Canada, no sanctions put against the IRGC, and the IRGC claimed credit for it. No response from Canada. Your country did shit, and you brag about your country all the time. It's time to shit on your country and say 55 people died.
Well, they did do shit.
What your country did not trip on in the little girls' school?
Yeah.
So American school?
I'm really sick and tired of you. If you're gonna acknowledge Canada, at least do like the land rights, the land acknowledgement. Okay, so you're so insensitive.
See, the thing is that I think Jarl was happy that those school girls got killed and that America killed them. He gets more pleasure from the idea of America fucking up. But the fact remains that Canada did nothing. I mean, I joke and I say, well, white people will send a worded letter to their congressman if they're upset about something. That's essentially what Canada did. Yeah, we killed those school kids. Yes, it's a tragedy. We didn't mean to do it. It was a mistake. But the IRGC has been killing Americans and other people throughout the world, and they're
but they weren't alone.
You heard me speaking. Couldn't wait 3 seconds.
Well, I'm just letting you know Canada wasn't alone.
So I just have to point out.
We're going. Hold on. No, this is how this shit starts. We're gonna let Alan finish. Then Adam can respond.
Well, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank God. You're a faggot ass fucking racist, Alan, and you know it.
No,
and you can suck my dick.
I just don't.
I don't give a fuck about none of this shit. You have to.
Black people. That's all. I don't tolerate.
I said Adam can. Alan, I said Adam can respond. I did not say your piece can respond. Go ahead, Adam.
Listen, I'm not here to fucking go back and forth with people. Someone else can respond.
I want to point out that when things said Canada did nothing, we took them to international courts. And there's a lot of that. We pursued an ICAO case. We applied sanctions and immigration bans, and we created, various initiatives. So Canada did quite a bit, and that is exactly what I expect a country, a modern democratic country to do, is to not just start a fucking war.
So
big countries international.
Did they do it again after? Let's see your knowledge. Did they do it again after that? And kill Canadians?
But you just lied. You just straight up lied. You said Canada did absolutely nothing. You said I'm looking at it in front of me and Canada did nothing in response, and that's just a flat out lie. You're trying to call me out on a bunch of little nitpicks, but that's just a straight up lie.
Well, what you said was really effective, and that's what a country should do. That's what you said. So that's incredible. When it happens again, I guess your view is, hey, it keeps happening, but Canada responded the right way. They did the right thing. You don't take an eye for an eye. Your view is, hey, well, the
rule within your country, somebody comes and robs your house. You don't get to just go do your own investigation.
Actually, Joe, if someone breaks into my house in America, I have the right to beat the shit out of them. If I feel like I'm in harm, I have the right to beat the shit out of them. Maybe not in Canada, but in the U.S. I can beat the shit out of them.
If you were in a plane and it got shot down, okay, you have to do your own investigation to figure out what happened. It's not the same. It's not self-defense. Give me a break.
What are you talking about? You just gave an example. Someone breaks into your house, and I gave that example, and you say you don't have the right when someone breaks into your house to beat the shit out of them. Yeah, I do.
You know, it's a basic part. Basic have to speak in a way that the other party they care about anything from any international sanctions, anything that the UN might do, anything that the world might do. They just laugh. That's all. They had no respect for Canada. The fact that all of those things you listed, they laugh. The only thing they understand is military force and severe economic force, such as blowing up their ability to export oil or cutting it off. That's what they understand. So when you're talking about what
this year, and the Canadian Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand talked about a Canadian being a Canadian citizen, and it was a major citizen, actually a member of government, that was killed at the hands of Iranian authorities, and was basically their throat was slashed. And I think, wow, Canada's response was, we're not going to do shit. U.S. is going to. Also says was killed by security forces. The victim's name has not been given. Canadians, since Canada put sanctions
which you said were effective, IRGC has harassed, captured, subjected Canadian citizens within Canada to surveillance, online harassment, death threats in efforts to silence their demands for justice, has beaten and abused them, and the Canadian government has not responded. Wow. In the years following the crash, the IRGC Hamid Ismaili barring them from leaving the country. Oh, Canadian men, they're fighting hard to get their people released. I mean, they took a prisoner. They basically have a prisoner, Canadian prisoner, who's actually a prominent person as a prisoner that's still there in Canada. Man, your Prime Minister's really negotiating for that release, man. But according to Joe, that's the right way to do things. This is the right approach to do things, to get our people back and to avenge our people. It's good to know. Good to know how you think.
I remember in the war in Iraq and also in Kuwait, one of the things they talked about was the culture and how if two men started arguing, then literally the only way the argument would ever stop is they had to be torn apart because neither one would ever admit that they were wrong. That's the culture. The only way that you will convince them to give up is that, and to give up any kind of control of the country, is they need to be overwhelmed with force. That's that part of the world. That's the way it works. You can't change that. And the problem that the West has is this. It wasn't even a real agreement. It was a political understanding with no teeth. But the problem that a lot of Americans have, and especially the West has, is they believe that people in the Middle East are operating under a Western sense, a Western set of values, and they don't. And they probably won't ever. They negotiate with the West, they walk away, and then they laugh, and they do whatever the hell they're going to do. Which is what we saw with all of these negotiations with Trump and Iran. We always knew they were going to break it. We always knew they were going to break it. But Trump has to let it play out so that the United States and the world can see, they keep breaking their agreement. So now I guess it's time to take more drastic measures, which is where we're slowly getting to.
Well, Alan, I think that now that Trump played it, he made massive concessions. He made a deal with them. Trump made a deal with them that was ridiculously good for the Iranians. Ridiculously good. And I think in hindsight, he was smart to do that because when he made that deal, he won agreement from Pakistan, and that's it. There's no coming back from it. And so Trump very smartly, he built a coalition of the willing. He has a coalition of now 30 nations. There are 30 individual countries that are helping Trump bomb Iran. And so in hindsight, I think the smartest thing Trump did in his whole career was offer that very, very good concession, because by offering that generous deal, he unified everyone in his side. Now, if you disagree,
and you guys are brave. All you have to do is follow it, and they didn't. So now, like you said, he can go to the rest. He can go to those other countries and say, "Look, guys, I gave them every chance, and they still can't get their shit together and follow this agreement." So I'm gonna go full on with them, and they're on board. Meaning the other countries are on board now.
Well, the question I have for you, Alan, it's very
and what how does that affect anything?
Before you go down to red, look, Alan, hold on. The deal is to be that China and Russia have agreed not to sell Iran any
That's what the deal is supposed to be.
I mean, look, I for fuck's sake, go the villain room and say this. Like, I do think that the Israelis were pushing very hard. We can look at, who the main donors were. Olson. We can look at the pro-Israel lobby. They were obviously, they saw something in Trump, and they were absolutely correct in this evaluation, where they felt like he could be probably maybe not the last president, but the last president for who knows how long, who would end up doing what he did for the state of Israel. I just look. Iran is a pain in our ass. Yes, I get it. They call us the big Satan. They say all of this shit. They've killed U.S. troops. It's always been within the vicinity of the Middle East when they've done it. There's a lot of conflation that I've always heard going on between, like, oh, well, they're your enemies, and, okay, ISIS, which, for example, committed a lot of terrorist attacks on Western soil. We're not affiliated with them. In fact, the Iranians, the Shias, hate groups like ISIS, which are Sunni, with the fucking passion. They will kill each other. I think that, that's why Israel, for example, is happy Jolani is in power in Syria. There's no longer this route in which weapons can be, smuggled from Iraq and Iran into Lebanon. I just, like, at the end of the day, I feel like we are fighting. They're going to try to give you this turd. They put on an ice cream cone, a waffle cone, and they put sprinkles on it. It still smells like shit and will taste like shit. But they want you to just, like, say, hey, this is the best thing for America to do, where I absolutely disagree. And, it's not, I love Jews. Like, I have no problem with Jews. But obviously, I look at the world through a much different lens. I'm not a small minority. I'm not a group of people that, there's been a lot of anti-white, I guess you could say, rhetoric for the last, decade or so. But at the end of the day, who's going to do anything to us? Nobody really can. But, they're scared. Israel's always has always felt or had to deal with, like, an existential threat. And so they've always kind of gone overboard in comparison to us, who we never really felt imperiled like they did. But, and I'm not saying this out of malice or because I dislike Israel, but I feel like this war was completely sold to us to basically, as if it's in our best interest. But in reality, I think it was in the best interest of Israel, obviously. And I'm trying to, just because I actually care about Jews enough to say this, like, this is going to fire and people are going to fucking hate you. On the left and the right, this is just like the worst route you can fucking go. Like, this is where you want to push everyday Americans into a war. It's going to, whether which class they're in, people are going to have to see their sons and daughters die. And I don't know. I don't know what else to say. If this war ends up happening,
You were off to a good start, Pepe. You were off to a good start, and you brought up white people.
I wasn't even trying to bring up white people. I mean, I don't even know what percentage of the military is white at this point in time. Like, I saw, I think like 3 or 4 individuals that were actually killed when, with the strikes from Iran. There was this young Mexican woman. I'm old enough to be her dad. That's sad. That really fucking sucks. And then there's, I believe at least one of them was black. There was a white guy, who I think was slightly older. When I say slightly older, I'm not old enough to be his dad, but he's still a lot younger than me. I don't know. It's what are we going to gain out of doing this with Iran? I mean, everything was kind of going smoothly until we attacked Iran. Now all of a sudden they closed the Strait of Hormuz. They're bombing all of their fucking neighbors. And one of the weirdest things I hear from Zionists is just like, look, they're bombing their neighbors. Yeah, they just got attacked. They're not stupid enough to not understand that, the Saudi prince, who was actually egging Trump on. There's another person, if you want to blame somebody on all of this. The Saudi Arabs, they wanted this to happen. They fucking hate Iran. But is it our fucking responsibility to have to basically sacrifice our young in order to appease these fucking people? And a lot of people will say, like, oh, well, look at the benefit to America. First of all, everything was running smoothly before this. The only thing that was not running smoothly before we attacked Iran was, what was happening in Israel. Iran was funding the Houthis, the Hezbollah, Hamas. They were the number one, basically, supporters of the terrorists that were attacking Israel. That's an absolute fact. Yes, they also hate us. I would. A lot of Zionists will say that. I absolutely agree with them. But at the end of the day, this is primarily a war to benefit Israel over something like this. Like, if Israel was just like, hey, look, this is like this little fucking podunk state. Yes, we punch way above our weight. We're very industrious and innovative. We help out a lot of ways. But look, baby brother, can you please protect us? See, I would actually listen to them a lot more so. But it's like the level of manipulation that we have to listen to. Where it's just like, no, you know what, fuck you guys. And then they take it a step further. It's just like, you guys are cowards. You are not fighting the fight that your children will have to fight. Or you're an anti-Semite. They do all of this bullshit. I feel like, and I'm gonna land here, I just feel like, just be fucking level with us. Like, the amount of bullshit we have to listen to. Look, I am somebody who's largely been on your guys' side, and you would call myself a Zionist. I think that your enemies are fucking animals too. I'm not on their side. And fuck Qatar, fuck Saudi, I won't say Saudi Arabia, but fuck Qatar, fuck, Hamas. Fuck the Palestinians too. And I want to make that very clear. You Palestinians who are listening to me, and you guys will be like, oh my God, I want to join in so we can do some Jew bashing. No, you guys are fucking termites. You guys are disgusting. You guys are terroristic pieces of fucking shit. I don't care about you people either. And so, like, no, I'm not taking the Muslim sides. None of it. But the amount of, manipulation I hear from the Zionist side, I'm sorry, I'm going to react. Not because I hate Jews, but literally, it's just like, to me, it's just way too much. We know that your enemies are pieces of shit. You know what? I'm just going to land there. I don't know, is it just me or is nobody speaking?
Nobody's talking.
Well, I'm just curious. Is there any of you people? So, what I love about this I have a very specific gripe with Israel, and it more has to do with like how they, what I would call Israel firsters, to fight with other Republicans that are not Israel first. Them trying to talk us into conflicts, which I don't think are necessarily in our best. Why we should be on your side, which, you know, obviously we shouldn't. Or is there any Zionist in here that just thinks I'm like a horrible anti-Semite and I'm a retarded person who just, you know, my proverbial diarrhea that's coming out of my mouth just is nonsense. You know, I'd love to hear from either group.
I have something to say. I think it's way deeper than just like who is supporting who. I think this whole war is just straight off just like the oil reserves. I think that's all that the United States cares about. I'm still on Trump's behalf. I know he wants like Iran's just how he took over Venezuela's large oil reserve. So it's like, you know, if you look it up, you can see that Venezuela has the biggest oil reserve in the world, and Iran so-called has nukes. I just feel like that's just like, you know, like a dummy to kind of just go at Iran for their oil reserve. So I think this whole thing is just straight off of oil reserve. That's like, you know, it's kind of like me personally. I don't want to go back and forth with everything else because I truly know what it is. It's literally the oil reserve. That's why Trump is invading Iran.
I disagree completely, but you're entitled to your opinion. It's full blown.
100%. So
I'll take it one step further.
Can I share something? Go ahead, Joe.
I just wanted to say it's not just the reserve, it's the control of the flow of oil to China. Go ahead, Edward.
Yep. Yes, that's part of it, right?
I bet you forgot to say something.
Okay, but what we all need to look at is since 1979, you know, the actual supreme leader of Iran has decided to go against the West. It's a theocracy, guys. They're not ran like other countries. Okay? Most of the Middle East have been held hostage for many years. Actually, we can talk about 47 years. This is
to ask you, what about ISIS? You said that Iran support some terrorism organization like Hezbollah and the Houthi and these other organization. What about ISIS and the Qaeda? Do you think they are terrorists or not?
Of course,
What?
Being funny. Hold on. You asked me a question. Let me answer. Right?
You were in the Matrix for a second, Edward.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks. Can you hear me now? Am I clear?
Yeah. That's one. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I do think that any group, ISIS, Hamas, Hezbollah, all of the groups.
So anyone support ISIS should be supporting terrorism?
Yeah, the U.S. created a back.
U.S. support
Okay,
ISIS.
he's trying to get cheap point because Israel backed ISIS. But
guys.
the U.S. also backed ISIS.
Hold on, guys.
So U.S. is supporting
You want me to answer?
terrorism?
You want me to answer or not?
Yes,
You want to tell me?
U.S.
No.
Obviously.
But obviously, you guys have decided that the U.S. supported ISIS and created ISIS and wanted ISIS to go against all the different things. I'm just trying to find out from you guys again. What is the saying? Keep your enemies close or keep your friends close. Which one is it?
What do you think?
No, you tell me. You asked me the question. Do you keep your enemies close?
No, you didn't answer my question.
I did. No. I did answer your question, but you told me clearly that you.
I asked a question. Do you agree?
I'm going to say this again. ISIS is a terrorist group.
So, and the U.S. support terrorist group?
Is this a picnic towel on his head?
I have no business. Okay. You want to tell me, right, that ISIS is a terrorist group, and then you want to tell me that the United States supported a terrorist group?
Do you agree?
No, that's not what he's saying. Are you wearing a picnic towel on your head?
This is bullshit. Okay, we know Israel backed ISIS as they were fighting Assad. Okay, we get it. Now they have an ISIS leader even that's in fact, in charge of Syria. Now, when it came to ISIS, so once again, you're trying to make a point where it's just the Israelis back ISIS. Okay, yeah, but America did too at one point. I know where you're going, and look, with you Muslims that want to come in here, you see somebody like myself who's maybe critical of Israel. I do think that the enemies of Israel are absolutely pieces of shit for the most part. And quite frankly, I'm just going to be very frank. I don't think there's ever going to be brotherhood between Muslims and Christians, just as there's never been. I'll go ahead and listen to your sleazy ass talk about, how great or how horrible Israel is, and somehow how great the Arabs or the Muslims
go
are.
ahead, Muhammad.
No, I don't talk about how great is Arab or how worse is Israel. I just talk now about something. Do you agree or no? Yes or no? You agree? Yes or no? You agree that ISIS is terrorist organization, and you agree that US and US support ISIS? Do you agree with these two facts that everybody know about now or not? Then we can build on that. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, fighting against Assad, yes, that's true.
Okay, so
by
why
you mean
do you think? One second, Florida. Why do you think? What's the reason? Why US? Why do you think US support ISIS? What's the reason that make US supporting terrorist organization in the Middle East?
We don't anymore.
Go ahead, Bibi.
Call you Bibi.
Bibi or Edward or anyone.
We were supporting anybody who's anti-Assad. Now, Assad is somebody who, for example, was very friendly with the Russians and the Chinese, and somebody that was definitely not willing to work with America's interests. When it comes to why would we want to do that, I mean, we can look at when we were still in Iraq, for example, at the time, the instability that came both from the IRGC and their training and arming of the Shia militias, which, you know, with Syria was obviously, they were a big part of that because the Alawite minority, which a lot of Muslims don't consider them Christian.
Okay, I get your point. But do you think if China or Russia supporting some groups or organization in Mexico or Canada or any place or U.S. itself, and these groups are terrorists, and they think that they are supporting them to be against U.S.
Yes, we're very critical. You smooth brain fucking chump.
Yeah, I would say yes. I would say that China does a lot to try to facilitate terrorism. The United States, as does I think Iran, you know, Venezuela at one point at least. Yeah, all of these countries.
So you think that this is each
So
country
U.S.
can...
is terrorists because they support ISIS, right?
So you think that any country would like to fight another country can support terrorism in this country? It's fine for you. It's okay to do that.
You're talking about like the enemy. My enemy is my friend. At certain points, yeah, alliances.
Not to a country that enemy for me. I can support this country, but I mean about terrorist organization, terrorist groups.
That's fine. You know,
not just an enemy.
I'm listening. Look, I've explained this to you over and over. And look, I want to go to bed. And like, look, you're low IQ.
Good night. Just
your low IQ diaper brain, chip fucking Muslim brain is not going to comprehend this shit. That's fine.
You can't believe that.
Muslims are bad because they are terrorists, and they supporting terrorism. And do you think that supporting terrorism is a good thing? Okay, good night, Bob.
I'm surprised you didn't have to flex when it's literally Muslim organizations and terrorist groups that are actually committing the fucking terrorism. You low IQ fucking troglodyte. How did you walk into that one? You goddamn moron. Your people are so fucking stupid. Is that what you're telling me? That we can fund you into committing fucking terroristic acts where you monkeys act on our behalf? You fucking retard. Like, the dumbest fucking shit. Once again, you know what's interesting? At least when I talk to Jews, they're rather intelligent. Listening to fucking low IQ fucking inbred pieces of shit like you, it just shows what kind of unreasonable fucking retards Israel has to live amongst. Okay, just suck a fucking dick. Okay, you go ahead, come back with your stupid goddamn retort. It's retarded.
Can I speak now? Okay, so as a Muslim, I would like to speak about this Jewish problem in order to clarify this historical animosity about Judaism and Islam. See, there is a crystal clear verse in the Holy Scripture of the Muslims in Quran in chapter 2, I believe it's 122, where God says how the children of Israel are the chosen people and how they were preferred above over all other worlds. So there is no doubt about the fact that they are the chosen people. If a Muslim denies that fact, he's actually going against the Holy Scripture. But there is a condition. If you are the chosen one, then the conditions get different for you. So I believe it's written in the Bible, Leviticus chapter 26, verse 24, which says that if you go contrary to the message of God, your sins will be 7 times more than that of a you will be punished 7 times more than that of a common or a non-Jewish person. So considering the fact that being chosen brings a lot of responsibility upon your shoulders. So if you are not true to the message of God, then you will have to face the consequences. And what we see right now in the world, it's up to you. I'll leave it to you in order to answer the question.
Okay, the vast majority of Christians do not look at them as the chosen people.
Hey, one time I was jerking off to a girl who became a tranny, and I was
See, I was
the vast majority of Christians do not look at Jews as being chosen. In fact, hold on. If you look throughout Christian history, we literally we have a new covenant with after Jesus in the Testament. They like to call it replacement theology, which obviously Christianity was a replacement theology. The vast majority of Christians, up until like a couple hundred years ago, the evangelical, they'll believe one thing, but this whole thing where we have to look at Jews as a
that's suited to you whether Christians believe in that or not, but I give you the Muslim's perspective. It's clear, crystal clear in our scripture, and I just gave you the references, how it goes.
Well, to be quite frank, I'm not a Muslim, so your interpretation, just like the Jews and the different denominations of Christianity, and I really don't give a fuck about what you guys believe. You guys believe what you believe. I don't have to believe it. And quite frankly, I'm going to say that it has no bearing.
I was going to say something because I've been in and out, and people are talking about Israel, and it's the Middle East.
I want to say my buddies.
All right.
By the way, if it's your individual opinion, that's totally the Christian.
They doesn't care if they're Jews or Muslims or Islam or anything else. The question is if you are useful to the United States. Israel has shown itself to be useful to the United States. Other Middle Eastern countries have shown themselves to be useful to the United States, either by supplying oil, by being friendly to the United States, by supplying Israel supplies, technological things, etc. If you're useful, then things will go well for you. If you're not, things will not go well for you. It's that simple. And it's a lesson that certain countries in the Middle East refuse to learn because of their own egos. They think they're bigger than the United States. They think they have more power. And they think just because the American consumer buys the oil that they have in the ground, that somehow that gives them some supreme leverage over the United States. It doesn't. And it never did. And Iraq is it is. It has rich oil reserves in the ground. And they couldn't do shit with it. It took the United States and their end being invested so that oil can come out of the ground and that Iran can participate in those profits. The attitude is, oh, the United States is evil. Look at what then, I heard this last night. The Shah was kissing up to the Americans, and he was an American puppet. No, he was a smart person who understood that the United States ran a huge favor by developing its economy and by developing an asset that it owned. And yet, what's the repayment? Oh, well, this America's terrible. America is it's debts to America. So, it's simply tiresome to hear this over and over again, how America is evil, when without America, you would have no economy, nor would any other Middle Eastern country. It's been stagnant since the 1300s. And if it wasn't for oil, you'd still be in the same place. And so when it comes to this, and getting back to the main point, Israel makes itself useful. We don't care. If the IRGC freely traded with the United States and became the friends of the United States and said, yeah, okay, the Shah's out, but we're going to continue to trade with you. We're going to be your friend, etc., etc. The U.S. wouldn't care. Instead, it took hostages in it took hostages as soon as it came into power, and it's declared America its enemy. Well, here we are. Iran is getting the shit bombed out of it. We control Kharg Island. We control the other islands. We bond military assets. And there's one last nuclear, facility, centrifuges that are deep underground. And they're working on how they're going to bomb that out of existence. And that'll be that. And they won't give up. They simply won't give up until they're down. And the United States will take care of that. This is all very tiresome.
And it's truly fun to see.
Trash, Alan. Please don't do that to us.
Concrete, shut the fuck up, you dumb ghetto bastard.
Okay, let me
that's what I was thinking. Listen to your dumb. Listen to this amazing asshole, man.
Yeah, see what concrete does is he comes whoever the last speaker was. Because that's all.
Embarrassing yourself.
Because so many concrete things in
You were
his life.
blazing the shit out the American eagle just now. You're gonna get pregnant from the fucking eagle the way you were showing.
Yeah.
Hey, check my brother.
My brother, how you doing?
Good, brother.
Hey, Chuck.
What's up? Good to hear your voice out on YouTube. Good to see you guys laugh and stuff. No, I have to deal with that problem with my leg. So I've been away. We love this space. We love you guys. And terrible what's going on at the moment. I think what makes me nervous? The fact that Israel is quiet. It makes me nervous. I'm like this. When is the person going to kill one of the Iranian top generals tomorrow or today? Or bullshit.
Israel is a failed state, failed project.
No, Israel is the best state in the Middle East.
And no, it's really like
No, what? I can't speak it squiggly lines, I can't, bro.
Hold on a check. I know you hear the truth. You can't overshout the truth, bro. You gotta just calm down.
Bro, if people have been saying Israel's gonna be dying for the last
Israel is only 10 million.
Wait a second.
Hold on a check.
People like you have been saying Israel's gonna be dying for the last 3,000 fucking years. Nothing has happened. They're still there, they're still powerful, and everything else. Nothing's gonna happen to Israel. And don't get me to be like, oh yeah, something's gonna happen to Israel. Get the fuck out of here. They're scared of Israel. Why do you think Iran is bombing everybody but Israel at the moment? That big bad Iran. Give me a fucking break. They haven't even sent a single ballistic missile towards Israel. You wanna know why? Because Israel's gonna kill Khamenei again. Khamenei is a rat. He died like a dog, like Trump said. And what are the fuckers they're gonna do about it? The Iranians. All these Muslim jihadists, Kusumkum, whatever the world you want to call them, they're discussing comebacks. Islam has to get out of America ASAP, 100%. And they have to get rid of Islam. It's a poison, it's a cancer. It kills everything in your society. White, black, Jewish, Italian, whatever the fuck you are, it doesn't matter. But when you bring in Islam, that's when you get the death sentence. Look what happened in New York City. They elected a fucking Muslim. And
And you know why they did it? Because after 25 years, the good people in New York left and they went to Florida. That's why Florida became a red state. Even Matt Bebe, tell me if I'm wrong. These people are sick people. This is a horrible thing that's happening. And you gotta get rid of it once and for all.
I hope you're done with your monologue, Paycheck.
How about you shut up?
Yo, why you going over talking, yo?
Can I
This is
respond?
fucking Malaysia, Israel.
Walkers, get the fuck out with your bullshit. You know,
It's
I don't
just a
care.
useful tool, bro. You and Alan are
Concrete, calm down, my brother.
Please stop
My brother, calm down, Concrete. We ain't
You're not
gonna
gonna let
fight.
me go? You're not gonna let me go, bro?
Go ahead. Go ahead and tell me why it's so horrible.
So Israel is a failed project. Fucking 10 million people.
So it's the richest
Yo,
state.
can you stop, bro?
Go ahead and tell me why it's so failed.
Can you stop? Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just be quiet. Just stay on fucking mute, bro. Shut up. Shut up. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. Your father would be ashamed listening to you fucking.
No, he wouldn't be ashamed. He was proud of me. No, he wouldn't. Actually, I saw my father the other day. He was actually proud of me. Concrete. So don't come here and tell me, oh, my father's gonna be ashamed of me. My father's very proud of me. He loves me. And good things are happening. Don't come here and be like, oh, well, you know, your father's gonna be ashamed of me. You can hate Israel you want. You can hate the United States. The United States of America is the greatest country in the whole entire world. Don't come here with your anti-Israel fucking BS and bullshit. No. And in terms of my father, my father is a great man. Great man. I talk to him every single fucking day. So don't come and say all the bullshit. You know? We don't want this anti-Israel bullshit. We don't want this anti-American bullshit. And you're like, oh, well, yeah, we have to leave Israel alone. Like, Israel's gonna die. You know, from 1948 until 1967, 68, the United States has an arms embargo on the state of Israel. The greatest ally in the entire Middle East. So, why do you come here and talk about your anti-Israel bullshit? It's a waste of time. Because, of course, they're going to protect Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. Of course, to protect Tel Aviv. What the fuck do you want to do? Be like, yeah, you animals can come and rape my daughter, my sister, burn people alive like October 7th. Fuck off with that bullshit. Go ahead, Concrete.
No, you're not gonna have a conversation. You're just a fucking bot. You're just a
You think I've been on here for so long I'm a fucking bot? You retard anti-Israel people have been talking this bullshit for so fucking long. Because you have infrared jihadis. Where the fuck you come from? I don't even know. Probably some North African hellhole. What are you talking about, Marcus? You know? You're full of some North African fucking hellhole. You know? You know what? I can. So you come here to be like, oh, well, yeah. Like, oh, yeah, Israel's gonna disappear. Fuck off, bro.
Okay.
So what's the question?
Can I speak now?
Go ahead, what's the question?
You can't speak with a check. I'm not gonna shut up.
Okay, so Alan, you say that it doesn't matter to the United States of America whether someone is Jewish, Christian, or Muslim, unless and until they go parallel with the interests of the United States of America. History doesn't speak that. We saw how many favors were bestowed upon by the United States of America.
Yeah. Israel is a crook state. Israel is a terrible state. Yeah, Israel fucks up all the Arabs and everything else. You have 1 billion Arabs across.
Yo, y'all not gonna let make a check shut up at some point in this fucking conversation?
You're losing the 7 billion
No.
like India fuckers, right? You fucking wankers. Like, you're losing the 7 billion. You scumbag. Shut the fuck up for 1 second. Hang on, bro. Losing to 7 million Jews in Israel and 15 million women. You pathetic god shagging. You know what? Why did you guys stop fucking your own damn cousins? And then maybe, you can do something that could fix up your whole fucking slaves, you know?
And check, have you considered that your immigrant opinion isn't worth the weight that it's printed on in this room? Have you considered that your opinion as an immigrant isn't worth two shits in this room?
Who are you talking to, Marcus or me?
You. Well, both of
I'm
you,
not
quite
an immigrant.
frankly, but you're the one I...
Where do you think I fucking am, Florida? You think I'm an immigrant in the United States? Fuckers, I'm talking to you people. I need that very citizens that are saying you're not fucked and you have on diamond. Indigenous to America, you're like a bad hemorrhoid. So don't come here and be like, oh, well, yeah, nah, this is what we're doing. People like you go back home to your shitty country and do whatever.
Is that Asia? Oh, Abby here. How are you? You are
I'm good
missed.
now, Habibti. How you
How's
doing?
your leg?
I'm good now. This guy, Marcus, he just comes and he talks a bunch of bullshit. There's 56 Muslim countries you can move to, Marcus. You know, countries that I can stay in, you're like, oh yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
A-Check, I can't believe you're here. A-Check,
Hey, bro, how you doing? What's up, bro? How you doing?
Chilling, brother. Sure.
It's good to hear your voice.
A-Check, we miss you. We miss you. We miss you. It's so good to hear you.
Yeah, we miss you too. Like, I just gotta...
I'm here every day.
No, my feet were fucked. Remember, I told you, I was like, my feet are fucked. And it's terrible. And the thing is, I'm like, I kept saying, you know what, Bima? When you said that thing, when the Avatar movie was saying, that chick sounds exactly like you. And I'm like, oh my god. Katara. You know what she said? She's like, I know what kind of airbender Aang is. What kind of airbender are you? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my god. This is... I gotta get out of here and stuff. Nah, but it's good to hear your voice, bro. You're cool as fuck. Being sorry, I just have to presume how to deal with. And man, good to see you, bro. Love you. You're a great man.
Hey, tell someone that they're terrible and horrible for us, please, and thank you.
Yeah, it's fine. No, it's terrible and horrible. It's true. You're right about that. No, but it's horrible what these people are doing. These are sick people. Sick people. And you have to find a way to deal with them. It's very, very sad. Sad sick people.
Right? You know, like the savagery that's going on in like North Sudan. Most of the women have been sexually assaulted in North Sudan. These are facts, right?
I don't care about North Sudan. These people rape each other for a living. North Sudanese are animals. My grandfather had to fight them.
I'm not asking you whether you care or not. I'm saying that most of the women there were sexually assaulted.
I don't even say that the North Sudanese fuck those sluts. They're the same sluts who come to the West with a fucking hijab and be like, oh, you know, like the
Tiger ladies, some women are sluts.
Bro, fuck North Sudanese women. All the women that I
Tigers women
I
are
don't
the biggest,
care.
like the most closer they related to Tiger, the more slutty they are. These are facts.
You're not listening. I don't care about Islamic, Muslim, terrorists, jihadists, Kusumka.
Are Chinese. Tiger's women are Chinese.
What?
The Tiger's women are Chinese. They have nothing to do with Muslim. Tiger's women eat pork, but they're still having their plus.
I don't care. Anytime you have Islam, anywhere, in any country, you have bad news. You have horrible things that happen to everybody. You have terrorism, you have suicide bombing, you just have horrible things that happen. Do not do that. These are terrible people. These women are the most worst of the worst. A Muslim woman is a terrible person. Because why? Because they have a society that is built on terrible things that happen to them. So don't come here and tell me, be like, oh, what do you think about the Muslim women in the north? Fuck off. Fuck, I don't give a shit.
Do you have a...
Do you know what your problem is?
You're like a wild boar who would jump into any muddy water.
I'm telling you, I don't like any women. Don't come here and tell me about
Check, you gotta shut up at one point in the conversation, bro. You can't just keep talking over
Okay, go ahead. You just
shut
don't
up.
have, bro.
Just shut up.
Okay, look, the black American is saying shut up. The two Pakistanis in the room, the Pakistanis are telling you to shut up. I don't know why, but they all came in at the same time.
Yeah, because I'm talking about Muslim women. Concrete, I think, wants to fuck like a Somali woman, whatever the thing is a good guy, great guy, amazing. Wakash, I have no idea. He's from Pakistani too. He rapes everything that moves. You know, terrible people. You never let them in your country. And the other person is just fucking Pakistan. I don't even know. Pakistan is a horrible country. I don't even know why anybody deals with Pakistan. Have you ever been to Pakistan?
You know, I kind of wish I went there once, but yeah, it's not a good place for women. Is it for women? You will get raped over there. I would want to visit there because I'm a big guy, right? Like I'm pretty big. No one's gonna mess with me. But if I was a woman, yeah, I would get raped over there if I was lady. But yeah, it is what it is, right? Pakistan is Pakistan.
Oh, bro, these are all wrong things. You haven't studied, I know by science, isn't it?
Science, studied. What did you study? What did you study?
You guys have a problem that you don't let other person.
Why are you showing your stupid feet in your picture? You cunt.
Yeah, you want to throw up. What the hell are you showing your ankles in the fucking PTR bicep? Terrible. It's even an Arabic name. You know what? Fuck, I'm an Arab. People actually make mistakes.
This is where Islam is distinguished from you guys. You guys.
Yeah. We don't care. You really think we care about Islam? Muhammad was a sex offender, pedophile, child molester, rapist. He was a terrible person. Don't come here and be like, oh well, yeah, he was such a good person. Fuck off. Muhammad, bro. You really think I care about Muhammad? What are you gonna do? Jihad and blow me up? Go ahead. Fuck your prophet, fuck Muhammad, and fuck all you guys. Speak louder.
The moment they see people like you, they jump on them, they break them from the neck and suck all the blood from the piece.
Yeah. Muslims are gonna do jihad. Yeah, like tell me what I don't know. Go ahead and do the jihad. Nobody gives a fuck anymore, bro. Nobody gives a cocksucker, pedophile, child molester, everything. We're tired of hearing about Muhammad. Don't talk about Muhammad. Talk about Jesus Christ.
Talking about your issue, just learn some ethics, how these
rules. Shut the fuck up. Don't tell me about fucking ethics. How about you shut the fuck up and don't tell me about ethics? It's terrible.
Is that what you've learned
so far? What are you going to tell me about ethics? What ethics? What ethics does Muhammad have? Muhammad doesn't have ethics. He fucking raped a 9-year-old girl.
Okay,
don't tell me about fucking ethics or what.
You are a wonderful person. You believe
Shut the fuck up, bro. Bro, why you raped Aisha when she was 9, bro? Shut the fuck up. Don't tell me about morals and ethics of Muhammad. Give me a break, bro. Nobody cares. Your name is retarded. Because that's the way you are. And Indian Muslims are the
Marcus, as much as we all hate ancient, he's right now. Prophet Muhammad
why don't you shut the fuck up with the bullshit? Fucking retard. Thank you.
It's all because Muhammad is a
pedophile. Muhammad is a child molester. Muhammad is
respectfully, guys.
And so are all the Muslims. Muhammad is a pedophile. Muhammad is a child molester.
Hanzir, Mohammed Hanzir.
This guy, he doesn't I don't want to hear about fucking Muhammad, bro. Nobody cares about Muhammad the pedophile and the child molester. Shut the fuck up and go ahead and repress all women.
We need to give you some background music. Come on.
Yeah, we need a good one.
Wait, hey, check. You don't want to worship a pedophile?
Fuck no, bro. Not happening.
I mean, Muhammad is their god.
Exactly. This guy fucking, I'm like, Muhammad is a pedophile, child molester, sex offender. He'd be like getting the fucking death penalty in the life today. Fuck off all you Muslims, bro. Just fuck off. Bro, you guys not happy in society. You break the whole society. You kill everybody. You rape your women. You cut off clitoris.
30,000 people in Sudan.
Bro, fuck Sudan.
All the South Sudanese being captured by the Sudanese and sold on slave blocks.
No South Sudanese are being captured, bro. We eliminate all the enemies in our nose. You know? These motherfuckers came from water 1 million. They're like, oh, can I have some food and can I have some water? We're like, you know what? Go fuck yourself. We don't want our enemies. We don't feed our enemies. We're not Israel. We're not America. Fucking UAE.
Walk us as a supporter.
Yeah, every
just go
single
shoot
day.
yourself with UAE and dirty terrorist money. Just fuck off.
Straight from the pocket of AJ. And I'm so grateful to you, AJ, for being so humble, so kind that you providing food.
I'm telling you to go fuck yourself and to go find your own food.
Well, my dick is not that long to which I could fuck myself.
Because you're a fucking big child.
It's alright, Walkus. HX South Sudanese, he'll fuck you with his dick.
That would make sense. He should come and try it. That would definitely make sense. Again and again, he's telling me, fuck yourself. I'm unable to do that.
What kind of thing does this dick is wrong? You got a small man syndrome. Why the fuck would you say that? You don't fuck.
Walkus, you're Indian. We all know that you can't piss without pissing on your fucking zipper.
The guy literally said he's Pakistani. Yo, 3X. The guy literally said he's Pakistani. 3X.
Yeah, Pakistani and Indians are the same fucking shit.
Okay.
Rich, we take it off. We do not.
Yeah. Walkus,
So, H-Check, what you think about the World Cup?
About what, the World Cup?
Yeah.
It was bullshit that America beat Australia, but you know what? I'll get over it. It's painful. You know, it's terrible. You know.
What about your mom's little brother? Did you see your mom's little brother?
The thing is, like, America had to beat Australia because you have to remember the U.S. troop presence in Australia can be called back immediately. Okay? It's all politics. Don't take it personal. You really think I'm worried if I die?
No, it's because Australians are all ex-cons.
Exactly. No, but Australians are better in sports than Americans are. This is the fact. I'll tell you a bit of history, Huddle. You want to know why Australians have the accents they do? It's because Australians, everybody in this country is a fucking alcoholic. And they're just functioning as an alcoholic. And we don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Our top footballer yesterday was caught with cocaine in his system, and he was driving 45 miles over the range they were supposed to. So they don't come and be like, oh yeah, Australia's supposed to do this and all the bullshit. You really think we can, bro? Fuck no. No, like, look, most people in the world know that Australians are far more athletic than Americans. That's not true. That is true. Motherfucker, it is true. Motherfucker.
That's definitely not true.
It is true, bro. Oh, so you're telling me a nation with 21 million people is supposed to win more medals than a nation with 340 million? Bro, we don't breed like Indians that have like fucking 1.6 billion fucking people that fucking like fuck up the whole world. Yeah, look, you want to bring anomaly. You want to bring an anomaly?
Without using the word
South Sudanese can be like 17, 12, but are they good at any sport? What sport is South Sudan?
basic.
Earth to sun, earth to sun, earth to sun. Sun, are you in? Come in, sun. Earth to sun.
Hey guys, well, first I want to apologize because my English is not so good, but I just came here from a group that it's just opposite here. They were insulting us and they were telling some, something so disgusting, fake stories about our history and about our ancient kings and our history and everything. And I was so angry. Even one of them were here that he just went. The Ralph was here. I saw him. Maybe he saw that I'm here and he went. And he was a very, very rude man. And then I came here. And I'm an atheist actually. I'm not believing in any religion. And if you live and grow up in Iran, I think most of the new generation, especially, are atheists these days. Because of these happening in the world, I just see that you're speaking about, that exactly like here in another group, they're attacking another group. And I just wanted to say that why? You know why there is not any woman prophet in the history? Because never women are we're not gonna to be so serious about the life because this is so too short, and we can just enjoy it. That religious is, in my opinion, I respect to all the religions and all the beliefs. I don't want to, disrespect anybody or any.
But are you from Iran? Are you from Iran?
Yeah, I am.
So you don't represent any Muslim view at all, because you are atheist. Number one, you are atheist.
Many new generation are atheists in Iran. I can't say any percentage because now Iran is closed, but I think that Generation Z and even before that, most of the people, except the IRGC, What?
You were going back to past. But I didn't ask about past. I didn't ask about 1990 Iran. I didn't ask about 2004 Iran. I simply asked, are you atheist in the year 2026? I didn't ask you 2004 or 2008 or 2011. I didn't ask you that year.
Yeah, she was trying to have context. No simplistic answer. Answer me yes or no.
Talk about right here. You can say anything you want, but talk about right here, right now. Hey, I was saying that I would.
Oh, that's too bad. So thank you for sharing that. I have a question for you. Would you say the group that you were speaking to, did they seem to be? They weren't American, were they? Where would you say they were?
No, the name of the man that was in charge of that from his accent, and he was totally saying some fake things I never heard about them, about the ancient Iran. And then he was just, using those words to give some credit to Islam. And then I said to him, hey, I don't put any hate about any religious because I believe that none of them works for human, never. And they were just, for something to control people. They are working for some people to control a group. And then after that, nowadays in modern lives, it's crazy that still people are fighting about it. And what's the result? What will happen after? Just pretend that all the people in the world have just one religion. So what will happen after that? This is my question always.
But you know that Amir. So Amir,
He's so rude. He's so rude, man. So rude and not educated. And I'm so sorry about him. I wish he could enjoy more about his life.
So, would you say, I think the religion, we're going to find, whether it's religion, whether it's some other group, I think humanity, until we get the emotional maturity, we're always going to fall victim to the in-group bias. It's social identity theory. Have you heard of that? It's like this, it's by John Turner, psychologist. Basically, they say that people, psychologically, first of all, identity is a very interesting thing. And then they develop So they develop their identity and then their self-esteem through groups that they belong to, and then they develop the in-group bias. And then the stronger that the in-group bias becomes, the out-group bias becomes stronger as well. So I think, that's my opinion. I think that it could change. But I have one other question for you. Do you think Americans suffer from xenophobia, or do you think that Americans are pretty well-rounded when it comes to Muslims in the world? First of all, huddle. No, but good. But do huddle. But
yeah, I'm living in the USA now, but I lived in Europe, and before that Iran, and I saw different. Different points of view about the people, and I think that something that people follow nowadays is just social media. The profit of now is just social media, and people, all of the knowledge is something that they receive from social media. So I think that something happens that somebody in charge want to happen. It's not something that we decide about it. And if they are fighting so bad these days, because maybe we're supposed to fight it. Because it doesn't make sense that you fight in 21st century about religions, about some men that the last of them, for example, were died now with you. So it makes sense just the same. For me, if you believe that there is a God or anything else, it's just for you, then it's something to threaten others or fight with others is something that a group wants that you do that. I don't believe that it's our willing to do that.
So do you think it's more, let me ask you, so getting back to the Americans and xenophobia, do you think that possibly religious frustration, that people look at different religions and they look at them as harmful? Do you think Islam could be considered harmful, or Christianity, or...
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't have enough information about Christian and Jewish that I tell my opinion. About the Islam, it hurts our people in Iran because of our history, because it was something that first to, for example, that at the same time that the Iranian, many of us, makes sense because this is their roots and I respect them because this is something that belongs to them. This is their history. This is their beliefs and I respect to them. But when they wanted to force it to us that we weren't like that and we had a lot of, they did a big attack and killing or everything, I don't blame the religious. I blame, people that did it in history. But in those times, all the nations did that. All the empires wanted to spread and wanted to catch new lands and kill others for that, or slaves or everything. So that time is past.
So you see there's a little bit of maybe they're using religion as a cover for conquest to get more land. So, but let me ask you, today, right, I think pretty much the world is carved up pretty, mostly stable, right? There's 100 and something, 90 something countries, maybe 80, I don't know, a few of them. Obviously, the jurisdiction, what is it called? The perimeters are going to change. But my point is, do you think that there are any religions today that threaten a peaceful person's lifestyle? Like they would, if they were today to move into your community, do you see any religion saying, oh, well, we have to govern this way, or we have to put these laws in place for you too, and not just me? Do you know of any religions that say you have to live under the laws that I say because this is what God says?
Isn't that what she's been answering this whole time, though? Like, she's already been answering your question.
And also, there was and then before that, there were somebody from the Europe that decided to make a religious build in version of religion, because this version of religion of Islam that they make, of course, that it wasn't adopted to our roots in Iran, So always people at the same time that many of them maybe were Muslim, many of them didn't like it because they forgot that what happened. But when you go to books and read it, that how they forced Iranian to be Muslim, they killed them, they slaughtered them, and then after that, still always there are some people that are against that. It's not because of Islam, Christian, or Jewish. It's because it's not belong to Iran. It's not Iranian. So when something comes from out, all these people are defending themselves. And then I wanted to say that these days, this Islam that we see with a lot of violence, it comes from, community. A part of that comes from Qatar, a part of that comes from England, and this is just a politic plan. It is not really religious. And they have it. There is an aim to spreading that hey, we can catch these in the world if we spread our beliefs. So the more that they spread something, the more soldier they have. And then they can do something in the world without paying. If you wanted to pay soldiers,
Thank you for answering questions. I heard that, first of all, have you lived in Iran? How long have you lived in Iran for?
More than 30 years.
Okay, so I heard that they have a thing called morality police. That if I, as a nice, peaceful person, I've never harmed another peaceful person or do. I never tell people what to do, what to say, as long as it doesn't come to my private property or my family or my friends or my community. So who listen, I'm moving you down. That's it, it's fine. You're never supposed to buzz on the best fucking soapbox. Okay, so this is Sun. So I, as a peaceful person, I don't harm anybody, but I heard that there's these morality police, and if I'm just walking the street, I heard that that they would just, that these women could just drag me into vans and then haul me off to these warehouses and beat me whenever I'll be into for my hair or something, like if I don't have my hair covered. Is that something that's like how bad is that? And
Yeah, did you ever get lashed?
And like, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, of course. I had some experience like that. And you know what? This regime, RGC, were staying with playing with some beliefs of people. When they came in Iran, they were different groups. They were lefties, and they weren't religious. I don't know how to call it in English. IMK, or something like that. MIK. They say Mujahideen Khalq. Okay. And then these three groups, MEK, yes, these three groups were against the Shah, the Pahlavi, and then they became union, and then they did all theories against the regime that time. It's filtering, this application is filtering in Iran, and then some of them wanted republic, change the regime to republic, and some of them the Islamists wanted a radical Islamist, and that was the plan, unfortunately. And in that time, I mean, it wasn't happening inside; it from outside, from the Arabic countries and also some European countries. As you know, that Khomeini was living in France and escorting the planes of England. So, and they came to Iran with the foreign ministry of England. And even he stays with Khomeini. All of the armies, they killed many, many young people at the first. And then for staying, because very soon people understood that they were betrayed.
Yeah, but did you ever get back?
And after that, they stayed with forcing and pressure on women about the hijab, about the right, or they don't have the right to divorce. If they want to divorce, what?
We know what terrible things happen within the Islamic regime. Do you support the United States and the state of Israel removing the government from Iran?
I have two different positions about that. I was so happy when they targeting the Khomeini and RGC and all of them. And we thanked them actually to do that because it wasn't something that people could do themselves. Because as we see, they respond them, I mean, with shooting and slaughtering and killing, like the 8th and 9th of January, and that people went to street. And then after that, I think the war came to complicated position. That many of Iranians, I mean, are not happy about what is happening because you know it's just made to a kind of half deal and half war, and it's really hurt because at the same time, I mean, of course, the currency falls down so much, so the economic problems are really serious now in Iran. At the same time, I mean, they're dealing with the regime, and people are just confusing what is happening. So, I myself, I mean, I was half and half, 50% and 50%. I would like if Pahlavi came back, or if a group from inside of Iran, not from the regime, wanted to get the power of, get the power and just regime change has happened. But in some steps, we saw that this war is not leading to regime change, and it's the point that really disappointing for people in Iran. Just now, I mean, that they're just bombing, and it's some at the first it was good, but after that, also it was late because we remember that President Trump tweeted.
Yeah, but I understand that, but like, what if like they arm the Iranian people? You think they're gonna bring back?
I think it's impossible. You know, you should grow up in Iran that you understand what I'm saying. You know.
Look, give me a second. What if the United States stop arm the people of Iran? You think they'll bring back that Shah?
I just wanted to respond to this question because many ask me that. You know, you should grow up in Iran that you understand what you see. In outside you may see that Iran nation. No, I just wanted to tell you about.
No. I grew up in Islamic dictatorship too, and now the commanders of the armed forces. So don't sit here and be like, oh well, yeah, it's gonna happen. Do you think it's a good reason for the United States to arm the people of Iran? Like, where's all these people? These are scumbags. What do you think? Do you think are you gonna be a supporter of the Shah, or well, you're gonna be like, no, like terrible, you know? What do you want, son?
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying that arming the people cannot be enough because I wanted to explain you that the Iranian people are not used to see these things just like Afghanistan or Pakistan. You know, they are they are so family form people, you know, because of that, they just slaughtered in 8 and 9 of January. They couldn't believe.
What do you want? It's been 47 years, but what do you actually want? It's been a long time.
You asked me that, is it possible? You asked me that, is it really works? I wanted to tell you that I'm not sure it really works, because the nation of Iran are not similar to Syria or to Afghanistan. I mean, most of them cannot work with the VPN because VPN is not allowed in Iran. You know, they cannot work with.
Hold on, time out. I wanna hear the answers to Achik. Achik is asking you questions. You're not answering them. You're just saying other words.
You're just talking some BS, some bullshit.
Answer his questions.
Like, do you want to see the Shah of Iran leading Iran or no? Like, it's not that complicated.
I myself, if there is a path that it comes back to free voting, that people choose themselves, and this is something that I really wish for my land.
Who is going to decide if this is the wish of the people? Is it going to be CNN and the change? Who is going to be the one who same statistics we're being fed is the same sources, right? And they give such fantastical claims that it's mathematically improbable. At least like the problem with these especially the white Americans, they don't know shit about math. They know nothing.
So we receive just the community around us in Iran, and the community that I'm connected with them. I insist that I cannot, estimate anything in Iran, but the community that I'm connected with them, maybe 70% they like that. There is a path that we come back. 30% maybe they like that something happens from inside, and 0% supports the regime. So, I can speak about the maybe, 2,000 people that I know from different groups or friendly groups or classmates or anything that I'm connected to them, but not more. So I think the only way that, we can see that what happens in Iran is just for free the Iran. But for free the Iran is not, in some parts, it was absolutely wrong that happened. Negotiation and then not negotiation and then do this, and just the only that they can prove they should change all the constitution from base, and they should remove the leader that they have proved that they didn't do that. Because as long as one person decides for all, because the Khamenei and now the junior Khamenei, we're not sure he's alive, I don't think so. But anybody that comes instead of him, one person decides. One person.
Report to the U.S. There's no regime change.
For USA, you mean it's better for USA if the regime change hasn't happened? You mean that?
Yeah, if it ends up no regime.
I think that USA hasn't shown that they really want regime change in Iran. I don't know why, but in 1979, they helped Khomeini come in Iran, and we know all the cartel helped.
Shame on you! Don't say that. Shame on you. There are.
The cartel helped.
Yeah, no, wait a second. Shame on you! Don't say that. There was 9.5 million Iranian speed saying Khomeini, Pasha, Khomeini. You really think we're gonna forget that history? There was 9.5 million Iranians that were thinking Khomeini's name. You really think like those people were like Japanese or Mexicans or Moroccans? Son, huh? Don't do that.
You think that this demonstration? So you think that this demonstration?
There was a 9.5 million Iranians in Tehran. One in Khomeini. Don't say that.
I think that you haven't read the history of revolution in 1979.
Don't tell me I've not read the fucking history. And Americans forced 9.5 million Iranians to protest in fucking Tehran in 1979. dismantled and everything else. And I want your Shah to come back home. But don't tell me 1979. Have you seen that famous photo of that chick? One of them was the left. She got executed by Khomeini. And the one on the right had fucking like asylum in Sweden. What are you talking about? Like, honestly, you ain't gonna sit here and tell us that in 1979, no Iranians were responsible for the monarchy? Son, like, give me a break. Don't come here and tell us that was a bullshit.
No, it's not. It's not a bullshit. If you wanted to know, I can send you video from the
I know about the history.
No, from the Carter himself, not from ourselves. I mean that it was something that they thought, you know what, it happened. It was some mistake in politics that Muammar Shah did, unfortunately. And then after that, in funeral of Muammar Shah in Egypt, they understood that it was absolutely false. That it was absolutely false. I can send you the videos. It's not something that secret. It's something that USA spread the documents.
No. You're wrong. The United States did not force Iranian people to get rid of their Shah. You're lying. I know you're lying because it's wrong. Jimmy Carter.
I don't have any reason to lie because that's my country.
Ayatollah Khomeini. No, the Iranian people. You had 9.5 million people protesting to get rid of the Shah in 1979. Your parents are responsible for this. Take some accountability.
You know, my parents never wanted Shah to go. My parents supported the Shah. So, I mean that...
No, bro. You guys were hating the Shah in 1979, 1978. Don't come here and tell people like, oh, Iran is a terrorist regime right now because, the Shah was there in the 70s or whatever. No,
actually, just wait a minute. If I can find the video, I'll send it here. Okay?
No. What kind of
did you miss this?
So fucked up. Fucking hell.
Bima. Yeah. Haven't you missed Asia?
I haven't. Obviously, guys do. Don't come here and say like, oh well, yeah, in the 1970s it was just Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter is the reason why we have the Ayatollah Khomeini. If you have a dictatorship for 47 fucking years and the United States comes there to get rid of them, shouldn't you be more grateful than that? To be like, oh well, yeah, especially with all the people that serve. Iran have been blowing off the legs of American soldiers from like 1979. They blew them off the Beirut bombing, 1982, 1996, 1995, 1996, 1997, 2002. It's your fucking government. Like, this has nothing to do with the Americans. The Americans are trying to get that peace. Yeah, definitely.
So please just listen to that. Then I mean, you can understand what I'm saying, what I'm coming.
Is that what you're posting?
Just please listen to that. No, just please listen to that. I don't want to blame anybody because this is just politics. I just wanted to clarify what happened in Iran. I just wanted to say that why a majority group of Iranian couldn't be here because even the voting that happened at the 1st of 1979, that was a fake voting. After that revolution. And what is happening in Iran is just after Muammar Shah virtually passed away, so all of them just became like a secret. So nobody knows what was really happening in Iran.
So you're here talking about Mohammed Reza Pahlavi Shah, and he's a Sunni Muslim, right? Son, I'm talking to you.
Yeah, Mohammed Reza Shah and Reza Shah, both of them. Both of them. Yeah,
why is it that you want his son to become ruler of your country after his father's name is Mohammed Reza Pahlavi Shah? He's a Sunni Muslim. He's not even a Shia Muslim. Why do you want that?
First, the Reza Pahlavi himself is an atheist and he's not believing in any religion. And then, as I told you, when you don't know about the inside of nation, you just say with something that you experienced already. Because you should believe that everything that has happened in a nation, it has a story from 1,000 years ago. So because of that, first I told you that what happened in Iran, that Islam came and then remained, and then a part of Iranians were Muslim, and then it became more or less. I explained first because of that, because for many people it's complicated. What is really happening when, for example, they in their identification they are Muslim, but at the same time they are claiming that they are not. So this is something that, for example, in this regime, when you are born as a Muslim, then you cannot change officially your religious, never. So this is something that many people maybe they don't know. And I mean, I can say that, hey, you're right, because you don't have any experience in Iran. But on the other hand, many things that happens in Iran, about the violence or anything, is so exaggerated, because again, there is not any real information from Iran, because they compare it with the neighbors. But of course it's not the same, because the way that we live is different than the way they live, and I respect them, of course, but we are just different.
So I have a question. I have another question too. I just real quick. I have a question. Do you know? I just want you to get. I'm curious to know how well you would know who tried to kidnap me on the street and throw me in a van, being a woman, and let's say they clearly were. It was a religious. Do you have any idea what would happen in that exact moment? I'm not talking about legally. I'm talking about, how do you think something like it, when you imagine it, how would you imagine?
It happened for many women in Iran. It happened for many women.
No. My question is, what do you think would happen if that same situation happened to an American woman in America?
Of course, all of the American. I always say that for the American, that they tell us, and you're saying, because they are not the same, not at all. And
But do you know my question? I'm curious. The question is, I'm walking and they put me in a van, and my question, but this is what I want to know. What your answer is? What do you think I would do? In that immediate instance, do you think I would go with them to the warehouse and
you don't know what will happen to you after that, as Mahsa Amini was killed.
But what do you think would happen to me? But let's use me. What do you think would happen if that happened to me today? What do you think I would do?
In Iran or here?
Here in America.
I think that it is, the worst criminal that may happen in America.
I'd shoot him in the face. I would shoot them. I have a gun, and I would shoot them because if I didn't have a gun, I would gouge out their eyes and slice their throats. It would be really bad. It would be really bad. There wouldn't be like a destination to go to. It would just be I think I hope a lot of women in America, I say that, some women are weak, but they would probably go along with it. But I don't think.
Because of that, I think that it's good that you can carry a gun here, but it's something that happened in the right time. So people know how and when to use it and how they defend themselves. But
it could be a knife.
I wish it was Iran the same. If it was, even the revolution didn't settle in 1974, and after maybe 2 or 3 years, they were just fell. But that after these many years, that nobody know, even they don't know how to use the weapon.
Yeah, I wouldn't even need a gun, I would risk my life. And this is what I'm interested. This one, like, I'm trying to get to the point. Like the mentality, right? For women in America, I think I can't speak for all women. I think the majority of women would be, we're going to do whatever we need to do. Like, this isn't right, and this isn't something that we're going to, typically just allow to then happen over and over and over. Like, these women would become targets, and I mean, like, they would risk their lives. Like, I would do egregious things without, I mean, like, even if I didn't have a gun. You know what I mean? Like, I would choke them out. I'd take off a piece of my clothing, rip it, choke them, kill them. I mean, like, they would die. Because the morality police aren't the IRGC. They're just citizens, right? That's what I hear.
No, they are not regular citizens.
I hear that
those women are not regular civilians. No, those
They're
women.
Sharia police. They're Sharia police.
Yeah, they are.
They don't have guns like the United States. They don't have 300 million guns in the country. There's no Second Amendment.
That's not FEMA's
point.
They've
got, right?
There's a different mentality issue. There's people running around.
A knife. How's a knife going to go against an AR-15?
I don't know.
How does a knife go against an AR-15?
FEMA stabs you right in the fucking face, or in the eye, or in the throat.
Be real. You're an American. You can buy a gun at the next store. We can buy guns here right and left. Be real.
I'm trying to be civil. I'm not crashing out. I'm not being
right, though. I mean, but I'm gonna like.
Yeah, but Bima's point she's making, which is a very valid point, that she would do anything. She would claw them, gouge them. She would do anything, scratch, bite.
After the fact, they don't have that.
But the point is, when you listen to the Iranians are just like, oh well, they got us. There's nothing we can do. We're just gonna have to go, and they're gonna have to rape us and hang us from a crane.
Except we live in a
It's
country
not
where
like
you can
that.
buy a gun
It's not like that.
liquor store damn near. Okay, come on, let's be real. Like the Iranians are somehow ain't shit because they're not shooting people.
Yeah,
this is America, bro.
You think when we say knife, we're talking about like a little butter knife? But nobody has a meat cleaver. If you know that there's gonna be people picking you up, a woman even Bima size picks out a fucking 8-inch chef knife or a meat cleaver and starts whacking you in the fucking head. Her point is she's going to go down fighting, and even if they kill her, she's at least going to make them fucking pay.
Typical American arrogance.
I know,
You got a Glock. You got a Glock. We can get a Glock and AR-15.
Listen, my mom is 63. My mom is 63 years old and blind. You come in that fucking house, she's picking up a meat cleaver and she's whacking you in the fucking head.
She probably got a Glock.
She will. She
probably got a Glock.
She does have a gun. But
exactly. That's exactly
she's
my
going
point.
with anything. I watched my mom when I was fucking 14 years old be getting jumped by a 16-year-old, came over and grabbed that motherfucker and was tagging him in the fucking face. My mom would pick up a meat cleaver and she would whack you in the fucking top of the skull. And there may be 2 or 3 other guys that are then going to wrap her and fucking beat her up and kill her, but she's at least going to make you fucking pay and suffer. But when we listen to the Iranians are like, oh no, they got us, nothing we can do. I guess we'll just have to go willingly.
Except for 3,000
I think that you're absolutely wrong. I think that you're absolutely wrong. If it was like that, so those women and men that were killed and slaughtered in the street, but just because of one woman that was killed, her name was Mahsa Amini. So I respectfully I would agree with you, but I think that you're comparing. You're comparing doesn't make sense. That you compare, a kidnapping, but in Iran. This is the regime. This is the army. This is the army that arrests you.
Look, listen, darling.
Son, do you mind if I ask you a question?
Listen to my opinion, darling.
I don't know what Gus, be quiet. So, son, I have a question. You guys have almost 90 million populace in Iran. It's like 80 to 90% hate the IRGC. That leaves you about 75 to 80 million people. But my next question is, do you guys not have beer bottles? Do you guys not have gasoline and you put gasoline in a beer bottle and put some cloth in it with a lighter? Do you guys not have butcher knives? Do you guys not have chef knives that your wives used in their houses? Like every Iranian could get fucking knives, put them in their pockets, go out in the street, and when the IRG fucking starts shooting people, instead of running away screaming, oh shit, they're shooting at us, everybody just bum rush them. Go at the fucking 1,000 soldiers
with meat cleavers and chop them up in the middle of the fucking street. And if you guys did this, the shit would be over in one day. We have it in, South America. We have it in fucking Africa. We have it all over the entire fucking world where people go and get butcher knives and fucking meat cleavers and they chop up the entire fucking building. The ones out fucking shooting you. You guys have 80 people versus 190,000 that are controlling you. And it's because they brainwashed you into believing you can't do it.
I wanted to tell you something. Sorry, if you're done, you're done. Can I answer you?
Yeah.
So I wanted to tell you something that is really.
This guy's a Jew, okay? So he hates Iran.
Nobody cares that I'm a Jew.
So I wanted to tell you something. No, I just wanted to answer your question. Doesn't matter if what you believe or what. I respect that. But I just wanted to tell you there's something that happened in 8 and 9 of January. In the cities that I know exactly the information about them, about the second city of Iran, the Mashhad, and the cities around them, and also about the Rasht and the Babol. And that some cities I have the exact information that I'm telling you. They didn't went out with the phones because they were threatened that if we get your phones, we will kill all of your families. So the youth that came out, they came out without phones. So the videos comes out. There are just maybe one nation or a city around the Mashhad, the nuclear weapons. Can you? The poison weapons, and the video comes out. And again, I can send it for you if you want. And then also, for example, in Mashhad, they had the weapon, the machine gun, and it wasn't just like that. Just targeting and shooting one by one. It was, killed at the minute a lot of people. And then I explain you, I think that you didn't get my word, that people in Iran are not used to that. If you live just 1 month in Iran, maybe most of the boys in Iran cannot fight. It's Syria, Afghanistan, or Pakistan that you see people
we agree with you.
Just trends of them never tried it even. So it's absolutely different culture. So it's too hard to push them to that part. But about the numbers that came out in 9 and 8 of January, there were millions and millions. Just trust on me, because that on the videos, even you see the millions.
Millions of what?
Millions of people came out, the protesters. Really, millions. They're in thousands.
8 million populace and 16 million in the metro area. Our point we're trying to make, we understand you guys are brainwashed.
Bro, stop pulling numbers out of your ass. Sun will deliver the numbers.
You guys think you can't fight against
he's from Iran. Why are you pulling numbers out?
The point we're trying to make here is, if 9.8 million people who hate the IRGC and hate the fucking government were to go and get their kitchen knives, their 8-inch knives that you cut vegetables with, and you guys were to go out there, and when they start shooting, instead of running away, you just ran at them and started stabbing them, you guys would win the war in fucking 1 week. Every time they come out and attack you, and the reality is, I know you're going to say that, we don't know who Sandy lives down the street. The reality is, and they could go and kick in the fucking front door of that RGC guy, and they could go in the middle of the night while he's sleeping. But you don't have the fight in you, like Bimo said.
They would get slaughtered if they did that.
190,000 people versus 80 million people with butcher knives.
You're gonna get all the rest of those people coordinated to do 10 at a time. I think different houses and have it all planned out.
No, just fucking doing it every night. If they spread messages to find the IRGC people, which they already know where they live, it's not that hard to figure out. Like everybody here could figure out where fucking government officials work, where they fucking live. You could fucking target them. You could, they're driving around in fucking Toyota pickup trucks and shit. They're not driving around in fucking armored cars. Pull a fucking donkey cart out in the middle of the fucking street and then bum rush their fucking car and just fucking bash their fucking brains in. Like, you could just target them nonstop until eventually they would fucking surrender. This is why the United States won against the British, is because we didn't line up in formation and fight them at their own game. We fucking hid in the fucking horse,
in the woods, and we stole the fucking fighting tactics of the indigenous Americans. We hid out in the fucking woods and started sniping these motherfuckers. And we started going for all their fucking top brass until eventually they fucking surrendered. I mean, that's what you're gonna have to do. You're gonna have to fight guerrilla fucking barbaric archaic fucking warfare. And you're gonna have to start dragging these motherfuckers out, just like they did in where was it? With the fucking the guy, come on, Beaver, help me out. The guy that was the government official where they drug his body out in the middle of the street. And I mean, they did it to Gaddafi. They did it to the U.S. Embassy guy where they dragged his body out in the middle of the street. You start doing that to all their fucking guys, they'll give the fuck up. Ain't nobody that's making fucking peanut bullshit fucking pay gonna continue this fucking war, no matter if they think they're gonna go to Jannah or not, or they're bringing on the fucking 12th Caliph. If they start getting dragged out in the middle of the streets, people start going at them like fucking West Africans and chopping them up into fucking pieces, this shit will end real quick.
Did you ever ask this about like the concentration camps?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of fucking Jews that did that type of shit. There was Jews that fought back and stuff. Yeah, I mean, there's literally stories of Jews going through and killing the fucking guards and getting all the fucking people out of the concentration camps. I mean, it's a little different when you're in a fucking prison, chained in with fucking, guys with machine guns and fucking, there's only 1,000 fucking, military soldiers, but there's only 10,000 people in the camp. But it's a little different when you have 80 million people who are pretty much, for the most part, free to roam around their fucking city and shit, who can get fucking, butcher knives. And they have all this shit in their kitchen. You go get beer bottles, you go get some gasoline, you fill them up, you put some cloth in it, you light them up, you fucking throw them at them, and you fucking firebomb the fucking shit up. If you just do this relentlessly, but the problem is they're not willing to lay down their lives. We literally had an Iranian woman that said, oh, if Trump pulls out, we're going to go out in the middle of the street and kill ourselves. And I'm like, why would you kill yourself? Why wouldn't you at least take out a couple of these motherfuckers? Like, shit, just do anything.
Felix, I don't disagree with you. I agree with what you said.
On the street and show them how to do it for real.
Yeah, we're not going in with the green berets. We're not putting boots on the ground. We're not going to instruct them. They're just going to have to get out and do it themselves.
No, I said you. Like,
yeah, no, I know. But they're not going to listen.
On live stream.
Yeah,
show them how to do the gasoline with the bottle and shit. It sounds like they need some guidance.
Well, if you want to send anybody, Timothy, if you want to send anybody, send John Kitover with the book account. He was intel guy in the fucking military. He knows how to go over and fucking train everybody online. And he's already got 1,000 accounts, right, John?
Good point. I think we need Rich singing Baba Nagila, Baba Nagila, Baba Nagila, man, right? We need to sing that song. March of the IRGC, building, shoot him up, right? That's how he do it.
Oh, what did you say, Cuckosaurus Rex? I didn't hear you. I was busy doing something.
Would you fight like that? Would you take your meat cleaver and charge?
Fuck yeah, she would. She already said she would.
Hell yeah.
I don't think so.
Are you kidding me?
I can guarantee, like I said, anybody breaks into my mom's house, even though she's fucking blind and disabled, 63 years old, she will pick up a fucking meat cleaver and she will whack one or two of you motherfuckers in the head before the rest of them get you. And she's fine. She's willing to fucking die for that. But that's the American mentality. I mean, but unfortunately, these Iranians have just been brainwashed like a bunch of North Koreans, and they think the big bad boogeyman's undefeatable, unless America or Israel comes in and knows it for them. Or, their biggest argument is, we need to send in the military, we need to put all the ground forces there, we need to march all the way to fucking Tehran, and then we need to bring in Green Berets to fucking train everybody and teach them how to use fucking M4 carbines and M16A1s. And we need to teach them all how to do that for the next couple years, and then fund them with fucking billions of dollars of fucking guns and munitions. And then, eventually, maybe they can actually fucking go and fight the IRGC on their own. But, Kurdistan's not going to do it. U.S. and Israel's not going to do it. They need to step up fucking do this shit. But that's not what's going to happen.
That you compare the nations with each other.
Just real fast before I jump off here, and I know all of you Iranians hate when I say this, but the reality is somebody in your all's top brass in the IRGC is going to step up and become the new Ayatollah, and he's going to be friendly with us, and he's going to run the country, and you're going to keep the IRGC just like you did with Maduro in fucking Venezuela. We elected his vice president as the new leader. She's willing to play ball. Cuba's doing the same thing. They're all falling in line. And eventually somebody's going to step up and say, hey, U.S., I'll be the fucking frontline guy, and I'll let you guys sail all your ships through here. And when China gets out of line, and when you want me to put pressure on China, we'll stop letting their fucking ships go through, and we won't ship them anything. And we'll fucking put a stranglehold on the CCP. And when that person steps up and does that, then you guys are still stuck with the IRGC. And then we'll be friends with the IRGC. Just like we were when we fucking overthrew your fucking Shaw, and we put the fucking IRGC in charge in the first place.
Top like armchair general in Trump's
That's crazy. Crazy, isn't it?
Right, bro.
We should let John Kitover talk. Go ahead, Johnny boy. But serious John, not like joking John.
Said he was going out to stock tents and bars.
Going to chop down trees. In Daniel's case, it would be going out to find dudes to get fucked by.
Exile, right? I don't understand like this, like
I'm asking since 48. When have we lost the war?
You were in the concentration camp. They were
not since 1948. Since 1948, Hashem's on our side. Jesus is on our side. And you guys are fucked. So keep fighting the good fight, Daniel.
You guys are getting fucked.
How? We're winning every fucking war. Gaza doesn't exist. Like, you guys cry about all the buildings being gone and all the women and children being slaughtered, living in fucking internment camps. So it sounds like we're winning. Show me where the Jews are in fucking internment camps and fucking kicked out of their country. But I know you're gonna be like Amir and be like, oh, tomorrow, Bibi Netanyahu's gonna be arrested, and then we'll hang him. And it never happens. You guys are losing. You're just sore losers.
Arabia will get a nuclear warhead from America, right? So
yeah. There's already ICBMs from the United States in Israel, and Israel has their own ICBMs. So good luck on that. You know how long it takes to go from the United States, from fucking Wyoming to fucking Moscow? 42 minutes. Good luck.
Alright, new title. How about it?
Pussy Muslims.
Anybody want to take on the title or no? Don't be scared now. Just shitting on Israel forever, so why not get in here and get it done?
Jews. It's not about Israel. I don't give a shit about Israel. I just don't want Jews.
Why? Why not?
Jews. That's retarded.
See, other people, they have a problem with Israel, but not Jews. They don't care. Like, why would you have a problem with a group of people? Like why? I don't understand.
People get evicted from 170 countries. You ask yourself, is it those countries' fault or that group's fault? I don't know, man.
Where's EJ? EJ.
I have a question, but it's slightly off topic.
I'm here. You want to respond, DJ?
Who said that? I didn't even see.
Daniel.
Let me see here. Okay, yeah. So I'm a Jew. I'm one of the few Jews who's been chosen to live forever.
At least they make them tall and handsome and smart, right?
You're so cute. Let's make out tonight.
I have a question. It's off topic. Can I?
Why not? It's been like that all night. Go ahead.
Oh, I know. I'm staying with this topic. That was just I have to stay with this topic. Yes, I think that Bibi should be arrested. Why? I'll tell you why. I don't think that you can do what you do to another population. I think there is enough evidence in these multiple reports, like 100 pages of reports about what they do. I don't have any problem with Israel defending from people that are harming them. What I have a problem with is the creation of UN. The UN.
And what did we learn about the UN on these reports? Did we learn that the UN had their own employees part of the...
Not that one. The ones that I'm referring to are actually
let's look at who are on why does Israel come up at the UN more than any other country? Do you think that there's problems around the world and there's countries that are acting in bad faith around the world, but they don't seem to come up at the UN? Only Israel? What does that seem?
That's actually an interesting point.
Why is Israel mentioned more than
I'll tell you why why they're mentioned more. I think they're mentioned because the majority of vetoes that the US have done have been in defense of Israel. And I feel like even if it's just
why does it come up more than Sudan or like other societies?
That's the argument I always hear. Is it other genocides like brought up or whatever? What do you think about that?
I would say it's because of what I was just saying. It's the U.S. backing. The U.S. has not backed. And let me just say what it had said again. I'll just repeat it. The U.S. has used of every veto that it's ever in the UN to defend Israel. There is no other country that the U.S. uses to defend, to stop where other countries are saying, trying to make motions, whatever else, okay? So I think that just a fact...
The defense is justifying the offense?
So Abby, I just want you to just pull this apart for a second, okay? Because I know it's Israel, and so there's a sentimentality here, but just looking at it factually, like if we were to say country A, country B, we know that country A, okay, is part of, we're going to say country, here, how can we do this? We're going to say country 1, okay? Country 1 through country 5, those are going to be the big 5, okay? Now, the rest of the countries are going to be letters. So if country 1 of 1 through 5, the big 5, is using half of its veto to constantly just country I, it brings attention to it. And it's just like, why? So I mean, like, it's causation versus correlation. I mean, I don't know the answer to that.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. It has to do with who's bringing the charges, and look at who the countries are, and look at the Arab nations and the countries that have done this over and over. And of course, the U.S. is defending an ally, and the U.S., by the way, defends its allies. However, both the two sections that make it absolutely impossible for the U.S. to have anything to do with the ICC or what the actions are of the mayor of New York and how they are actually, he's already broken federal law. Has anyone talked about that? The Pepe? No? Yes. Well, why we don't recognize the ICC and anything in furtherance of recognizing the ICC or doing anything related to charges of the ICC on U.S. soil or in the with respect to any force or threats of force in relation to it is a violation of U.S.
Abby, really quick, can any of those members indict their own people? I always wonder this. They can never do their own people, right? You're basically like giving cover to yourself by joining these groups, right?
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe you can. This is like a little sidetrack there, but I was always wondering about that. I don't know.
But yeah, and we have under the Servicemen's Act. Let me try to put the specific to. One is 18 USC. The other I think is 20 USC.
That's my initial reaction why we don't recognize it, because those folks can conceal themselves inside this group. They can't indict themselves, their own leaders, for criminal charges. That's why we wouldn't recognize it. That's my guess.
Well, we're not party to the Rome Agreement. Hold on, let me get the actual law so I don't sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. So, and I put this a little bit ago, Matt. I don't know if you read it. I put this. There's a actual YouTube of it. You can play it if you'd like. It was on Fox. Hold on. I'll put the YouTube in the chat, and you can play it. It's Mark Thierson was explaining.
How long is it?
So it's 22 U.S. Code 7423, which is the American Servicemen Protection Act. Oh, it's like it's a minute.
Okay.
It's a minute.
I can play it and try it on my thing here. I don't know if it's working right now, but let me know when you want me to play it too.
Yeah. I mean, if you can.
Okay, let me try it. Hold on. Let me go. Let's see. I just do music mode.
But this should answer the question for anyone.
Okay, hold on. Let's try it. Just thumbs up if you can hear it.
Donnie tries this. He's the one who's 2-3, which says that no agency or entity of any state or local government may cooperate with the International Criminal Court in response to a request for cooperation by the International Criminal Court pursuant to the Rome Statute. That's the American Service Members Protection Act. It applies to allies. Second law, 18 U.S. Code 112. Protection of foreign officials, official guests, and internationally protected persons, which Netanyahu would be all three of those. Whoever assaults, strikes, wounds, imprisons, or offers violence to a foreign official, official guest, internationally protected person shall be fined under this statute and imprisoned for not more than 3 years or both. And whoever does it with a deadly or dangerous weapon will be imprisoned or fined or imprisoned for up to 2 years. And not only that, there's another 6 months for threatening or intimidating a foreign official, which Mamdani has already done. So right now, under the law, Mamdani is facing 6 months in prison for intimidating Benjamin Netanyahu. If he tries to go ahead with it, and he sends the New York police armed with weapons, he could face up to 10 years in prison under this law. And I would tell President Trump, you should have the Attorney General announce that if he tries it, he will be prosecuted, he will be arrested and thrown in jail and prosecuted to the full extent of the law. That is fabulous, Mark Thiessen. That is fabulous. Let's just use the criminal code. That's absolutely terrific. It's the law. Yeah, it is the law. That is exactly right. Why? I just love that.
Were you thinking about were you talking about the United States should arrest him, or a third party should arrest him outside, not the United States?
I think it's difficult because it's just like war.
So like, why would we arrest him? I mean, he's
right. No, not the U.S., but it would have to be like a joint world thing.
But don't you live in the United States, and aren't you a citizen here? And the laws of the United States are what govern you and govern, and that's the jurisdiction you're subject to. So, follow those laws, Bima?
No, I do, but I'm not following why you asked me that question.
The laws of the United States, because this is our federal law.
No, hold on. We've been saying that different parties should arrest, like outside of the U.S., like whoever.
Like Ugandans? I mean, like who should do this? Like the Syrians? Like a real civilized group, like the Syrians, or like who are you suggesting, Bima?
I would say, could you list 10 countries that you would trust to make good decisions for the world? Like, what do you think are 10 good noble country leaderships. Could you at least name 10?
No.
Well, that's okay.
I mean, well, let's see. Well, the country and who the leadership. How many? Let's talk about Italy. Like, how many governments has Italy had since its formation? Does anyone know? Like, how fast they go through their governments? Or the UK? Like, who's a new prime minister? Like this morning, because that may change this afternoon. I mean, you're kidding me, right?
Well, who issued the warrants for the arrest?
The ICC, which we are not a party to. And by the way, the guy that issued them just got arrested for molesting, for sexual harassment, sexual assaults. Prosecutor at the ICC. I'll find the article. I'm sorry, now you guys are making me like have to find stuff. But I'll find the article. That's been in the news also.
The only reason I'm asking is because, I mean, the guy, Mondani, why, like, what an idiot. Why would the United States or anybody in the United States arrest an ally? But someone other, like, I could see someone thinking that he should be arrested by some other criminal court or whatever outside of the U.S. Like, but why would we arrest our own person? That's so stupid.
Yeah, he's virtue signaling.
Is it bad? I don't know why he did it. It was because you're right, Beaver. It would be something outside the U.S., not the U.S.
We're not a party to the ICC. Yeah. And by the way, we have never, it's against federal law, we have never arrested or directly followed any orders of the ICC and taken any, the other, I forget the other country, the guy turned himself in to his own authorities. The guy went to the U.S. Embassy and turned himself into the U.S. Embassy, and we turned him over to his own country. And the other one was Uganda. I forget the names of the two guys. It's the only times, and we did not have any direct contact with the ICC. We're not a party to it.
Was it an extradition? What do we call the word? Extraditing?
Extradition.
No. One. The guy was like a really bad. Wait, I'll try to get you the names.
So let me ask you. Because I'm gonna do this thought experiment. Do some devil advocate here. Kind of Nina's question, because I think it was a good question to ask. If our allies were all to say like, okay, we kind of agree with this kind of situation, what would you say to those folks? So like if it's another ally that we have, another 2 allies that we have, another 3 allies, how do you approach that situation? Like if it ever got really that bad, you think?
There are issues and decisions that our allies make that we don't fully support. We're in NATO, so we have obligations under NATO, but it doesn't mean that all of their foreign policy is our foreign policy. In this circumstance, I mean, someone could search it. That's probably faster than I can as to who's party to the particular ICC. I think of our allies, I think Spain is, but there's many countries that are allies of ours that are not a party to it.
Yeah, no, I know that. I was just taking actually ICC completely out of it and just going with what if there was a coalition of those folks that got together and were just like, if you step into our particular area, we're gonna arrest them, So I don't know. I was just playing out like other scenarios that could be in the future. It might not be Netanyahu, it could be somebody else, I don't know what we could do. I don't know.
I'm not sure why we would be the concept of government, right, and governance and governing, there's the smaller, right, local, and then it grows. And so inside of a country, because it's ran by one government, you then have all your little local jurisdictions, but they are all being the United States, and all the countries together, and they have to make agreements. They have to say, hey, look, if the UK and Canada and France and Germany and Japan and South Korea, whoever, Poland, of how we're going to manage keeping the world at peace by identifying, war criminals. If one of the countries gets out of whack, so to speak, right? So, like, one of the states gets out of whack. It's still the same. It's the same structure. It's just larger. It's just worldwide. And I wouldn't see if you have all of these countries, like in the case, let's say hypothetically that all of these countries did come together. Canada, France, all the Norway, Denmark, Italy, they came together and they said, hey, look, Australia, Japan, they said, hey, look, yeah, Netanyahu is committing war crimes. If the U.S. was to get in the way of that, and we have a general consensus, right, and the criteria is there, I mean, I think there should be a trial.
I mean, Bima, there's just so much to unpack on this. I mean, again, you can look at the history of the UN, and I mean, I am not an advocate for the UN. I think that it's been skewed. I mean, you have councils, the Human Rights Council in the UN, and look at the countries that are members of it, and look at the atrocities committed by those countries. I mentioned some of them. I mean, you have countries that have been serving on this, that like China and what they do with the Uyghurs, and Syria and Iran. I mean, it's just a fraud. And with respect to the U.S., we have our own foreign policy. I put in the other chat, because I don't know how to. Someone can Google this and find it. The statement issued by the U.S. Attorney General with respect to the ICC and how we have not consented to it, and it's a legal opinion by by Todd Blanche of how we have it has no jurisdiction whatsoever in the United States. And not only does it have no jurisdiction, it's so important that it has no jurisdiction that we have federal law that you just heard in that interview that protects and penalizes if anyone tries to do anything in furtherance of it. That's how much we don't agree with it in our foreign policy. Yeah. So, and that passed through Congress. That's federal law. Okay, it enacted through Congress. So that's how much we don't accept that the ICC.
Abby, what's your metric of being war criminal? Either for a country or a person.
Excuse me?
What is your metric of being war criminal, either for a person, the governor, or country? Yeah, how many people should be died?
Well, I don't know. I mean, first of all, if we want to have a fake at what happened in Germany, and you might understand what a genocide is, or what's happened with the Khmer Rouge, or you want to look at real genocide, whatever the number is, and you could take the Hamas Health Ministry's number, and this room is not about getting into this argument, but if you want to, you could take a look at their number of 60,000, 70,000, and I would argue that if it's 70,000, take the higher number, 50,000 were combatants. And you need to understand what a combatant is, and what you might consider to be someone in civilian clothes is also taking part in the actions that happened within Gaza. So, I mean, there's also people that died of natural causes in the course of 2 years in war. Of a population will die of natural causes. So we're assuming no one had cancer and no one ever had a heart issue. So you can add that. But all that being said, it's a false statement. So with respect to this particular, I mean, I can get into the argument, and so can other people. That's not what this room is about. But I think if you look at Nuremberg, you look at those that were individual criminals that masterminded what occurred in Germany, and Nuremberg would be a good example of it. Obviously, the same would be with Japan.
So far, I understand that your take is, BB is not war
No,
criminal.
I don't. Because there's no crime.
Yeah,
Right.
right.
To you, maybe to those that want to find fault with Israel, they're going to blame him. But there's no crime. They were at war. They were attacked. Innocent people in a music festival, people in their homes, people that we loved very much on Clubhouse were murdered, were taken as hostage. They reacted and they went to war. And those are casualties of war. And actually, not many casualties compared to other war scenarios. But all that being said, it would going back to the U.S. and whether the U.S. and we are those of us that live in the U.S. I don't know where you live, and are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. It's federal crime.
You didn't even talk about how they put babies in the oven though. Like how they put babies in the oven. How mothers were raped in front of their families. You didn't even talk about that stuff, and which many of that happened on that day.
We can go on and on. I wish we could get. I don't know if I can send a text to Shlomi if we can get him to come in the room and talk to us. Ali, maybe you'd like to hear from someone who was held hostage. Would you like to hear that?
Who was held by a journalist and a doctor?
Yeah, yes. So they're considered civilians who were killed. When they rescued him. Yeah, they were killed when they rescued him, by the way. And then another one actually was killed. I told you the story, Rich, when I was over there. He got the news there. They tracked down the one that was also holding him hostage. But they would be considered civilians to you and part of the civilian deaths. And these are the people that held this man as a hostage in their home.
Two of the people that we were friends with on Clubhouse before October 7th. One of them died. The other was captured for over a year, right? They made him shit in a bucket. They kept moving around. The two people who held him captive, which were civilians, was a doctor and a journalist.
Okay, my only question is, why do some of these Muslims, some of these Middle Easterners, Muslim, Pakistanis, etc., why do they have so much inbuilt hatred towards the Jews? It's just total disregard for the humanity.
Or the Quran tells them so.
Hi, Alicia. Nice to. I'm doing well, but I think we can talk about two simultaneous things that are happening right now, or has happened. And yes, a horrific thing happened. And yes, that was horrifying. And yes, there was retaliation. But we have to understand that there are two sides that also people disagree with on both ends. However, genocide is not the answer to equating to what atrocities are, and the answer to that, if I'm making any sense.
Well, could you define, if you have a population that is 700,000 and it grows to 7 million, do you think that you've ethnically cleansed and you've committed genocide against that population if it grew in the course of 70 years from 700,000 to 7 million?
I have this question at you first, Alicia. I'm sorry. When in daily basis, videos coming out that babies and children are being dead, how do you stay silent against it? You only go for quantity.
What, on October 7th?
And also...
Yeah, we're talking about October 7th. We're talking about...
we talk about October 7th all the time.
Did you want to see the videos? You should.
Yeah, I want to.
Yeah, well, you probably...
Posting videos. I think
Have you seen the official videos, Alicia?
Yeah, I've seen everything.
You saw the 45 minutes?
Listen.
Alicia, did you see the 45 minutes? I'm just
listen.
asking. No, I'm not being antagonistic. I'm just curious. Did you see the the official one?
Dying on a daily basis.
She's asking if you've seen it. She'll send it to you if not.
No, I can't. It's not something I have
It's
a custody of, or
it's never something
very specific.
anyone wants to send to anyone.
You can't
No.
send it. You can't send it. It was
available. Everyone saw it.
no, everyone did not see it. It was very specific how you got to see it. That's why I asked if you were invited to one of the viewings of the 45-minute video. Did you see it?
I was not invited. I
Okay.
was just introduced to it as social media does immediately. So
It wasn't on social media.
It was.
The 45 minutes.
Absolutely was.
No. It was held. It was actually specifically not. I mean, there are pieces of it that you can see that were released, but the actual 45 minutes was not. It's never been released out of the private viewings of it.
I'm not doing tit for tat. I'm not doing.
It's not. That's why I asked you if you saw it.
No, Abby. Babyface.
Hold on. I just want to let you. I'm a sniper today, so I'm not going to Timothy snipe you. Thank you.
He's a silent sniper, guys. Be careful. Those are the worst.
Timothy, did you deal with LeBron yet and that subject, by the way?
Yeah, so here's my just one question. Like on daily basis videos coming out that Israel is killing people from Palestine, like also the babies, children. So this is why, most people, as you see the result of the vote, they see it as a war crime. So now you can just fight it and just focus on the other things, or you can, in a very objective way, analyze everything that happens there. Like, yeah. So
I think it means the territory of Israel.
Yeah.
Are you talking about when you say Palestine? Where are you talking about specifically?
So everybody knows what Palestine.
No, they don't. So I asked you, where's Palestine?
At least it's a word that reminds people of.
Right, but you said journalists can't get into Palestine, so please define where Palestine is.
So here is West Bank and Gaza. Like journalists cannot get in.
Okay, where in the West Bank can't journalists go?
Oh, yeah, and also.
Where in the West Bank can't journalists go?
Yeah, dude, just let me finish.
No. You made a statement, so I'm
Also,
asking.
she's not a dude. She's a lady.
Yeah, okay, just let me finish this, then you can ask your questions. Also, they could not get into, also Flotilla Freedom Group could not get into those regions. Like, they were from the great. Like, Europeans cannot get in, journalists all over the world cannot get into the region, and on daily basis, videos coming out, the children being dead there. So, what's your take about that? This is my, very objective question. I would like you to answer this.
So first of all, the West Bank, if you're talking about Judea and Samaria, there are areas A, B, and C. And the area that is controlled in the West Bank, which you're calling Palestine, is controlled by the Palestinian Authority. That would be the area like where Ramallah is. And there are journalists there every day. There's lots of journalists. There was just a U.S. member of Congress there. Anyone can go into the area that is controlled by the Palestinian Authority. So I think that's why I asked you to be very specific and when you choose your words. So in talking about areas A, B, or C, which is in the area that you call the West Bank, I would call Judea and Samaria, that there's no problem for journalists to go into the area controlled by the Palestinian Authority. So are you talking about Gaza, that area, specifically when it's at war and it wasn't safe and there was issues of safety, then that was the reason that they were keeping people out of a war zone. Again, Israel had in 2005, Israel left that area. There's not a Jewish person that lives in Gaza, by the way. There's not a kosher market or a synagogue, or there's no Jews that live there. So they left in 2005. With respect to a war zone, and it's not safe, then they made that determination. However, to have the false narrative that criminal and words like apartheid or genocide under U.S. and we're not party to those that are making. I want to, if you don't mind, and please, Timothy, you moved me down. I was trying to talk about the U.S. law and whether the arrest can happen in the United States. And I don't know if I was finished with that, or
No, I moved
there
it
was.
down because he couldn't finish his dialogue without you interrupting. So I'm not in a chances move today. Like I might let you get it off a few times, but I'm standing on business tonight. So I just want you to be on your best behavior. Nothing against you. You're a good person. Again, I'm sniping y'all tonight.
Abby, you're talking too much. You also need to consider that Israel is there only for 80 years. Okay, 80 years is not that much, so we can easily go back in history and just investigate by ourselves. I'm talking about the perspective of the people in the world, everywhere, in Europe, Asia, Middle East, America themselves. Like, there are many people believe that whatever happens there is genocide, based on some facts, based on videos that are coming out in daily basis. They're like killing children also, like every day. Like, I also know Israelis, coming out and say that there's a genocide going there. Like, right now, they're killing. So denying is simple and requires you to be a missioner of one specific side to come and deny it and just occupy the room by not letting people talk about it. This is, whatever you do right now is not good. Not good for you.
Now, may I respond since you said my name?
So every children is equal, so you have to consider
So where are they right now in their killing children, as you say? And you also made a statement that Israel's only been there 80 years. The Jews have been living in that land for a lot longer than 80 years, and it is the homeland. It is our ancestral homeland. It has been our ancestral homeland for a shit ton of time, a lot longer than your family can claim their homeland. I'll guarantee you that. But I would suggest just one thing to read that might give you perspective. It's called the Bible. It might help you. And take a look at that, and maybe you'll understand that it's longer than 80 years for living in that area, and that they've been in that area. Again, I'm responding to him, and right now they're defending on the northern border, and probably about to take missile attacks from Iran. So, but you'll probably think that that's a good thing. Otherwise, can I finish up on, are we done on the U.S. law, Matt, what I put in, and were there any other questions on it?
Here is the thing, Abby.
Ali, I don't really need to engage anymore. Timothy, do you mind if you finish on the other subject?
No, do.
No.
She does not want to engage with you, Ali. And I just want to know you personally, Ali. When your mic get muted, that doesn't mean you unmuted. Bearing you, but I just want to let you know, when you get muted, that means stay on mute, brother, until they're done talking, and then you can gladly unmute your mic. It's not that hard, brother. Thank you.
2,000 years. So Jewish people do agree that they are very old in the region, especially in West Asia, but it's not like that they're focused on some religion, and we should just create a country for just one religion, because they are scattered all over the region. They already living in Iran for 2,000 years. Doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that Jewish people should come and take the Iran as the whole country for themselves.
Did he just say that you shouldn't have a country for one religion? There's 53 Muslim countries in the world. So do you think they should all disappear too because a country shouldn't have one religion? Is that your premise?
No. Here is the thing. For example, Iran.
Thank you, Abby, for this.
Yeah. For example.
I mean, again, this is kind of. Hold on, guys, please. Can I finish with Matt for a second? Did you see the letter I put in that Todd Blanche just issued? And are we done with the argument with respect to the arrest in the United States?
I mean, it was an original argument between you and Bima in that way, but I see what you put in the chat, yeah. I never thought they recognized that, and that's never been my opinion. I was just playing some hypotheticals out, but go ahead, yeah.
Bima, are you and I back and forth on that? Did you see
Is it the U.S. that should be arresting him, or should he be arrested in general by anybody?
By everybody, yeah.
Yeah, I think it should be a world thing. I think there's enough evidence, even pre-October 7th, that the charges that they have, that the ICC at least, the charges that they brought against him, you see, I think there's enough evidence even pre. So I think
but
that it should
not saying the U.S. should arrest him. That's the only thing I'm trying to get clarification on. You're not saying the U.S.
The U.S. Somebody, he comes into our country and then our police arrest him?
Yeah, like what Mamdani called for. Like, we can't do that. That's absurd. So, like, just, I didn't know if you were going from the perspective of Mamdani, or what Mamdani said, or are you talking about just in general, third party outside of the U.S.?
Yeah, but I don't think that would matter too much. I think, like, if the world, if a group of countries, like, agreed, then it would be those responsibilities.
But I mean, but, like, we can't arrest our ally. Yeah. Like, we've done, like, in conjunction with him is what's going on. So then that would be kind of like stabbing him in the back, right?
Even how would he physically do that? Because, like, his Secret Service guys would be fighting with the New York NYPD. I don't know how that would, because they would literally fire back. Yeah, there'd be a fire, there'd be a shootout. You know what I mean? They're not going to let Naya be arrested. You know what I mean? So I don't know how the optics of that works. You know?
Yeah, so it's the supreme law of the land, and it's our federal law, and he broke it. He's already in violation of U.S. Code 18-112. So, I mean, again, you live in the jurisdiction of the United States. This is our ally. We're in the midst of prosecuting a war with that ally. I think that this is pre-October. Any idea what attacks have been like when you're in Israel and you are subject to missiles coming in from the Houthis, or the constant Kedusha rockets that would come in from Hezbollah in the north, or the rockets that have been shot at them from Hamas in the south, from the proxies of Iran. If we've not learned anything from this war, whether you like Trump or you don't like Trump, I mean, under all of our presidents, we have seen that Iran is the biggest state sponsor of terror in the world and uses these proxies, specifically those three, and there are others as well.
Proxy, man. What do you say?
They don't use the proxy. What did you just say?
Israel itself is a proxy.
Are you denying that Hezbollah, Hamas, and Houthis are not acting as proxies and shooting at U.S. vessels and U.S. servicemen, as well as Israel, and have been shooting at Israel and attacking the United States for 47 years?
Have you ever searched this keyword that when and why Hezbollah created?
I really didn't. I was talking to Bima.
Yeah, no. Have you ever searched that when and why Hezbollah created?
You know what? They exist, and they exist to kill, and they've killed American servicemen, American civilians, Jewish civilians, as well as civilians in Saudi. I mean, we can go around the world in South America. They exist. They are. I want you to search something, and then I really want to go back to dialoguing with Bima. Search the U.S. State Department list of designated terrorist organizations, and take a look at how long Hezbollah has been on that list and how long Hamas has been on the list.
Sure.
And they are designated. We're in the United States. We're subject to our jurisdiction and our laws. And under our laws, they're designated terror organizations. Enough said.
It's not your laws. It's not.
But you're on a U.S. app right now.
Alicia, did you ever get to finish? Sorry, I just want to make sure that, because I saw you left. I didn't know if you ever got to finish. All right, never mind. Continue.
Anyway, I'm done. Bima, are you and I done on this one?
I just want to say that it's not only your laws, it's international law. So the keyword is this, that when and why Hezbollah created.
International law. What's international law?
So
Can you define it?
Yeah, international.
Yeah, what is it? What is it?
international law is something that not only based on your laws, it's a law for whole humanity living on planet Earth. So
It's a law for humanity living on planet. Guys,
so you have to.
Someone, it's Joe.
Well, I mean, we don't have to follow some arbitrary law that some other group made up. I mean, what does that matter to us?
No. But you have to be fair.
Thank you, Wallace. Yeah. What? There's no such thing as international law. We'll start with that.
Yeah, and when you investigate over incidents, you have to have a bird eye view, just looking to planet Earth from a bird eye view, and go to the truths of the incident.
How do you feel about the leaders? Think we should go after China? What do you think? Should we go after China?
Should everybody like?
No, are you Muslim? Your name is Ali. So they're killing Muslims in China. How do you feel about that?
Doesn't matter. So no. This is how you do it.
You hear what someone says.
So here's the key word. You should understand. Everybody should understand why Hezbollah created.
Okay. I think this is a U.S. based stage, and we don't recognize any international laws, just let you know. So that's the end of that discussion. I don't know why we're talking about that. I know that we all have to feel good, have humanity for everybody, but we don't have to actually. So
Now forget about allies then. If you don't have an international overview, forget about having allies in this world.
No,
forget about.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna answer. Hold on. So we have our allies, and that's all we care about. We don't. You don't determine what our allies are. I don't know what you're going on about.
If you're not abiding, international law, forget about allies then.
No, allies
go by yourself.
They have no obligation to international laws either. They're for us. That's the whole point. We're all on one accord. We don't have to oblige any international laws.
So you want to stay biased, yeah. Themselves don't come to us with any commercials, okay? America is like.
I think he's hijacked.
We'll never recognize international law. I don't know what part of that you don't get. I don't know. No, I have no clue what you're talking about. But
are we still on this topic though, Matt? Just the general, not technically, if it's that or that. I think people get hung up on that. That's not really the. I think most people just mean, did they go overboard?
Did people get hung up? Do you think Harry Truman went overboard in dropping
possibly? I mean, I wasn't around.
Nagasaki and Hiroshima theater fighting. I mean, and against the Japanese, they were very happy that we made that choice. I don't know. I mean, the same extent in Dresden. Did the U.S. go overboard in Dresden? Because we killed babies in Dresden.
Is ability to
unanswerable question.
Can't be overblown. But go ahead, respond.
Yeah, I mean, it looked I guess there is no what's the saying about love and war? Fair. So what do you say was an appropriate response? I don't know. I just think people that are observing it from, they don't really have any skin in the game are damn, they've gone overboard.
So Beaver, I think the question I think the proper question to ask Abby in this context is, Abby, what would you consider, or what do you think they would consider is an actual war crime if Israel were to
have gone in with very stronger weapons, let's say they possibly possess, and have taken out the entire society if they wanted to, of how many million people? 2 million people? So no, 2 million of how many? First of all, again, when you talk about Palestine, if you're talking about area A, B, or C, you're talking about Gaza.
Yeah, I think you're a little inebriated, but I think for this context, we're talking about
let's not go down that rabbit hole. Let's stick to this one focal point.
I'll answer Beaver.
So, Abby, I mean, Beaver's question is, what constitutes a, I guess, quote unquote, war crime or genocide, I guess, for you? More so the war crime. Is that what you're asking, Beaver? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's
so the systematic
is like a Shoah.
to build. Yeah, if you build a Shoah, if you create a Shoah, and you systematically exterminate I mean, what we dealt with, and I welcome everyone on the stage and the audience to take a visit to Germany or Poland and go see it with your own eyes while those camps are, before they dropped bombs to surgically go into an urban area, 35 tunnels before October 7th. And we're going to murder your citizens in your country. You have to defend your country, and they went in surgically and went from, in an tight urban areas, from home to home, finding the perpetrators.
The Uyghurs will classify as a war crime, right?
3X.
Yes,
3X.
I
think Khmer-Rouge. How many died? How many died in Cambodia?
Oh my God, tens of millions.
Let me.
Yeah, I mean, that's, to me, this is
But let's focus.
combatant to civilian ratio is something I think you have to look at.
But when you see it visually, Abby, because I'm just taking it from what I see in pictures. I don't know much more than that. The place looks level. So how do you reconcile that?
It's not level. I mean, there are many areas that are not leveled. But again, I'd look at combatant to civilian. Remember, you had bigger than, you've got the Uyghur killer there. You had more mileage than the New York subway system. Think about if you've ever taken the subways in New York and how extensive that is. Underground as terror tunnels. That you had to go in, and that's where you had your citizens there. They were holding hundreds of their citizens, Thai nationals, American citizens, British citizens. I mean, citizens really from all over the world.
That's a war crime, right?
That's a war crime. Okay.
Hey, Matt, can I say something? With all respect.
Who is that? Lipton?
I'm Lipton. Yeah.
Kasuk?
No, hold on, please, because I've been.
No, Matt was saying your microphone's wide.
Shut up, Rick.
Well, these would be
So basically, I was just going to say, all this war is like Squid Game in Israel and Palestine and stuff. So basically, they're playing like Squid Game with the Palestinians. It's like crazy.
So, Squid Game's and then whoever that,
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I don't know about that, but okay.
Anyway, the combatant to civilian ratio, I think if we look at the numbers out of World War II, and you look at other wars that our country's been involved in, and then you look at the amount, I was trying to highlight organization's number, but it add in natural cause deaths, you have a very low civilian to combatant ratio there in the course of the 2 years.
So what's
2.5 years.
Statistic?
So
the grower or the shower?
Do you follow me, Matt, on my answer to that?
Yeah, I hear you on that. Yeah.
Okay, what was it in World War II? The combatant civilian.
You want me to look it up?
Yeah, Rich usually knows this.
Tiger, go ahead. You've been trying to get in it for a minute.
Right. First off, these Jews have experienced lies about China. It's not the main topic, but if you guys are so concerned about China and Xinjiang and Uyghurs, just go on YouTube and search for whatever video you can find on the place. And compare that with whatever the Jews have done to Gaza. And just keep a note that the Jews call Uyghur situation in Xinjiang a genocide. And they deny whatever is happening in Gaza a genocide. Just think about that. And just notice what Abby says, right? When it comes to, the Gaza situation, what people are pressing her about, how we should reconcile with the fact that a lot of civilian buildings are being leveled, a lot of babies are being killed. Her answer is that there are many areas that have not been leveled in Gaza. Just think about that for a moment.
It's interesting that he said Jews, by the way, Beaver.
For me, what it boils down to, though, is if the threat has been neutralized, and, if the people, Gaza, they're no longer, if no Israelis at any danger at that point, and they keep going and going and going. And if that happened, then yeah, I think that is wrong. But I'm not saying that happened. I'm just saying that a lot of people probably have that speculation in their mind, like if these people were neutralized and they were no longer a threat, and the battle, you have the upper hand now, like, and you keep going and going and leveling everything, then I think most people objectively would think that, yeah, that's too much.
But they're not doing that. They're not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they are.
Yeah, they're in a ceasefire. They're not doing that. And by the way, did you notice he said Jews? Let me remind our friend from China that the Israeli IDF has Druze, D-R-U-Z, in very high ranking within the IEF, Muslims, very high ranking in the IEF, in the IDF, and Christians and Baha'is. I mean, so it's the Israeli society, which 2 million of the people that live there are Muslim, is not just Jews. So if you want to look at, so we need to, but it's interesting that you talk about having its civilians and its citizens, and many of the citizens that were attacked on October 7th and held hostage were petition. Can give you those numbers, but
So my response is
and the Uyghurs, we don't have to just look at videos. We listen to our U.S. government on what's happening with the Uyghurs.
My response is if you actually look at the IDF command structure, you're going to see that the people are giving those commands are Jews. Because in the IDF, they have rules to limit how much participation the minorities who are not Jews can rise up in the ranks.
And how do you know that?
My Chinese friends, Tiger, wait. Hold on, my Chinese friends, wait. So basically, if the Jews join, I said my Chinese friend, can you wait 1 second, please? So I said basically, I'm speaking, like, you're speaking.
I was wrong.
I was speaking and then you just interrupted me.
I don't know, shut the fuck up and fuck Israel.
Yes, so basically, the Jews and all these minorities, Christians, they are forced to join. If they don't force, they're gonna get killed by the Syrians, the terrorists, or the other people, the other groups. They're gonna kill the minorities there. So, of course, many people, they surrender, they join with the dark power, aka Israel, and those team to survive. So, Abby, I don't know if you can, try to progress that too. Maybe you just...
Y'all need to stop mentioning Abby. Make your submission and stop mentioning each other.
Abby's Israeli.
I'm not Israeli.
Yes, I was going to bring up another
but I'm going to answer Lipton. They are being attacked, the Druze. It's very sad. How many of their kids were killed on this?
Not cut me off.
Y'all not about to talk over each other.
I'm gonna go because that was my
Chinese guys speak.
I want to mention something.
Nah, none of y'all finna go. I'm tired of hearing from both of y'all. I want to hear from somebody new.
Can I talk? I want to bring up another point.
You can go after Zach.
So the point
I appreciate it. So what I was saying was, I don't know why we're talking about October 7 when this didn't start in October 7. This actually started in 1948 when they stole land from the Palestinians. I know exactly what I'm talking about. What happened was, October 7th was a setup by the Israeli government. It didn't come from Gaza. It came from the Israeli government. It was a plan.
It's not...
let me finish, please. Please, let me finish. And what I'm going to say here is, Israel started this war, and I don't call it a war. Why? Because Israel has things that the Palestinians don't. Okay? They have all. So how can you call it a war when there's one side that has weapons and one side that doesn't have weapons? That's not a war, it's a genocide. Okay? And every empire falls. So one day they'll fall, and the Palestinians will get their land back. You guys all agree?
Maybe in 1,000 years. Yeah, maybe in 1,000 years.
And how many Arab armies attacked in 1948? Was it 6?
They all lost in 6 days.
There wouldn't have been
67, 6 days, right?
There wouldn't.
Y'all have to stop with this
this theory that, man, niggas is at war, bro. Last time I checked, there's no rules in war. If you don't have shit, if you're lacking ammunition or whatever, guns, that's your fucking fault. Figure that shit out. I'm at war with you. That has nothing to do with me.
I understand that, but if that's the
So don't call it no genocide because your ass don't got no fucking guns. That's your fault, nigga. That don't got nothing to do with me.
Let's do that. Listen, I'm American. I was born and raised in America. You know what I'm saying? I'm part of America. I'm actually Italian.
Yeah, no, I'm just speaking to your point. I'm still at war with you.
I just can't kill Billy baby. Wait a minute. What did he just say to you?
He said something. I let it slide because I just let it slide, bro. But to answer that question,
Free Israel, nigga.
do I think it's okay to kill babies? Absolutely not. But at the same time, I stand on what I stand on. If I'm going at war with you, I believe there's no rules in war, man. Just like if we're in the street and we fighting, or you fighting, there's no rules in fighting, bro. I can't tell you, hey, you can't pick up a stick or you can't pick up a rock. Like, bro, it's no rules, bro. So take that thought and put it into war, bro. Like, it's sad that motherfuckers go after kids, they go after people's family and shit. But, bro, there's no rules in war, gang. That's what you sign up for.
Okay, but I'm gonna say one thing though. The same people.
I like how Zach said they don't have weapons, yet they shoot rockets in Israel every day.
How big was the Egyptian Air Force in 67?
Oh, it was huge. They decimated. Yeah, they
What were you saying, Zach?
I was saying was the same people that the Palestinians are in war with are the same people that don't like nobody because we're all goyim. If you're not Jewish, you're a goyim. You know what that means?
No,
nation. It means a nation.
No, goyim means that
It
if
means
you're not
nation.
Jewish, that means you're like basically an animal. You're a nobody to them. Okay? And they believe
Goy means nation. Goyim means nation.
Stop cutting them off, Rich.
Thank you, sir.
He asked a question.
No. Anyways, let me continue. So, if you're not Jewish, that means they consider you a goyim, and they believe that you're not God's chosen people.
Cattle.
I don't believe in that because the same God that created you is the same God that created me, regardless of what religion you are. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga, free Israel, nigga.
At the same time, fuck Israel. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think that they think we're cattle. I'm sorry. I'm going, I guess, right? But I don't think.
I love you, Bieber. I don't think you're
fucking goy. Don't deserve to live in this world, man.
Little brother, you are goyim.
You know what I'm saying? So listen, I have Jewish friends, and they're not Zionists though.
This is why some of y'all don't need to be in a fighting, or some of y'all don't need to go to war, because you'll be on one side trying to tell the nigga that's going at war with you what they can and can't do. Like, they gonna give a fuck, bro. Some of y'all just need to sit in the house, be on some simp shit, because that's what y'all sound like, some fucking simps and bitches.
Are you a pro-Israeli or pro-Palestinian? I'm just curious.
American here.
I'm actually a pro-American myself because I was born and raised there, and I love America. I own people in Israel because they know they're doing bad stuff to other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I have a Jewish boss, so no, yeah, I get what you're saying, but like I said, bro, war is war, bro. You can't tell me how I'm finna go at it in war, bro. Like, that's just, you're not finna do that.
Okay.
Do you respect the laws in the U.S.? That you live here? Do you respect the laws in the U.S.?
Of course.
Yeah, so you respect the U.S. code?
Federal laws? My parents are Italian, and I was born here, so I'm American Italian, or Italian American, whatever you want to call it.
How do you feel about Little Italy being ignored by your mayor?
Whatever's going on, that's another story. But anyways, let me finish. I have a question for you, Hamidi. If I was to come to your house and I tell you to get the F out of your house, this is my house, would you accept that?
Absolutely not.
That's exactly what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians, man. Trust me,
That's
I'll tell you.
I mean, and like Rich said, you're supposed to fight back, nigga. Shit.
I understand that.
Yeah, you feel me? If you don't got no guns, you gotta use your hands. Like, bro, I look at it like the street, bro. Like, that's just as simple as that, bro. Either you gonna lay down, either you gonna get out there and fight, or you gonna lay down, bro. You got two options.
Honestly, man,
Wait, what? You guys all talking over him?
A lot of you guys here are very close-minded.
Right, stop talking over me. But like I said, you got two options. You gonna either fight or you gonna lay down. It ain't no in between. Pick and choose what you want to do.
What do you want to say, Muhammad? Go ahead. Muhammad.
Yeah, greetings everyone. I hope you are all doing well. What's going on this community, man?
Are you a boxer?
No, that guy is like a new guy. So,
No. I'm new here. I'm not boxer, man.
Well, welcome to President's House, man. Make sure you turn in your ticket, bro. At the top, follow the house. You know what I mean?
Did you guys play his speech, Timothy? Did you guys play his speech tonight? Anyone talk about it?
No.
At the Correspondence Center.
Oh, no.
Muhammad, did you want to say anything to the title, or did you just want to just kind of listen?
come on, guys. I guess he just wants to listen.
All right, bet he just wants to listen, man. So.
Let me see, where you from exactly? Where America you from?
Well, I'm not gonna center myself, you know what I mean? But I'm from Chicago, bro. I'm living in Cleveland right now, bro. 6-0 Crip, you know what I mean? Shout out to my Crips, you feel me? So I mean, I grew up in a violent environment, bro. So when niggas be talking about this war shit, I mean, it's not like the streets, but I try to think of it like the streets, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
so basically, you're telling me you're in the game.
Absolutely, I'm in the game. Yeah, absolutely.
Here's the same. So I have a question. If I was walking the block with the red bandana, would you come up to me?
In today's society, nah, bro. Like, it ain't like that, bro. Just because you were on the opposite. I got friends that's bloods, all types of things, bro. Like, nah, not at all.
Okay, no, I was just curious, bro. Listen, I'm not gang affiliated. I'm not none of that, bro. I'm saying, like, I don't believe in those kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah, that's cool, bro. That's understandable, brother. I mean, that's alright, but like I said, brother, I ain't trying to center myself for real, man. I mean, let's speak to the title for real.
Of course, man. Listen, I believe in peace, and I believe in all humans, and I believe we should all stick together as one, you know?
As long as it's not the Jews, right, Zach?
100% down. Like I said, I have Jewish friends, and I respect them. They respect me, but they're actually against it, the Zionism. Zionism and Judaism is two different things.
What's Zionism, Indian? What does it mean when you hear the word Zionist?
But Richie is stupid. He doesn't know.
Basically, that's it.
That's not true.
Ourselves. You said that we think people are cattle. You just said before that we think everyone's cattle. Like you said a very disparaging thing. You're like that was pretty bad what you said, don't you think? And by the way, you're Italian. How do you feel about Mandani?
Listen, that they exist, okay? That's why it's called television.
So, Zach, you don't even know it. So, Zach, I have a clarifying question.
Y'all talking over each other. Take a deep breath. Serene, you said you had a question, sir?
Yeah. Jonathan Pollard.
I don't care, brother. Who wants to pick up the mic and talk?
Because it's important.
I don't care about that shit.
But that guy was a traitor.
We on that.
Listen, I want to answer the question that the lady asked me. I forgot her name.
No disrespect, though. But go ahead.
Okay, so I'm gonna answer the question about. She asked me about Mamdani. Okay, and I'm gonna repeat what I just said. So basically, every mayor that was out and existed in life, they're all controlled and they're all told what to say and what to be said. So I don't believe in no mayor. I don't believe in anything because they're told by people that we don't know that exist. Basically, the only puppets.
Does the same thing apply to presidents?
The same thing with presidents.
So Zach, I have a clarifying question, Zach. So if every Jew on earth describes himself as a Zionist and they give the definition that it means the right of the people to exist in their indigenous homeland, and it's defining a group of people, which the definition matters, and if the people who it's describing are the ones who coined the word, would that not mean that that's what Zionism means, and would you accept that?
Like I said before, I have plenty of Jewish friends, and each one of them told me the same meaning. And those meanings were a different meaning than what you're telling me. So, by it being said
by a Jewish person, I would rather believe it from a Jewish person than a person like you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm Jewish.
Well, he's Jewish too. He's Jewish.
But the difference is that
I'm Jewish. Abby's Jewish.
I understand that, but you're a Zionism. You're a Zionist.
Dr. Jordan's Jewish.
I understand that, but you're a Zionist.
You don't get to define. You don't get to define to us what we are. You don't. We can define it for ourselves. And you know what? Guess what? We've done a pretty good job of it. We can handle that ourselves.
Now let me guess, Abby. He's talking about how you doing, Abby. He's talking in wherever he live. Where do you live at? New York?
No, I don't live in New York.
When you say plenty of Jewish friends that you have, how many Jewish friends? Okay, so we're talking about 15 million Jews, and you're telling us 17 friends that you have.
It's not right now. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just saying. Does the majority of Jewish people support their nation? Yes or no?
A lot of them don't.
Oh my God, bro! Vast majority of Jews. Do they support it? Yes or no?
To answer your question, Ocean,
These people are stupid.
Yes, why do you sound like a Jew, Ocean? He said he asked a yes or no question. I don't know why you guys keep trying to put your soliloquy. It's a yes or no. Like, it's just that simple. Did y'all go to school? I know some of y'all went to
school. No, they didn't. That's what I'm saying, bro.
He's not asking for he not asking for a thesis. He's not asking for an essay. He's asking for a yes or no.
90%.
No, Rich, here's the thing, bro. I don't know how some of these people live life. I swear to everything in my motherfucking life. I don't know how you guys are alive. Some of you are so stupid. I don't know how you guys are alive. Like, this life is hard. This life is tough. So how are you guys going to survive it with this fucking capacity of the fucking brain that you have?
Ocean, you mind if I ask you a question? Or can I talk to you, Ocean? So, last time I looked it up, it's between 85 and 90% of Jews globally identify as Zionists. And
that sounds like a majority to me.
Yeah, and the definition that we all know is the right of our people to exist in our indigenous homeland. That's it.
Theodore Herzl had this definition. Let's go with the founder of the
Soren, I want you to exist in Iran.
I understand that Theodore Herzl, the founder of the Zionism, found a different definition.
It wasn't the founder of Zionism. Zionism existed for way before Theodore Herzl was born.
You talk a lot. I mean, the political Zionism, which was to be told was actually founded by Theodore Herzl. And I want to use this room to look it up in the internet. What is Theodore Herzl? First, because who is Theodore Herzl? Look him up and let's find out what's the definition you come up with. It's a settlement colonial project. That's what nothing to do with this new definition of Zionism you guys come up with to fit your narrative. It's a settlement colonial project.
Was the U.S. a settler colonial project? Was the U.S. a settler colonial project?
Yes. Hang on. It was the settlement colonial project defined by the Theodore Herzl. So if you have to bring it to Theodore Herzl.
Was the U.S. a settler colonial project to you, Soren? I got Tiger and Soren in the same room, guys. What do you think, Ocean? What do you think of this?
All right, I see there's some new faces in the room, so let me go ahead and give y'all a room reset. If you're in the President Trump room, you know what I mean? I see some pink tickets. See a bunch of pink tickets. Y'all go to the top, cash those pink tickets in.
Hello?
My name is the Sniper. So if y'all want to, you keep interrupting each other, you know, I'm going to snipe you to the audience. I'll gladly bring you back up after that person is done speaking. So I'm not giving no warnings. So we trying to have a good conversation. If you want to speak to the title, go at it. But when I'm not letting y'all, you know, 3 people talk at one time, that's just slow.
Timothy, this is book. I'd like to be put in the queue.
Like this nigga right here. You see the book nigga? He in the group. That was just an example. So just everybody please be on y'all best behavior, man. You know what I mean? I don't want to be on no bully shit, but I have a duty to make sure this room runs smoothly. So respect the mods. And speak to the title, man. You want to take your personal shots? Do it after you speak.
Can I say one?
Hang on, actually. Laura, I got a question for you. Hold on.
Abby, you know, most of the people that voted for Hamdani were
Dad,
Jews.
hold on. Just chill out. Hold on. Sorry. Got a question. So, Jews and Muslims have for a long time, though.
No.
Hold on.
Yes, correct. Yes, correct. He's right.
So, can they be Zionists?